Thank you, ma'am.
Uh,
Dr. Ajit Thete, sir, can we start the session? Am I audible to you, sir? Thete, sir?
मैम वेट कीजिए, सर ने मैसेज डाला है देखो चैट बॉक्स में।
अच्छा अच्छा, ओके, ठीक है, नो प्रॉब्लम सर। Hello everyone. There is one participant named Bimal Kumar, roll number 70, who is interested to read the summary of Devendra Singh sir's lecture. So we can hear that. Kumar sir.
हेलो।
अंबर सर है, सॉरी।
यस मैम। गुड मॉर्निंग मैम। गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल। क्या आप सुन पा रहे हैं?
Yes sir, you are audible.
yes, sir.
जी। ये माई सेल्फ अंबर जायसवाल, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर इन पीजी कॉलेज ग्वालियर। और मैं आज देवेंद्र सिंह सर के द्वारा जो लेक्चर लिया गया था, जिसमें उन्होंने हमें एक अच्छे एग्जाम्पल्स, गुड एग्जाम्पल्स के थ्रू समझाया था कि लाइफ स्किल्स के बारे में उन्होंने हमें बताया था। जिसमें उन्होंने बताया कि जो जीवन कौशल है, तनाव प्रबंधन है, सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट है, आत्मसम्मान, सहकर्मी दबाव, पीयर प्रेशर, कैसे हम अपेक्षाओं पर नियंत्रण रख सकते हैं, कैसे हम अपनी एलिजिबिलिटी को बढ़ा सकते हैं। ऐसे कई सारे बिंदुओं पर उन्होंने हमें बताया, जो कि काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट हैं आज के समय में। कैसे जो स्टूडेंट्स का बिहेवियर जो चेंज हो रहा है, पॉजिटिव वे में भी और नेगेटिव वे में भी, कैसे हम उसको कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं और उनको एक प्रॉपर डायरेक्शन में एक प्रोफेसर के तौर पे मोल्ड कर सकते हैं, बदल सकते हैं। जिसमें उन्होंने काफ़ी सारे पॉइंट्स पर हमारे साथ में डिस्कशन किया और बहुत अच्छे एग्जांपल्स के थ्रू, लाइव एग्जांपल्स के थ्रू उन्होंने हमें समझाया। जिसमें उन्होंने स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट, सेल्फ स्टीम, अननेसेसरी डिजायर प्रेशर, पीयर प्रेशर, ओवर थिंकिंग, परफेक्शन के मेरिट्स और डीमेरिट्स, इन सभी के बारे में बताया, जो कि हमारे लिए काफ़ी नॉलेजेबल रहा। और हमने काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें उनके माध्यम से सीखी और समझी कि कैसे हम खुद के ऊपर, खुद के थॉट्स के ऊपर कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, खुद की नॉलेज को अपग्रेड कर सकते हैं। और उसी तरीके से हम कैसे जो हम टीचिंग स्किल्स हैं उनको और बेहतर बना सकते हैं, और कैसे हम एक जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनके बिहेवियर को एक पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड की तरफ मोल्ड कर सकते हैं, चेंज कर सकते हैं। तो मेरे लिए ये जो लेक्चर देवेंद्र सिंह सर का था, बहुत ही नॉलेजेबल रहा और काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें सीखने को मिली। Thank you, ma'am, for give us an opportunity to read a summary of Devendra Singh sir's seminar.
Thank you sir, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sachin Kumar, are you there? Sir, would you like to start the lecture?
No, it's all up to you.
Okay.
I thought ki some
Actually, there is a thing that we want to read the biodata. So I will.
yeah. Okay. You.
It's your biodata, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Roll number 81. Sachin Kumar, are you there? Sir, can I start?
Yeah.
Okay. So, on behalf of UGC FIP program, I welcome Dr. Ajit Thete, sir. Uh, it is an absolute honor to introduce our distinguished guest speaker today, Dr. Ajit R. Thete, an academician, strategist, and leader in the field of education and technical training. Dr. Thete currently serves as Director of the Center for Development of Leadership in Education and Vice President of First Foundation, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. With an illustrious career spanning 27 years in teaching and administration, he has made remarkable contributions to curriculum development, instructional system design, strategic planning, and career guidance. A highly accomplished scholar, Dr. Thete holds multiple degrees, including a BE in Civil Engineering, MTech in Education, ME in Water Resources, MBA in HR, and a PhD in Technical Education. His expertise has been recognized both nationally and internationally, as he has authored over 105 research papers and contributed to the development of 25 laboratory manuals and teacher guides for engineering courses. Dr. Thete has played an important role in curriculum development for institutions across Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, Karnataka, and Maharashtra. His leadership has extended to 21 major educational projects across India, and he has trained over 2,500 faculty members nationwide. He has also been actively involved in benchmarking educational institutions for accreditation and has contributed to policy making committees at the state and district levels. Beyond India, Dr. Thete has traveled to Germany, France, Switzerland, Singapore, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Hong Kong, and the Philippines, collaborating with international institutions to enhance educational quality. Today, we are privileged to have him share his insights. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ajit Thete, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome to all professors. It's always a pleasure, to interact with the faculties under the program of our Malviya Mission Teacher Training Program, which is organized by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. So thank you so much, all hosts, Dr. Patil sir, all Rafi sir, ma'am, and I welcome all professors to this today's discussion. And now I understand that you all, is it my PPT is visible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
good,
sir.
good.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I know that as a part of Malviya Mission Training Program, you are undergoing a faculty training. The topic which is allocated to me is on the academic leadership, governance, and management. Of course, we all are teachers, professor, we are teaching. And as Madam has mentioned about a little bit about me, I'm also a teacher like you. And while working in the field of education across the country and sometime internationally, I found that every time our focus is on the student development. And when we talk of student development, it is equally important that institution plans its academics in a structured way and an excellent fashion. And while doing so, it is very essential that every one of us demonstrate leadership. It's once upon a time we used to say that the principal or HOD or vice chancellor sir is the leader of an organization, academic organization. But in the today's context, in the 21st century, everyone we have to demonstrate as a leader. And when we talk of leadership, though we are now going to discuss in detail about academic leadership, governance, and management, one thing I would like to share you in the beginning, that leadership is a personality attribute. So it depends upon you and me. So individual development is very important. So it is a personal attribute, is a personality attribute which is required in the context of academics. Having our own leadership capabilities is not sufficient. A governance has to be in that fashion. Governance means organizing the very structured way of the organization, where we talk of mission, vision, we must have policies, we must have procedures, everything we must be have a governance. So good governance, having good governance is a well planned, well mission, vision is there, values are there in the organization, and of course having that with the support of the good management practices help us to lead our institution and provide services to the entire nation as such. So, dear professors, I once again welcome to you on this session on the Malivya Mission Teacher Training Program as a part of the NEP 2020 orientation and sensitization program. In today's session, of course, I'm going to talk for 3 hours. So, first outcome of today's session is conceive, design, and implement the concept and fundamentals of academic leadership in educational process. So, as I told you in the very beginning, we have to have really understand the concept and fundamental. Really, what is this academic leadership? What is this governance? Why it is required? So the conceive and accordingly design and implement the concept and fundamentals of academic leadership in educational process. Then develop the attribute of academic leadership. जब हम इस बात में चर्चा कर रहे हैं कि क्या फंडामेंटल्स है, क्या कंसेप्ट है एकेडमिक लीडरशिप का, उसको तहे दिल से अपनाने के बाद उस हमारी पर्सनालिटी को, हमारे लीडरशिप को हमको एनहांस करना है, हमारे पर्सनालिटी एट्रीब्यूट्स को डेवलप करना है. ये एक हमारा आज का एक उद्देश्य है. Then demonstrate the academic leadership through strategic planning. Third outcome is you will be, of course, after going back to your institute, you will start demonstrating the academic leadership through strategic planning. Then design and develop governance, good governance for effective management of higher education. Good governance is very important. And good governance, that part we are going to talk about. And of course, use different management tools and strategies in the management of higher education. So, dear professors, since as a part of this program, you have been exposed to the variety of the topics, subjects of national education policy, and ultimately the objective is that we are now defining or we are establishing the repurpose of education. It is the responsibility of you and me and people like you and me that we contribute for the national development. And whatever happened in the past, without ignoring that, but taking lessons from the past, we need to go ahead with the innovations, with the creativity, and implement national education policy 2020. It is being said that NEP 2020 is rebirth to the education for the future generation, and we all have to take the lessons from this, and we have to deliver. So please, if possible, take the photograph of this particular slide in your mobile, or you can take a screenshot, because I want you that somewhere after going back, or even at during the session also, you can see whether these outcomes are attained or not. I understand it's not a matter of 3 hours. It is very important that we ourselves get totally involved into this process of building the leadership, building the governance, and developing the management practices. So please take the screenshot of this particular slide, and we will proceed further. I know quite that my professors, though we are virtually connected, you all, the audience, are noble professionals. I always feel wherever I get a call from HRDC and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, or any HRDC from the national level, I always give a very top priority to that, because we teachers are the noble professionals, and we are really the future of the nation. Is though is a student, but we are the people who are going to shape the future of the student and future of the nation. So the noble professionals, I know you are from humanities, you are from science and technology, and some of the faculty members must be from commerce and management. Whenever I have designed this presentation to have a discussion with you, I have kept in my mind who are my audience, to whom I am going to talk, because in offline mode, it is very easy to interact. But in a virtual network, we must understand who are the audience to whom we are going to talk as such. I also know that the demography आप जिस अलग अलग जगह से आए, महाराष्ट्र का हो या पूरे अपने भारत का हिस्सा हो, कुछ लोग मेरे प्रोफेसर्स लोग रूरल में काम करते रहेंगे, कुछ लोग ट्राइबल में भी काम करते रहेंगे, कुछ लोग सेमी अर्बन में हैं, कुछ लोग अर्बन में, और कुछ लोग मेट्रो में काम करते रहेंगे। ये मुझे सामने क्यों रखना है? क्योंकि जब मैं whenever I'm going to make a presentation or whenever I'm going to talk to you, I have kept in my mind कि यार ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, वो हमारा जो प्रोफेसर है, वो चाहे रूरल में काम करे, ट्राइबल में काम करे, कहीं सेमी अर्बन में काम करे, या अर्बन में या मेट्रो में काम करे, उसको काम में आना चाहिए। क्योंकि जो भी कुछ प्रैक्टिसेस होती है, जो भी कुछ एट्रीब्यूट होता है, वो एट्रीब्यूट इस पर भी डिपेंड होता है कि हम किस कम्युनिटी को सर्व कर रहे हैं, किस डेमोग्राफी को सर्व कर रहे हैं। क्योंकि मेरे पास जो ट्राइबल से बच्चे आते हैं, और रूरल से बच्चे आते हैं, और मेट्रो के बच्चे आते हैं, इन बच्चों के एक्सपोजर में फर्क है, उनको सोशियो इकोनॉमिक बैकग्राउंड उनका डिफरेंट है। दो इंडिविजुअल डिफरेंसेस अलग होते हैं, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उनको जो एक्सपोजर मिलता है, सोशियो इकोनॉमिक पॉलिटिकल जो बैकग्राउंड होता है, उससे हमको अलग अलग की ट्रीटमेंट करना पड़ती है। ट्रीटमेंट का मतलब क्या होता है कि जो स्ट्रेटेजीज हम प्लान करेंगे उस तरह से होती है, और इसीलिए तो हमें जरूरत है एकेडमिक लीडरशिप की। एक ही करिकुलम यूनिवर्सिटी दे रहा है, या ऑटोनोमस इंस्टीट्यूट कोई अपना खुद का करिकुलम बना रहा है, लेकिन हमको हर वक्त सामने रखना है कि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स कौन हैं। ये स्टूडेंट की जिंदगी हमको बनानी है, उनकी लाइफ बनानी है, उनकी करियर बनानी है, और अपने देश को उन्नति के ऊपर लेके जाना है। इसलिए एकेडमिक लीडरशिप की बहुत जरूरी है। तो ये डेमोग्राफी लेने का उद्देश्य यही है कि while delivering, I know that professors are coming, you all people are coming who are connected to me through this network, through the different demography. Even I know that the target audience यानी कि जो students है in higher education, they are mixed and diverse student population. रूरल के आते हैं, अर्बन के आते हैं, उनका लैंग्वेज भी अलग होता है, कोई मदर टंग में पढ़ता है, कोई इंग्लिश मीडियम में पढ़ता है, तो एक मिक्स और डाइवर्स स्टूडेंट पॉपुलेशन आता है। और जैसे मैंने आपको पहले कहा कि मैं एक टीचर होने के नाते मुझे काम बनता है कि मेरे को जो हर एक स्टूडेंट आता है मुझे हम ब्राइट कैसा करें देना पड़ता है। तो हमारा टारगेट ऑडियंस ऐसा होता है, देयर इज individual differences irrespective whether they belong to the rural, urban or metro. Always keep in mind there is a individual differences among the students. Many of them are not really know about their career and life goal. पता ही नहीं चलता है उनको कि भाई हमने क्यों एडमिशन लिया है यूनिवर्सिटी में या कोई इंस्टीट्यूट में, हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट में हमने एडमिशन क्यों लिया है। तो हम सबका ये काम बनता है कि बच्चों को विजन दे, उनको उनके करियर और लाइफ के गोल्स क्या है ये बता दे। क्योंकि ये होता है ना, अपने अपने देश की स्थिति को अगर आप जान लेते हैं, ये बात सही है कि हमारा देश दिन ब दिन तरक्की पर जा रहा है, लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम वी हैव गुड नंबर ऑफ पॉपुलेशन हु कम फ्रॉम द रूरल एरिया. We use the word with the disadvantaged group, those people who have not got good privileges. And our target is that we develop, give them vision so that they can be a future ambassador of our.
आणि पासपोर्ट साईजचा फोटो द्या माझ्याकडे सर्वांना.
Can you please mute your some speaker is please mute yourself.
Yes. Sorry, sir. I'm trying that, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So the context of our today's session is the policy guidelines. As I told you that the national education policy has given a rebirth to the education. I don't know how many of you have gone through the earlier document of the education policy, national educational policy. I'll request on this occasion to all my professors. I'm quite sure that every one of you must have gone through that 89 to 90 page document of national education policy, because by reading itself you will get a lot of knowledge, you will get inspired, you will get motivated. So I'll appeal all of you to read that document whenever you get time. So the context of this today's session is the policy guidelines. And when we talk about policy guideline of National Education Policy 2020, I would like to take you a little back. And of course, I'll start from post-independence area, where after independence, the government of India set up good number of committees, but few the major steps for the restructuring the education, not only higher education, but all education sector. The first commission which was appointed was of Dr. Kothari Commission. In 1964, the Kothari Commission submitted the report. And on the basis of the Kothari Commission report, the first national education policy 1968 came into the picture. Dear professors, if you look back and look to the present, in 1968 and in 1964, when Kothari Commission have published their report on education status in India, they start with the quote, the destiny of the nations are being shaped in the four walls of classroom. यानी कि हमारा जो फ्यूचर जनरेशन है इनको पूरा थियोरेटिकल इनपुट दे रहे हैं, सिर्फ क्लासरूम में पढ़ा रहे हैं। ये 1964 का ऑब्जर्वेशन है। और जब हम नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 उसकी भी बात करते हैं तो वहीं पर भी हम बोलते हैं कि बच्चों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा इंटर्नशिप होनी चाहिए, एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग चाहिए, प्रॉब्लम बेस्ड लर्निंग चाहिए। हमको लीडरशिप क्यों चाहिए, हमको गवर्नेंस क्यों चाहिए? क्योंकि हमको हमारे एजुकेशन डिलीवरी का, एजुकेशन स्ट्रक्चर का पूरा फेस को शिफ्ट करना है। फेस शिफ्ट लाने के लिए 1968 का फर्स्ट नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, उसमें कुछ कारण की वजह से इफेक्टिवली इंप्लीमेंट नहीं हो पाई। इसलिए 1986 में उसी पॉलिसी में कुछ अपडेट करते 1986 में न्यू नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी पब्लिश हुई। फिर वही बात हुई और फिर उसको पूरा फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट देके 1990 में एक प्रोग्राम ऑफ एक्शन एस्टैब्लिश हुआ, ओके, फॉर द इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ पॉलिसी। फिर भी जो आज भी हम जो बात करते हैं कि बच्चों को नहीं मिलती है कि हाउ मच, व्हाट इज percentage of the students enrolled in for higher education. We know the rate of dropout. We know what is the really innovations and research happening in higher education area. So is to say, we have a National Knowledge Commission in 2009 under the chairmanship of Sam Pitroda. Sam Pitroda also has given lot of recommendation. And one of few recommendation which he mentioned is that the students are not opting for higher education because it is very rigid. Number one. Number two, there is no choice for student to select the courses, subject. Number three, there is totally theoretical. It is not relevant to the world of work. And the student, especially the disprivileged group, the disadvantaged group, they are unable to take the admission because of their socio-economic issues like languages, or they cannot continue the higher education for years together. So, dear professor, if we see the National Education Policy 2020, then you will understand that why there is a need of academic leadership, why governance is going to play a vital role, and how the management is going to be important. So we are all going to be the future nation builders. No doubt our profession is itself a noble profession. Okay, and in National Education Policy 2020, it is been mentioned that we want to give the old status to the teachers. We know and we must appreciate in the last 2-3 decades, the society has lost the trust from the institution, from the teachers. There are some exceptions, no doubt about it. But overall, the image about the education, image about the teacher was not really very appreciating. And that's why, and it is not your fault or my fault. We require strong policy guidelines. Here we talk about governance. And that's why the National Education Policy is now going to give an answer to all our issues. And this is the first policy that we are going to have thorough guidelines with Malviya Mission Training Program entire nationwide. Every week I'm conducting 1 or 2 sessions at a nationwide on the significance, impact, potential and parameters of national education policy. So when we talk about academic leadership, let us have a quick look to the National Education Policy 2020. We all know that we have a variety of institutions in our country. Which is more, we go with we have a central universities and institutions, we have deemed universities, we have a deemed universities under distinct category, we have state universities, private universities, we have autonomous degree granting colleges, and we have an affiliated institute colleges. So this is a variety of the institutions. No doubt in near future, say by 2030 or 2035, all affiliated institution will become autonomous institution. And that is why this all sort of the training going on. UGC and Ministry of Education through HRDC, I have taken a mission of Malviya Mission Teacher Training Program so that the affiliated institute become autonomous, so that they can very effectively implement the curriculum as per the need of the society, as per the need of the student. The autonomous granting college will become multidisciplinary institute and they will become universities. Now you will also find today there are good number of private universities coming in India. And of course, there are variety of centralized UGC controlled universities like deemed universities, distinct universities, which are coming into the picture. So I know you all professors are going to really rise your career and you will be joining to different variety of the institutions. You are going to provide a leadership. Somebody will help the institute to transform from affiliating to the autonomy. Few of them, those who are in autonomy, will try for the setting up universities. And you people will also try to climb and go on to up to the central universities and institutions. So even you and me also has got some career and ambitions and life and career goal. So this leadership is going to help us in that context as well. Now, the NEP agenda, the essential skills, capabilities and systems that talk about, which talks of requiring the NEP. I'm not going to focus much time because others might have talked to you on this particular topic. But I'll take a quick review of the NEP agenda so that you can link this agenda with our today's session. Student-centric education means flexibility is there, choice base is there. There's an exit and entry system. First time in India, through NEP 2020, the exit entry system has come up. Please mute. Some of the mics are unmuted. Please mute your mic. So exit and entry system. So it means to meet the student-centric education, if some student want to leave the institution after 1 year, he will be given certificate. Please mute your mic. Please mute your mic. So it means a student has got an opportunity that after 1 year, they can take the exit because of economical or social requirement. They may require to work. They will go and work, again come back and take admission in second year. Might be in the same institute or other institute. They will complete it. earn the credits, they will get diploma. Again, they can go, again, they can come back and they can complete and obtain a bachelor's degree. This is an exit and entry system. It was not there earlier. Then what is the role of academic leadership, governance and management? We have to design the curriculum. We have to guide the student. Counseling is important. We have to find an internship. We have to change our pedagogy. So that is the agenda of that. We have a now multidisciplinary education. In our times, even in some of your times, it was a rigid curriculum. If you are doing history or economics or commerce or say chemistry or zoology or any other for that matter, you have to learn only those subjects. But now, if you are a student of economics, you can learn artificial intelligence, you can learn entrepreneurship development. If you are a student of commerce, you can learn economics, you can learn sociology, you can learn programming. So this multidisciplinary approach is going to help us to build the employability of the students. And not only that, to offer student-centric education. Internships is the one of the tasks so that students get on-the-job training. Ethical and moral reasoning. We require to focus a holistic development approach. So student should have a morals and ethics, which plays significant role in the world of work. And that we need to build, and that is one of the agenda of that. And knowledge and practice of human and constitutional values. What happens, today we know we lost the respect for each other. We lost the respect for our parents, our teacher, our community, our nation, our organization. So a human, and at the same time, when we talk of a nation, constitutional values, the duties are very important. So why academic leadership is required? Why well governance is required? Because we have to shape the humanities. We have to bring a constitutional awareness among the students and help them to develop in future, and so that they can develop a citizen's skills and values. They must have a knowledge of India. See, many students get attracted with the world elsewhere. But we must know, we must be proud that our India has got a good knowledge power. So a knowledge of India, it may be in the field of economics, it may be skills, it may be science, it may be technology, law, in every field. And we must know what is the really history of India, which will make you, like we talk about our family. As a family, our country is going to play very important, which is going to bring, and by this time आप सब जानते भी होंगे कि पूरे विश्व में अपने देश के बारे में एक अलग प्रकार का एक इम्प्रेशन है. हमारे देश के सभी नागरिकों के बारे में एक अलग रिस्पेक्ट है बाहर के देश में. ये एक कारण है कि हमारी कैपेबिलिटीज और हमारा जो इंडियन नॉलेज है, लेकिन उस नॉलेज को फिर से हमें जन्म देना है, फिर से उसमें लोगों के बारे में बच्चों में अवेयर करना है. And obviously, we have to talk about environmental awareness, including water and resource conservation, sanitation and hygiene. Nowadays, we know last year only, we conducted G20 meets across the country at different places. Because it's very important. The environment, we know that how we are suffering because of the pollution, because of the water quality, because of the hygiene. So all these things, you see, why I always and again I'm saying why education leadership, because we have to develop our student to the fullest extent. They must know what are the challenges, what are their duties, both social duties, professional duties, all they need to understand. And we have to work as a leader into the globally aspect. So, as a part of the capabilities, we have to go for a holistic health, global citizenship education, organic living, and knowledge of India. So these aspects, these capabilities we need to develop as has been said in the National Education Policy 2020. When we talk about a global citizenship education, it means the knowledge, skills, abilities, and attitudes which are required in all contexts to work in the today's world. Okay. And obviously, when have to have a holistic health is going to be play. And hence, our vision of national education policy, which calls for academic leadership, governance, and management, is by 2040, all higher education institutions shall aim to become multidisciplinary institution and shall aim to have larger student enrollment for the creation of vibrant multidisciplinary communities. देखो ये हमारा विजन, एक हमारा विजन है कि बाय 2040 हमारी पूरी इंस्टीट्यूशन एक मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी इंस्टीट्यूशन बने, ज्यादा से ज्यादातर स्टूडेंट्स को एनरोल करें और एक वाइब्रेंट कम्युनिटी को डेवलप करें. इसके लिए हमें पूरा लीडरशिप करना है. एंड दैट्स व्हाई we need to understand that through the national education policy there are certain provisions are made. Many of you must be knowing that now in future we'll have a Higher Education Commission of India which will be there. Then we'll be having a National Higher Education Regulatory Council. Today we have only one University Grant Commission, and there are few councils like All India Council of Technical Education, Bar Council, Pharmacy Council, Rehabilitation Council. These all councils will be brought under one umbrella as National Higher Education Regulatory Councils. Then there will be a NAC, National Accreditation Council. All NABH, NAC, NBA, all these accreditation agencies will be brought under single umbrella. National Research Foundation to promote the research and innovation. Now we are going to have a National Research Foundation which will give the finance to the institution to do the research. Because as you know that research is important. Innovations are important for the growth of nation. So there is a separate foundation established into that. There is a Higher Education Grants Commission. Today we have a UGC, that UGC will be termed as a Higher Education Grant Commission. Then there will be a General Education Council. The General Education Council will talk about the total regulatory of the institution, okay, as a general education, arts, commerce, science. And when you talk about second one, top from the second, National Higher Education Regulatory Council, it will look of the professional council like medical council, bar council, etc., etc. Then there is a National Higher Education Qualification Framework. All you today must be knowing about Academic Bank of Credit and National Credit Framework. This has been evolved because if you consider or if you know, globally, every country has their qualification framework. The qualification framework means what? After the education, higher education at particular stage, what is the competencies? What is the stage internationally? and that's why we have come out with this qualification framework. So, professors, as seen by John F. Kennedy, leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. So, leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. So, we as a teachers, because I know you're all professors, your intellectual brains, intellectual minds, you are contributing, but at the same time, the learning is important because you have to, certain things you have to unlearn and some new things you have to learn. And to demonstrate leadership, as seen by the John F. Kennedy, leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. To have demonstrate leadership, we have to continuously learn, and learn. And hence, as said by my favorite and your favorite, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, let us sacrifice our life today so that our children can have a better tomorrow. Why the teacher profession is a noble profession? Because we build the nation. We are the builders of the nation. We are the builders of characteristics. We are the builders of knowledge, vibrant society, research and innovation. So APJ Abdul Kalam say, let us sacrifice our life today so that our children can have a better tomorrow. हमारी पूरी जिंदगी, क्योंकि हमने करियर, we have selected our career and profession as a teaching. मुझे भी अभी 40 साल हो गए हैं, मैं टीचर एजुकेशन में काम कर रहा हूं, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव में काम किया मैंने, लेकिन मुझे ये लगता है कि आज भी लगता है कि यार NEP 2020 आई है, हम बच्चों के लिए बहुत करना चाहिए, नेशन के लिए बहुत करना चाहिए. और ये जो APJ अब्दुल कलाम साहब का जो कोट है, ये हमको इंस्पायर करता है, ये मोटिवेट करता है कि चलो, हमको भी जिंदगी होती है, नो डाउट, टीचर को भी अपनी खुद की जिंदगी होती है, लेकिन साथ ही साथ अगर हम अपनी जिंदगी को सैक्रिफाइस करें, खुद भी जिए और दूसरे का जीना भी अच्छा कर ले, तो हम अच्छा बेटर कर सकते हैं. So, developing leadership in education. With this brief preamble, I'm saying brief, but I know that almost 35 to 40 minutes, I just talked about you to establish the context. हमको एक बार context ध्यान में आया ना, पूरा जिंदगी बदल जाता है अपना, अपना लीडरशिप, अपना टीचिंग इतनी बढ़िया चीज है. तो इस बढ़िया चीज को हमको जो करना है उसके लिए प्रॉपर हमारा फाउंडेशन बनना चाहिए. लीडरशिप कहने में आसान है, लेकिन जब लीडरशिप को डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करना है, पूरी सोसाइटी हमको देखती है, पूरा नेशन हमसे कुछ एक्सपेक्ट करता है, बच्चे हमसे कुछ उम्मीद रखते हैं, ना ही केवल हमको भी हमसे उम्मीद है, हमारे फैमिली को भी हमसे उम्मीद है. तो क्यों ना हम इस नोबेल प्रोफेशन में कुछ अच्छा काम करें. So the part 1, after the context has been established, now I'm going to the part 1 of my presentation, my discussion with you, developing leadership in education, the fundamental to educational leadership. We must know what are the fundamental to the education leadership. So these 3 questions which we must think of. Why students take admission to higher education institution? क्यों आते हैं बच्चे? ये हमको मालूम चाहिए. अगर हमें मालूम करना है तो हम बच्चों से बात कर सकते हैं, पेरेंट्स से बात कर सकते हैं, सोसाइटी में भी बात कर सकते हैं कि क्यों आते हैं बच्चे. तो हमको एजुकेशन लीडरशिप, एकेडमिक लीडरशिप को डेवलप करना है, तो वी मस्ट आंसर फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन, Why student take admission in HEI? Why do we teach? Second question. आज भी मैं आपको पढ़ा रहा हूं कुछ चीजों को, लेकिन मैं क्यों पढ़ा रहा हूं आपको? मुझे कौन सी नॉलेज और एबिलिटीज को आप में डेवलप करना है, ये मुझे मालूम चाहिए। जरूरी है मुझे कि सब्जेक्ट नॉलेज में मुझे ज्ञान चाहिए, लेकिन उसके साथ ही साथ मुझे ये मालूम चाहिए कि यार मैं कौन सी नॉलेज और एबिलिटी बच्चों को मैं डेवलप कर रहा हूं, कौन सी वैल्यूज को डेवलप कर रहा हूं, कौन सा एट्रीब्यूट डेवलप कर रहा हूं, एंड व्हाट इज द एक्सपेक्टेड आउटकम ऑफ द कंबाइंड एफर्ट्स। क्या आउटकम है ये सब लोगों का, सब चीजों का? हम हमारी पूरी जिंदगी टीचिंग, लर्निंग, एजुकेशन, रिसर्च में डालते हैं। अल्टीमेटली इसका आउटकम क्या है इस कंबाइंड एफर्ट का, ये हमको सोचने के बाद ऑटोमेटिकली लीडरशिप आएगी अपने पास। मैं आपसे आज कुछ स्लाइड्स ऐसी शेयर करने वाला हूं कि जिससे ये पता चलता है कि यार ये नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने हमको और एक बार रीबर्थ दिया है, अपने देश को दिया है, और उन्नति के लिए हम जा रहे हैं। सो व्हाट इज एकेडमिक लीडरशिप? पहले हम लीडरशिप क्या है ये देखते हैं। बहुत डेफिनेशन है उसकी, बहुत कॉन्सेप्ट है। हमने एक कॉन्सेप्ट को सेलेक्ट किया, एक डेफिनेशन को कॉन्सेप्ट किया, सेलेक्ट किया। लीडरशिप इज एनी एक्टिविटीज tied to the core work of the organization that are designed by the organizational members to influence the motivation, knowledge, affect or practices of other organizational members. लीडरशिप क्या होती है? पूरे जो हम एक्टिविटी करते हैं, हम स्पीच देते हैं, हम क्लासेस कंडक्ट करते हैं, हम लेबोरेटरी में जाते हैं, फील्ड वर्क में जाते हैं, एनएसएस एनसीसी की एक्टिविटी करते हैं, कल्चरल एक्टिविटी करते हैं, तो ऑल एक्टिविटीज tied to the core work of organization, education, for example, designed by organizational members to influence, very important word is influence, the motivation, knowledge, affect, or practices of other organizational members. एकेडमिक लीडरशिप क्या होती है? अलग अलग कॉन्सेप्ट को मुझे बताना जरूरी है। एकेडमिक लीडरशिप is the process of enlisting and guiding the talents and energies of teachers, pupils, and parents towards achieving common educational aim. हमारा जो कॉमन एजुकेशनल एम है उसके बारे में तो चर्चा आगे करने ही वाले हैं, लेकिन हमारा एकेडमिक लीडरशिप क्यों चाहिए? कि टू एनलिस्ट, क्या एबिलिटी को डेवलप करना है, क्या एट्रीब्यूट को डेवलप करना है। गाइड द टैलेंट, बच्चों को, टीचर्स को, कलीग को टैलेंट करना है। टीचर में जो एनर्जी है उनको टैलेंट गाइड करना है प्रॉपरली। पेरेंट्स को प्रॉपरली गाइड करना है, ताकि हम सब मिलकर एक अच्छा कॉमन एजुकेशन एम को हासिल करें। And it is said that it takes an entire village to raise a child. हम सब मिलकर इस उन्नति की तरफ जाना है। So academic leadership is a process of enlisting and guiding the talents and energies of the teachers, pupils and parents toward achieving common educational goal. सब बच्चों को साथ में लेना है, सब टीचर जो हमारे कॉलीग्स है उनको साथ में लेना है, बाकी के इंस्टीट्यूट के टीचर्स है, हमारे पेरेंट्स है, हमारे स्टेक होल्डर है, इन सबको लेना है और उनको पूरा मोटिवेट करना है, हमको डेवलप करना है। Now, why this leadership in education has come? Of course, few points I mentioned you. but once again we'll see why this emergence of educational leadership. Demands were made on higher education institution for higher levels of pupil achievement, and higher education institute expected to improve and reform. क्यों लीडरशिप इन एजुकेशन की आजकल बात चल रही है? आजकल बात चल रही है, ऐसा नहीं कि पहले ये एजुकेशनल लीडरशिप या एकेडमिक लीडरशिप नहीं था, लेकिन आजकल क्यों बात हो रही है? क्योंकि डिमांड्स आर देयर कि हम बच्चों का अचीवमेंट को एनहांस करें, एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिलना चाहिए. यू नो, अराउंड if you take arts, commerce and science, out of graduate, only 10 to 15 students are getting the employment. For science and technology, around 25% students are going for getting the employment. What about the rest of the students? And that's why we need to develop the students, their achievements. And that's why we need to improve and reform. That's why that is one of the reasons of the having the leadership in education. Expectation accompanied by call for accountability at the higher education level. क्या हो रहा है कि आज जो हम ऑटोनॉमी की बात कर रहे हैं ना, या स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी, प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी की बात कर रहे हैं, एक चीज को ध्यान में रखना है इस चीज में कि हमारे यहाँ में जो अकाउंटेबिलिटी चाहिए उसमें थोड़ी कमी हो रही है. तो इसके लिए ये जो लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशन है, इट हैज टू हैव अकाउंटेबिलिटी, एंड दैट्स व्हाई अकाउंटेबिलिटी आई तो लीडरशिप ऑटोमेटिकली आती है. द एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एंड मैनेजमेंट are terms that imply stability through the exercise of control and supervision. हम बोलते हैं एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एंड मैनेजमेंट, लेकिन उसमें क्या होता है? उसमें ज्यादा कंट्रोल होता है, पूरा सुपरविजन होता है. लेकिन लीडरशिप क्या होती है? द कंसेप्ट ऑफ लीडरशिप इज फेवर्ड बिकॉज इट कन्वेज डायनामिज्म एंड प्रोएक्टिविटी. हमको प्रोएक्टिवली काम करना है, हमको डायनेमिक चाहिए. बच्चे हमारे तरफ देख रहे हैं, मेरे कॉलीग मेरे तरफ देख रही है, पूरी सोसाइटी मेरे तरफ देख रही है. हम क्या करना है? प्रोएक्टिवली करना है, डायनेमिक रहना है, खुद का भी ध्यान देना है, खुद को भी डेवलप करना है, और स्टूडेंट्स को, कम्युनिटी को, सोसाइटी को और नेशन को भी डेवलप करना है. सो द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ लीडरशिप is not like administration and management, जहां पर ज्यादा कंट्रोल रहता है, सुपरविजन होता है. यहां पर हमको खुद को अकाउंटेबिलिटी लेना है और ऐसी लीडरशिप करना है कि उसमें डायनेमिक और प्रोएक्टिव हो जाए. हर एक बच्चे के लिए, हर एक बच्चों के लिए. हमको मालूम है हमारे यहाँ आने वाले बच्चे कितने पुअर होते हैं, उनको इन्फेरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स होता है, उनको हमको बढ़ावा देना है, मोटिवेट करना है, मेन फ्लो में लाना है उनको. उनके पास भी एबिलिटीज है, उनके पास भी कैपेबिलिटीज है, लेकिन उसके लिए हमको डायनामिक और प्रोएक्टिव बनना है. सो व्हाई एकेडमिक लीडरशिप? जनरेट रिजल्ट्स and achieve your organization vision through change focused leadership. क्यों चाहिए? कि रिजल्ट जनरेट करे, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का विजन को अचीव करे. फोस्टर प्रोडक्टिविटी by designing work practices, routines, systems and structure. हमको जो गवर्नेंस चाहिए ना और जो लीडरशिप चाहिए ना, क्योंकि हमको प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ाना है. प्रोडक्टिव बनाना बोलते क्या? बच्चों को मीनिंगफुल लर्निंग करना है, उसमें उन बच्चों में सोशल और प्रोफेशनल एबिलिटी, लाइफ स्किल्स को डेवलप करना है. और उसके लिए ये जो वर्क प्रैक्टिसेस है, हमारा जो टीचिंग लर्निंग सिस्टम है, जो हमारा आजकल का रूटीन चलता है कि इंस्टीट्यूट में जाए और सिर्फ पढ़ाए, उससे बगैर अलग अलग करिकुलर, को करिकुलर, एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटी, रिसर्च, कोलैबोरेटिव एफर्ट्स कैसा कर सकते हैं, इसके लिए और एक अच्छा सिस्टम और स्ट्रक्चर को डेवलप करना है, उसके लिए एकेडमिक लीडरशिप की जरूरत है। एंगेज पीपल फ्रॉम अक्रॉस द कल्चर, बैकग्राउंड्स एंड लैंग्वेजेस थ्रू इफेक्टिव कम्युनिकेशन। जो अभी अभी मैंने कहा, यार बच्चे लोग मेरे ट्राइबल से आए हैं या उनका इकोनॉमिक सोशियो बैकग्राउंड थोड़ा वीक है, तो क्या हम उनको मेन स्ट्रीम में नहीं लाएंगे? तो एकेडमिक लीडरशिप क्या चाहिए? अक्रॉस द कल्चर। ना यहां कोई कास्ट रहेगा, ना कोई रिलीजन रहेगा, ना कोई जेंडर डिफरेंशिएट रहेगा। सो एक इक्विटी जो है, वो इक्विटी में ऑल अक्रॉस द कल्चर वी हैव टू रिस्पेक्ट द ह्यूमन। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। हमारे पास बच्चे आते, आज हम देखते हैं, इसके बारे में मुझे ज्यादा चर्चा नहीं करनी है, लेकिन जो कास्ट, जेंडर, रिलीजन, इसको हमको बाजू हटके हमको एक ही है, स्टूडेंट स्टूडेंट, नेशन नेशन, सोसाइटी सोसाइटी। इसको सामने रख के हमको बच्चों को स्ट्रीम में लाना है। कल्टिवेट एम्पावरमेंट, रेजिलेंसी, इंटीग्रिटी एंड ग्रोथ थ्रू योर पर्सनल डेवलपमेंट एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑफ अदर्स। देखो, क्यों लीडरशिप चाहिए? क्यों एकेडमिक लीडरशिप चाहिए? क्यों HRDC डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अंबेडकर मराठवाड़ा यूनिवर्सिटी ने आज के इस सेशन को ऑर्गेनाइज किया है? क्योंकि हमें अपने बच्चों में, हम सभी में, हमको एम्पावरमेंट को कल्टीवेट करना है, हमारे फुलनेस पोटेंशियल को हमको यूटिलाइज करना है। हमें इस रेजिलेंसी चाहिए, हमें इंटीग्रिटी चाहिए, और हमको पर्सनल डेवलपमेंट और डेवलपमेंट ऑफ अदर्स में काम करना है। और साथ ही साथ इसको काम करने के लिए स्किल्स, नॉलेज एंड पोजीशन, you need to make a transformative impact। ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव इम्पैक्ट का मतलब क्या है? मेरे बच्चे कॉम्पिटेंट होंगे, होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट होगा उनमें, they will be ready to work for either some organization or for self employment, entrepreneurship। और वो खुद का डेवलपमेंट, फैमिली का डेवलपमेंट, सोसाइटी का डेवलपमेंट, ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल डेवलपमेंट और नेशन डेवलपमेंट के लिए प्लान, पूरा काम करेंगे। इसके लिए एकेडमिक लीडरशिप चाहिए। अरे यार, आप लोग जानते हैं, बच्चा 12th के बाद 3 साल और आजकल 4 साल यूजी के लिए, 2 साल पीजी के लिए आता है। उसमें से कुछ बच्चे रिसर्च भी करते हैं 3 साल का। तो ये 4 साल का, या 4 और 2 6 साल का, या 6 और 3 10 साल का, 9 साल का, ये 9 साल का जो एजुकेशन एनवायरमेंट हम दे रहे हैं उनको, जो एबिलिटीज उनको डेवलप करनी है, ये उनको फ्यूचर में एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल सिटीजन बना रही है, जो ना ही केवल अपने खुद के लिए, अपने फैमिली के लिए, लेकिन समाज, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और देश के उन्नति के लिए प्रयास करने वाला है। तो ऐसा अगर हम डेवलप करें, देखो मैं कह रहा हूं बड़ी ऊंची ऊंची बातें, मुझे मालूम है आप बोलेंगे कि सर ये सब आइडियल बात है, लेकिन नहीं, ये आइडियल नहीं है, ये जरूरी है। आज हमारे देश में जो चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं, उस चैलेंजेस को हमको पार करना है और इसमें सब मिलकर काम करना है। उसमें जरूरी है इसकी स्किल्स, नॉलेज को हमको जरूरी डेवलप करना। एंड हेंस वी हैव टू वर्क फॉर दिस डिफरेंट एकेडमिक लीडरशिप, गवर्नेंस और मैनेजमेंट में हमको काम करना है। तो कौन सी एरिया में काम करना है हमको? in which area we really want to work in the leadership, कहाँ पे leadership करना है. टीचिंग एंड करिकुलम डेवलपमेंट. अभी जब हम बोलते हैं ना, आई विल गो बैक वंस अगेन, कि कौन से एवेन्यूज है और डोमेन्स है जिसमें हमको एकेडमिक लीडरशिप, गवर्नेंस और मैनेजमेंट को डेवलप करना है. हमने कॉन्टेक्स्ट देखा, हमने एकेडमिक लीडरशिप बोले तो क्या कहा, एकेडमिक लीडरशिप कैसी इवॉल्व हुई, क्यों चाहिए. ये जब सब देखने के बाद, यार, कमिंग टू दी वेरी माइक्रो लेवल, स्पेसिफिक, आई एम गोइंग फ्रॉम जनरल टू स्पेसिफिक. तो अभी इसमें हम बोलेंगे कि हमको कहां कहां पर हमारी जो लीडरशिप है, हमारा जो गवर्नेंस है और मैनेजमेंट को हमको बताना है. टीचिंग एंड करिकुलम डेवलपमेंट, हमको इंस्ट्रक्शनल लीडरशिप बोले तो यूजिंग इनोवेटिव टीचिंग प्रैक्टिसेस, pedagogy, then mentoring the student and ensuring effective curriculum design and delivery. जो हमारे नैक का जो एफिलिएटेड इंस्टीट्यूशन का जो मैनुअल है वो 1.1.1 कि हाउ डू यू एंश्योर इफेक्टिव करिकुलम डिजाइन एंड डिलीवरी. सो हमको लीडरशिप चाहिए, इंस्ट्रक्शनल लीडरशिप. कौन सा सब्जेक्ट है हमारा, जिसको हम आजकल कोर्स कहते हैं, बच्चों का फ्यूचर करियर और प्रोफेशन क्या है, आने वाले स्टूडेंट का क्या एट्रीब्यूट है, क्या एंट्री बिहेवियर है, फिर इसके कॉम्बिनेशन में, इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कैसा इंस्ट्रक्शनल डिलीवरी चाहिए. क्या हम ग्रुप डिस्कशन करें, क्या बच्चों को केस स्टडी दे दे, क्या फील्ड वर्क करे, क्या इंटर्नशिप दे दे, क्या कुछ मल्टीमीडिया को यूज करे, क्या करना है. देन करिकुलम डेवलपमेंट, developing and reviewing the curriculum, aligning with industry, business and commerce standards, fostering innovations and relevance in education. Every teacher must know कि करिकुलम को कैसा डेवलप होता है. क्योंकि आपने देखा है, मुझे मालूम है कि आपसे बहुत से इंस्टीट्यूट ने नैक एक्रीडिटेशन के लिए अप्लाई किया होगा, अपने ग्रेड भी हासिल किया होगा. वहां पे क्राइटेरिया 1, क्राइटेरिया 2 और क्राइटेरिया 5 जो करंट है, मैं न्यू इसकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, जो आने वाला फ्रेमवर्क है, पुराने फ्रेमवर्क में क्राइटेरिया 1 में हमने कहा था कि उसने कहा था कि हमको वैल्यू एडेड कोर्सेज कौन से लिए. क्राइटेरिया 2 में भी हमने बात किया. क्राइटेरिया 1 में हमने ये कहा कि बच्चों को हम वैल्यू एडेड कोर्स के अलावा बच्चों में ह्यूमन वैल्यूज इथिक्स के लिए क्या किया, एनवायरनमेंट के लिए क्या किया आपने, सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए क्या किया, क्या कौन से कोर्सेज पढ़ाए. हम क्राइटेरिया 2 में देखें कि बच्चों में आपने क्या क्या को करिकुलर एक्टिविटी कंडक्ट की है. क्राइटेरिया 5 में हमने स्किल्स कौन से डेवलप किए हैं. यानी कि हमारे टीचर्स को मालूम चाहिए कि जो करिकुलम हमने बनाया, जो बच्चे आते हैं, जो उनका फ्यूचर प्रोफेशनल अचीवमेंट है, करियर अचीवमेंट है, तो उसको ट्रांसफॉर्म करने के लिए कुछ गैप्स है क्या, क्या करना चाहिए. जैसे कि मैंने पहले कहा कि हमारा इंस्टीट्यूशन कोई रूरल में है, कुछ ट्राइबल में है, सेमी अर्बन, अर्बन और मेट्रो में, हर जगह की जरूरतें अलग होती है. तो हमें जो यूनिवर्सिटी का करिकुलम आया है उसमें कुछ ऐड ऑन करनी जरूरी है क्या, इसके लिए करिकुलम डेवलपमेंट की प्रैक्टिसेस चाहिए. तो ये एबिलिटी हमारे में चाहिए. सेकंड, रिसर्च एंड स्कॉलरशिप. we have to go for the doing lot of resources for funding, research, and developing a culture of scholarship research. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट लीडरशिप का क्या, अगर हम टीचर है और हम पब्लिकेशंस नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम कोई फंडिंग, वो चाहे हमारा माइनर रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट हो, मेजर रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट हो, मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट, हमारा ये भी काम चाहिए कि हम रिसर्च करें और डिसिमिनेशन ऑफ नॉलेज करें. हमारे पब्लिकेशंस है, सेमिनार, कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती है.
2 मैसेज आया है.
ये जो एक्सचेंज ऑफ नॉलेज है, एक्सचेंज ऑफ नॉलेज.
मैसेज लिखा है कि
प्लीज म्यूट
दिख
योर,
नहीं रहा.
प्लीज म्यूट,
PNR 8915628663.
प्लीज म्यूट,
प्लेन नंबर 1.
प्लीज म्यूट. सो डिसिमिनेशन ऑफ नॉलेज इज इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट. सो हम देखो, हम टीचर जो होते हैं, प्रोफेसर, हमको बच्चों को पढ़ाना है, उनमें नॉलेज, स्किल, एटीट्यूड करना है, रिलेवेंट एबिलिटीज को डेवलप करना है, होलिस्टिक डेवलप करना है. उसके साथ ही साथ हमको रिसर्च भी करनी है, हमको पब्लिकेशन भी करना है, ना ही केवल हमको इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी को भी रजिस्टर करना है. कि पूरे वर्ल्ड में, पूरे जगत में आज जो आईपीआर है, इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट है, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है. इनोवेशन करना चाहिए, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप करना चाहिए, उसको हमको बढ़ावा देना चाहिए. तो ये जो एवेन्यूज में आपको लीडरशिप को डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट करना है, इसके ऊपर आपको काम करना है. ना ही केवल जब हम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और ऑपरेशन की बात करते, चाहे यूनिवर्सिटी हो या हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन, फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट कैसा होता है, फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट कैसी करने हैं, कैसा मेंटेन करना है, प्लानिंग क्या करनी है, सेफ और फंक्शनल कैंपस को कैसे डेवलप करना है. आज हमको बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है कि आईटी का, इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, क्या ईआरपी चाहिए, क्या इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म हमारे पास चाहिए, स्टूडेंट को और फैकल्टी को कैसे सपोर्ट करें, और आजकल के जमाने में साइबर सिक्योरिटी का कैसा ख्याल करें. और जब हम ये आईटी को यूज कर सकते हैं तो डेटा इंटीग्रिटी कैसा करते हैं. देखो, हमको लगता है ना लीडरशिप, एकेडमिक लीडरशिप क्या है, ये सब एकेडमिक लीडरशिप है. एक एवेन्यू है इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी. आप आर्ट्स के हो या कॉमर्स के हो, साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी, सभी को इस टेक्नोलॉजी को हमको हासिल करना है. इसमें भी लीडरशिप हमको डेवलप. स्वयं एनपीटीईएल आपको मालूम है, ये सब आना शुरू हुआ है. ना ही इतना कोर्सेरा है, हार्वर्ड के कोर्सेस है, बहुत सा ओपन लर्निंग सिस्टम, डिजिटल लर्निंग सिस्टम अवेलेबल है. उसका बेनिफिट लेने के लिए बच्चों को, अपनों को, सबके लिए इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी में लीडरशिप देनी है. साथ ही साथ ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेस में हाउ डू यू रिक्रूट. मैं एक यूनिवर्सिटी में फिलहाल काम करता हूं, जेएसपीएम यूनिवर्सिटी जो पुणे में है. दूसरा साल है हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी का. हमारे पास 300, मोर देन 300 फैकल्टीज है. हमारे यहाँ पर जो रिक्रूटमेंट होता है और रिटेनमेंट फैकल्टी का होता है, उसके लिए हमने अच्छी पॉलिसी बनाई है. पूरे देश से हमने अच्छे अच्छे फैकल्टी को रिक्रूट किया है. और यही भी इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हम फैकल्टी के लिए कंटिन्यूस ट्रेनिंग डेवलपमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज करते हैं. उनको कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए, उनको सेमिनार के लिए हम उनको स्पॉन्सरशिप देते हैं. तो ये जो ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेस है आपका बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, आप और हम बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट. ह्यूमन रिलेशंस, रिक्रूटमेंट प्रोसेस और एम्प्लॉय मैनेजमेंट रिलेशन. मुझे ये मालूम है, ताकि मैं ग्राउंड रियलिटी में काम किया है, कि आप में से कुछ लोग बोलेंगे कि ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेस sometimes beyond your control. Your management does that work task. But then we need to create an environment. We need to even educate the management that now if we have to go for a real education, a meaningful learning to serve the society, we have to focus on the HR, and that's why we require. Some of you may become tomorrow heads of department. You will become professors. You will become principal and director. You have to keep in mind, not today possible, but in the future time. And not only that, to work in a collaborative way, you can have to demonstrate this part into the then student affairs and enrollment management. हमको ये भी काम बहुत करना पड़ता है कि स्टूडेंट की सपोर्ट सर्विसेज क्या होता है, बच्चे आते हैं, लोग बोलते हैं कि बच्चे सिंसियर नहीं है, अटेंडेंस बहुत कम है, इवन एग्जाम को भी नहीं बैठते हैं, कुछ प्रोग्राम कंडक्ट करना है तो बच्चे रिस्पॉन्स नहीं करते। हमको इस चीज को ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। हमको एकेडमिक एडवाइजिंग, करियर काउंसलिंग, पर्सनल एंड साइकोलॉजिकल सपोर्ट और डिसेबिलिटी सर्विसेज, इसके ऊपर काम करना पड़ेगा। इस एरिया में भी हमको प्रॉपरली ह्यूमन रिसोर्स को डेलीगेट करके, उनको एम्पावर करके, इस एरिया में भी हमको स्टूडेंट सपोर्ट सर्विसेज देनी चाहिए। बच्चा ऐसा नहीं डेवलप होगा। बच्चों में बहुत डिफिकल्टी होती है, कभी लर्निंग डिफिकल्टी होती है, कभी साइकोलॉजिकल इश्यूज होते हैं, कभी कभी पर्सनल इश्यूज होते हैं, कभी कभी उसको मालूम नहीं होता है कि मुझे आगे क्या करना है, किसी ने कहा इसलिए एडमिशन ले लिया। इसलिए हम सब मिलकर गवर्नेंस क्यों चाहिए कि देखो काम, अगर आप बोलेंगे कि यार लीडरशिप तो इस एरिया में इतने एवेन्यूज में काम करनी है, अगर गवर्नेंस अच्छा है तो इसको हम अच्छी तरह से कर सकते हैं। स्टूडेंट एंगेजमेंट, बच्चों में सेंस ऑफ कम्युनिटी डेवलप करना है, फोस्टर करना है, उनमें लीडरशिप डेवलपमेंट करना है, और उसके लिए को करिकुलर, एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटी लेना है, एनएसएस लेना है, एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग लेना है। और ये सब जब करते हैं तब हमको पूरी तरह से अच्छा रिजल्ट मिलेगा जो हम कहते हैं। नहीं तो अगर ये नहीं है तो हम उसको नहीं कर सकते। और इसलिए भी हमको प्रॉपरली एनरोलमेंट मैनेजमेंट को देखना, बच्चों को पता चाहिए एक प्रॉपर, बच्चों को कैसे एडमिशन की पॉलिसी, प्रॉपर ओरिएंटेशन, करियर गाइडेंस। बच्चे बहुत से, जैसे मैंने कहा पहले पहले आपको कि ड्रॉप आउट बहुत होता है, उनको रिटेंशन कैसा करे, और बच्चों में एक डाइवर्स एंड क्वालिफाइड स्टूडेंट का बॉडी कैसा बने, इसके लिए पूरा कोशिश करना चाहिए। यहां पर भी हमको लीडरशिप की बहुत जरूरी होती है। यानी हम जो लीडरशिप करते हैं उसके अलग अलग एवेन्यू देखो, या और एक एवेन्यू जहां पर तुम्हारी मेरी जरूरी है, हमारे लीडरशिप की जरूरी है, एक्सटर्नल पार्टनरशिप एंड कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट। क्राइटेरिया नंबर 3, criteria number 6, collaborating with local business, non-profit, government agencies and community organization, because it's very essential that students develop a holistic personality. Whatever knowledge I am gaining, how I can use it for the society. So our education and society, then to understand societal opportunities, societal problems, issues, we need to collaborate and develop a holistic personality. इंडस्ट्री कोलैबोरेशन, जब मैं इंडस्ट्री की बात करता हूं, मेरा कहने का मतलब ये नहीं कि सब ये इंजीनियरिंग इंडस्ट्री होगी। इंडस्ट्री का मतलब बैंकिंग हो या पब्लिक सेक्टर हो, उनके साथ हमको इंटर्नशिप के लिए रिसर्च के लिए और अलग अलग बच्चों को करियर डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम करने के लिए कोलैबोरेशन की बहुत जरूरी है। और यहां पर भी हमें एक एवेन्यूज में लीडरशिप की बहुत जरूरी होती है। एल्यूमिनी एंगेजमेंट, जो स्टूडेंट पास आउट हुए हैं वो हमारे लिए एक बहुत रिसोर्सेस है। उनका एक नेटवर्किंग क्रिएट करके आजकल नैक में कर रहे हैं। इफेक्टिवनेस आपको ही मालूम है, लेकिन हमने देखा है कि इसका बहुत फायदा अपने बच्चों के लिए होता है, इंस्टीट्यूट के लिए होता है। एंड फॉर दैट वी हैव टू वर्क ऑन दैट पर्टिकुलर टास्क। एंड ऑब्वियसली वी हैव टू गो, एज आई मेंशन टू यू, ऑन प्लान डेवलपमेंट। अलग एरिया एकेडमिक लीडरशिप जहां में हमको काम करना है, इसके बारे में तो हम आगे भी देखने वाले हैं। स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लानिंग क्या होना चाहिए, विजन और मिशन अपना, अपने इंस्टीट्यूट का, अपने यूनिवर्सिटी का, अपने डिपार्टमेंट का, अपना खुद का, बच्चों का स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लान। ऐसा कोई रैंडमली तो डेवलप नहीं होता है, हमको प्रॉपरली स्ट्रेटेजिकली प्लान करना चाहिए। और हाउ वी कैन ट्रांसफॉर्म इंस्टीट्यूशन। आजकल आपको मालूम है यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट कमीशन ने इंस्टीट्यूट डेवलपमेंट प्लान्स का एक डॉक्यूमेंट बनाया है। वो बहुत अच्छा डॉक्यूमेंट है, गाइडलाइन डॉक्यूमेंट है। आप में से कुछ लोगों ने उसको पढ़ा भी होगा। मैं आपको ये रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि उसको पढ़े, क्योंकि जो हमारे हायर एजुकेशन के गोल्स है, उस गोल्स क्या है, उस गोल को अचीव करने के लिए क्या क्या एनेबलर्स है और क्या प्लानिंग करना पड़ेगा और कैसा इंस्टीट्यूट ट्रांसफॉर्म होगा। जब तक इंस्टीट्यूट ट्रांसफॉर्म नहीं होता, हमें जो हमारे एजुकेशन के गोल्स है, एम्स है, वो हासिल नहीं होंगे। और उसके लिए विजन, मिशन, स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लानिंग इज इंपॉर्टेंट। वो एरिया में आपको काम करना है। मैं कुछ इनपुट इसके बारे में भी आपको देना है। और नथिंग टू से अबाउट दैट, इन ऑल दीज थिंग्स वी हैव टू हैव ए ethics, accountability and compliance to the regulatory requirement। ये सबको मुझे मालूम है कुछ पॉइंट्स है जो मैनेजमेंट से भी बात होनी चाहिए, जो आपकी इंस्टीट्यूशन का मैनेजमेंट है उनसे भी बात करनी चाहिए। लेकिन मैं आपको जो कह रहा हूं उसका उद्देश्य यह है कि आप कल बनकर एचओडी बनोगे, आप प्रिंसिपल बनोगे, डायरेक्टर बनोगे, आपको यूनिवर्सिटी में डीन बनोगे। आपको इस एरिया में काम करने के लिए एथिक्स और ethical decision making, accountability is very important to us. So to have all these things, very important। मैं जब भी टीचर से बात करता हूं तो टीचर को कहता हूं कि यार हमने टीचिंग प्रोफेशन को अपनाया है, हम अभी अपने एरिया में, अलग अलग एरिया में काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन एक 3-4 कॉन्सेप्ट को पूरी तरह से समझना चाहिए। अगर अपना जीवन, अपना करियर एज ए टीचर सक्सेसफुल करना है तो उसमें जो फाउंडेशन बनता है ये कुछ डेफिनेशंस का है। एक एक कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ एजुकेशन, अगर हमको कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ एजुकेशन मालूम है तो हमारा हर एक एक्ट बहुत रिलेवेंट रहेगा। सेकंड, जो थोड़ी देर पहले मैंने आपको कहा था, करिकुलम डेवलपमेंट। हमको मालूम चाहिए कि करिकुलम कैसा डिजाइन होता है। थर्ड एस्पेक्ट, लर्निंग, स्टूडेंट कैसा लर्न करता है, लर्निंग का कॉन्सेप्ट मालूम चाहिए। और चौथा कॉन्सेप्ट मालूम चाहिए, टीचिंग, एजुकेशन, करिकुलम डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट, लर्निंग एंड टीचिंग। ये 4 कॉन्सेप्ट को अगर आप पूरी तरह से अपनाए, इम्बाइब करें, आपका हर क्लास, आपकी आपकी हर एक एक्टिविटी, लर्निंग एक्टिविटी बहुत अच्छी हो जाएगी। इसलिए आज भी जब मैंने अभी बात किया, कॉन्टेक्स्ट की बात किया मैंने, क्या कॉन्टेक्स्ट है इस सब एकेडमिक लीडरशिप गवर्नेंस मैनेजमेंट का, फिर है क्या एकेडमिक लीडरशिप, कैसी इवॉल्व हुई, क्यों चाहिए, और अगर चाहिए तो सही हमारी एकेडमिक लीडरशिप के कौन से अलग एवेन्यूज है, कौन से एरिया में हमको काम करना है, रिसर्च में काम करना है, टीचिंग लर्निंग इंस्ट्रक्शनल लीडरशिप में काम करना है, करिकुलम में काम करना है, इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी में हमको चाहिए, इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट में हमको काम करना है, यानी कि कौन से अलग अलग एरिया में काम करना है, एवेन्यूज में काम करना है, ये हमने देखे। और हम जस्ट फर्स्ट बिफोर दिस स्लाइड वी टॉक अबाउट दैट वी रिक्वायर एथिक्स एंड इन दिस एरिया वी रिक्वायर। नाउ देखते हैं हम एजुकेशन जो कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ पॉलिसी एजेंडा है। देखो ये 3 कॉन्सेप्ट है एजुकेशन के। महात्मा गांधी जी ने कहा एजुकेशन इज डेवलपमेंट ऑफ बॉडी, माइंड एंड सोल। इसका मतलब क्या है? एजुकेशन इज डेवलपमेंट ऑफ बॉडी, माइंड एंड सोल। बॉडी मीन्स बच्चों में स्किल्स चाहिए, मोटर स्किल्स चाहिए, माइंड यानी इंटेलेक्चुअल स्किल्स चाहिए, और सोल का मतलब है एटीट्यूड एंड बिहेवियर। So, as per the Mahatma Gandhi ji, education is development of body, mind and soul. और हम लोगों ने इतना भी किया कि यार क्या मैं पढ़ा रहा हूं सालों सालों से, क्या मैं बच्चों में स्किल डेवलप कर रहा हूं, इंटेलेक्चुअल एबिलिटी को डेवलप कर रहा हूं, उनके एटीट्यूड्स में डेवलप कर रहा हूं? महात्मा गांधी जी ने हमको कहा। स्वामी विवेकानंद ने कहा एजुकेशन is the manifestation of divine perfection which already exists in the human being. देखो स्वामी विवेकानंद ने क्या कहा, जो पहले हमने थ्योरेटिकली देखा, कंसेप्चुअली जो देखा कि इंडिविजुअल डिफरेंसेस होते हैं। विवेकानंद जी का कहना है हर एक बच्चा, उसका सोशियो इकोनॉमिक बैकग्राउंड कुछ भी हो, वो इंटेलेक्चुअल है, उसके पास पोटेंशियल है। हमको क्या करना है? उस पोटेंशियल को मैनिफेस्ट करना है, उसको प्रमोट करना है, उसको फोस्टर करना है। और इसीलिए ही इस डेफिनेशन को जब हम एनईपी 2020 के साथ रिलेट करते हैं, स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक एजुकेशन, मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन, एग्जिट एंट्री पॉलिसी, एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग, ये सभी हमको ये बताता है कि एजुकेशन इज ए मैनिफेस्टेशन ऑफ डिवाइन परफेक्शन विच ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्ट इन द ह्यूमन बीइंग। ये अगर स्वामी विवेकानंद जी की जो कॉन्सेप्ट है एजुकेशन की, एनईपी 2020 के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हम समझते हैं, अपनाते हैं, तो वही तो लीडरशिप आप अच्छी तरह से निभा पाएंगे। रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर ने कहा the highest education is that which does not merely give us an information but makes our life in harmony with all existence. रिलेवेंस चाहिए पर्सनल डेवलपमेंट के लिए, फैमिली डेवलपमेंट के लिए, सोशल डेवलपमेंट के लिए, ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल डेवलपमेंट के लिए, प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट के लिए, नेशनल डेवलपमेंट के लिए, और वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। तो रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर, हमको इस कॉन्सेप्ट को समझना है। और उस तरह से अगर हम काम करते तो ये जो एकेडमिक लीडरशिप की जरूरी है वो हर पल में आ जाएंगे। और एक डेफिनेशन बनाना चाहता हूं जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मुझे अच्छी लगी। सर अरबिंदो ने क्या कहा, देखो, एजुकेशन is meant to bring out the best in the man, to develop his potentialities to the maximum, to integrate him with himself, his surrounding, his society, his country, and humanity, to make him the complete man, the integral man. देखो मेरे टीचर दोस्तों, हमारा
দেখো
नोबेल
বৃদ্ধা
प्रोफेशन है।
মাকে ঘরে তালাবন্দি করে বউ বাচ্চাদের নিয়ে মহাকুম্ভে ছেলে
Will you please
উদ্ধারের
mute your
সময় খিদের জ্বালায় প্লাস্টিক খেতে যাচ্ছিলেন মহিলা।
will you please mute your mic, ma'am?
তা করো কি অবস্থা।
Ma'am, will you please mute your mic? So we as an educationalist, we have to see our life, our career is a noble profession, noble career. हमको सबको, we have our own difficulty, our problem, but ultimately giving is very important. So we must understand that education is meant to bring out the best in the man, to develop his potentialities to the maximum, to integrate him with himself. We cannot, even we are not giving our own self respect जो बोलते हैं, खुद को develop करने, his surrounding, his society, his country. Okay. So if we work into that, and that's why it is said that education is the process of facilitating the learning or the acquisition of knowledge, skills, values, moral, belief, and habits. So for all this, a basic concept of education is process. Education is a process. We say that what matters in higher education? No, it matters. And in that context, we have to work into that. And in this context, when we talk in the structured way, the concepts globally being used, there is a Bologna process which have decided internationally the objectives of higher education. We all teachers, we all heads of departments, we all principals, directors, the future deans of the universities, we must know the objectives of higher education. If we know that you require a leadership in education, we must know the objectives of education. Preparing for employment. If I'm going to provide academic leadership, I must know the objectives of higher education so that I can provide successful leadership. Preparing for employment. Preparing for a life as an active citizen in a democratic society. He must be a good citizen too. Not only degree certificate, but he must be work as a citizen in a democratic nation. Third, personal development. Body, mind, soul, integral man, complete man. And this that complete man and integral man, we have to provide, we have to go and give this particular task into the students so that they work in the real sense as such. So we as a student should, we as a teacher, we must focus on the personal development. क्यों चाहिए NSS, क्यों चाहिए NCC, क्यों चाहिए एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग, क्यों चाहिए इंटर्नशिप? क्योंकि पर्सनल डेवलपमेंट होनी चाहिए। टीम में कैसा काम करना है, स्ट्रेस को कैसे मैनेज करना है, इफेक्टिव कम्युनिकेशन कैसे करना है, ह्यूमन वैल्यूज, प्रोफेशनल इथिक्स को कैसे डेवलप करना है, ये ऑल पर्सनल डेवलपमेंट इज द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन एंड द डेवलपमेंट एंड मेंटेनेंस ऑफ broad, advanced knowledge base. एक lifelong learning, एक lifelong learner होना चाहिए, and this is the objectives of higher education. So we as a teacher, देखो अगर if you have these 4 objectives of higher education in front of your institute, in front of your university, in front of your department, you talk to your student, you talk to your colleagues, you talk to your friends, you talk to society, and start working in that. This dynamic, proactive approach is going to help us. And that's why we must know what is the part of that. And hence, in this context, the vision of NEP 2020. The vision of the policy is to instill among the learners a deep-rooted pride in being Indian, not only in thought, but also in spirit, intellect, and deeds, as well as to develop knowledge, skills, values, and disposition that support responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development and living, and global well-being, thereby reflecting a truly global citizen. See the vision of NEP 2020. Why academic leadership is required? अगर इस सपने को reality में transform करना है, if we want to reach this particular type of the stated vision, then we require academic leadership. You intellectual mind who are connected to me in today's session from across the country, you need to understand the vision of the policy document 2020, and we have to have what is the policy, what is the vision, that we must know. Deep-rooted pride in being Indian, not only in thought, but in spirit, intellect, deeds, knowledge, skills, values, so that we become a global citizen. My dear professors, this is our country's vision. And the vision of NEP 2020 has established a repurpose of education for India. And that transformation is only possible by developing a leadership by you and me as such. And obviously, we have to focus on the Sustainable Development Goal 4. Education, if you know the SDG 4, I'm giving a goal 4 importance. Education is a force multiplier which enables self-reliance, boost economic growth by enhancing skills, and improve people's life by opening up opportunities for better livelihood. ये सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल का 4 है कि we say that education is a force multiplier which enables self-reliance, अपने खुद के पैरों के ऊपर खड़े होने की ताकत तैयार करता है, इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ बनती है, स्किल्स को डेवलप होती है, and creating new opportunities for better livelihood. We know, I don't know how many of you observe, lot of people are still poor. They don't get food. They start their home early in morning with their tiffin, searching for work, waiting for work. Sometimes they will get work, sometimes they will finish that tiffin there itself, go back home. Some of the population don't get food. we have to change this situation. The National Education Policy 2020 has brought a lot of policy agenda, but it requires academic leadership, governance, and it requires equally a sort of the management aspect into that. So, professors, we always have to focus on developing 5 types of mind. Disciplinary mind. If the student is of history or a political science or zoology or chemistry or commerce or business management or IT, he must have a disciplinary mind. APJ Abdul Kalam talked about it. Not only having mind, it must be a creative mind. He must give the birth to the creativity. Creativity means application of that knowledge must be possible. If only disciplinary mind is there, but creative mind may not be there, he may not be able to work onto that. So creative mind, applying the knowledge learned in arts, commerce, science. That's why we require a pedagogy, we require a teaching. Third mind, synthesizing mind, multidisciplinary approach, interdisciplinary approach. I am a student of humanity, learning political science. Then I must know that what type of public administration, what type of public policies are required for the environment of a social sector, a what community. And at the same time, I must know what economics model is required. So synthesizing is important. So synthesizing interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. A student of science and technology must know economics, must know commerce. The student of sociology must know psychology, must know economics. Synthesizing mind. Fourth mind is ethical minds. We must have all ethics. Ethics will make very important for us, which will change our personality. And fifth type of the mind is respectful mind. Give respect to self, to your every member of family, to the society, to the community, to the profession, to the organization, to the nation. So APJ Abdul Kalam says, if you really want to develop a successful life, you must promote, a teacher must promote these 5 types of mind. And I think you and me as a teacher, what leadership is required is to develop the student into this part of that. So APJ Abdul Kalam says, the purpose of education, see, read carefully. The purpose of education is to make good humans with skills and expertise, and enlightened human beings can be created by teachers. You and me, my dear professor, read this particular statement. The purpose of education, हमने जो भी अभी तक देखा है, whatever we discuss about the education, is to make good humans with skills and expertise. The enlightened teachers, enlightened human beings can be created by the teachers. This is what APJ Abdul Kalam says. So, till now, we talk of education is life and career. We talk about objectives of education. We talk about sustainable development goal 4 and the concept of education. We talk that HEA has got the vision and mission. And we also talk that in this all context, leadership and management is vital. This summary of the first part of delivery. first part of the delivery, which we talk about to develop really an educational leadership. This is not a simple concept. I told you in the beginning. ये आज का तो 3 घंटे का लेक्चर है आज का, लेकिन इसको आपको प्रैक्टिस करना पड़ेगा. You have to practice it. You have to demonstrate it. And of course, we are going to discuss all these things. What I try to do in the part first is to prepare you the ground कि यार really why academic leadership is required, what is that context, and how we can do into that. Now we'll see the academic leadership, what are the attributes and dimensions of that. This will quickly take into that. What concept is that? That leaders in higher education institution, such as vice chancellors, principal, professors, deans, department head, teachers, set the vision,
लिहिणं झालं का?
Thete sir will join again in 10 minutes. Don't leave the meeting.
Thank you. Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm very sorry. There was some problem in my
Okay.
connectivity. Yeah. Huh?
It
I'm
was
sorry. I
our
just
break time, sir. Coincidentally, it was our break time.
oh, thanks God. Thanks God. Huh? I'll start again. Okay. Is it now visible?
No, sir. We're sharing.
Yeah.
It is started the screen sharing, but it is not visible. Now it is visible, sir.
Visible. Nah? Good. So, welcome back. So you got, like a natural break because of my internet issue. Sorry for the inconvenience, those who stay connected. So we talk we discuss leadership, the concept of leadership. Once again, we have taken the review. I'll quickly go back. Uh, this is what we discussed sometime before this break. And when we talking about that, we talk about that how the education is our life and career too that we focus overall gist. Then what are the objectives of higher education when we are going to demonstrate the leadership? Then how the sustainable development goal and concept of education? Because when we talk of academic leadership, we must know this is why we require leadership and where we have to do that or demonstrate that particular leadership as such. Then higher education has got a mission and vision that we all discuss. And then every moment we were trying to relate it with the leadership concept. So how the leadership and management is important for that. And then we shifted to the attributes and dimension of the academic leadership. And we said that leaders in higher education institution such as vice chancellors, principals, professor, dean, department heads, and teacher, they set the vision and direction for this. It's very important. These all people, they set the direction. They set the vision for the institution. And that's why they require academic leadership is required to them. What really they do when they demonstrate the leadership? They inspire faculty, staff, students by articulating a compelling mission, fostering a culture of academic excellence, and promoting values such as diversity, inclusion, and innovation. हम जो नई जनरेशन को बना रहे हैं, ये काम अलग है. ये कोई इंडस्ट्री नहीं है, ये काम अलग है. ये ह्यूमन से रिलेटेड है, ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट करना है. और दैट ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट वी हैव टू वर्क, एंड दैट्स व्हाई यू हैव टू क्रिएट ए एनवायरनमेंट इन द इंस्टीट्यूशन, इन द यूनिवर्सिटी, in such a fashion that we compel the mission. We have to work in a mission mode, in excellence, in academic excellence. Okay. And if we have to promote the values such as diversity. I talked you sometime before, religion,
I think Thete sir is disconnected. He will join again. Don't leave the meeting. He has joined again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, I don't know what happened to the internet. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience to all of you.
No problem, sir. We can understand.
Yeah. Generally, it doesn't happen with me because in my university, I have good connection. But today, I just inquire. There was some work is going on, and the excavator has cut that particular cable, internet cable, and that's why this particular difficulty. Sorry for the inconvenience to all of you. So now in this context, the elements of academic leadership is setting vision and mission. So we leaders have to set the very clear vision and mission, and what are the values, what are the goals, what is the commitment to excellence, and this must be shared with the stakeholders, including faculty, staff, students, so and to so. Then strategic planning. We discussed earlier. Again, we are going to see this in detail. But the strategic planning is where. So all we talk of VC, director, principal, dean, HOD, they lead strategic planning. So strategic planning effort so that we can set the priorities, allocate the resources, and attain the objectives of that. And obviously, we have to assess the internal and external landscape, what we call is a SOC analysis. What are the strengths? What are the weaknesses? What are the opportunities? What are the challenges? So this landscape must be done by the academic leaders so that we can enhance these strategies and academic programs, research initiatives, whatever we want to provide in the academic background as such. And obviously, we have to try for the academic excellence. Where we discussed earlier, we have to talk on the promoting rigorous standards of teaching, research, and scholarship. And also, we have to support all entire faculty recruitment, retention, their professional development, so that we ensure high quality academics experiences to the students. So the different elements of the academic leadership is vision, mission, strategic planning, academic excellence, where we have to work into that. And hence, for a effectiveness in academic leadership, a leadership must be a visionary leadership, strategic planning, collaborative engagement, academic excellence, diversity and inclusion, ethical leadership, resource management, and all these together we have to align. So all these aspects, all these 7 aspects, visionary leadership, that will bring effectiveness, strategic planning, collaborative engagement, academic excellence, diversity and inclusion, and ethical leadership. So for that, definitely we have to align. Having talked all these things, we have to begin with self and self goal, professional competencies, career and SDG 4. We all, my dear professor, we have to align with the requirement of leadership. That alignment is very important. Now, how we'll do? We have to go for a planning the strategic way. Okay. So a professional development process of our own self to become an academic leader is important. So we'll discuss now a strategic way. So relax. Take a long breath. Talk to self. not now, but afterwards to the family and friends and your mentors. Take some time and write it. As I said you during the session, that this leadership role, or itself teacher role, is a very dynamic role, is a complex role. It required vision, it required leadership. So we must think ourselves, we must give time to ourselves. So relax, relax. Take long breath, talk to self. What is my duty? I remember at this moment the quote of which talks about the future. So Gautam Buddha's very favorite quote, hey man, where are you going? Please come down. What is the purpose of life? Don't fly. Come down. Look back. What is the purpose of life? Where are you going? Don't fly. So we need to see why we are on this planet. We need to see why we are on this planet. What is the purpose of life? Nowadays we are just flying. But we must know the purpose of life and purpose of career. We must talk to ourselves. What is our mission? What is our vision? Because I told you again and again, our profession is something unique, noble profession. So to have that, set self-life goals, self-mission, vision, policy and mandate. We have to have. When I talk about personal development, our self-development is equally important. Give time to self. It's very important. Talk to self. We don't talk to self. Have you ever seen that you have taken 1 hour time or 2 hour time for yourself, just thinking how the things are going on in the life, how we are doing, are we well, what is our goal, what we want to achieve, what are the strengths in me, what are the weaknesses, what are the opportunities for me, what are the challenges. So self-life goal, mission, you should have a mission and vision, policy and mandate. In the beginning, madam, read my CV. CV, why I'm talking about my CV? Because I decided that every year I will publish at least one research paper. I will attend at least one international or national conference. At least I will complete or attend one faculty development program. So I have to set certain goals regarding qualification, because we have to have our vision, where I want to go, where I really want to work, what is my mission. If I have accepted this teaching as one of my profession, how I can work, and I must have a certain policies and mandate for me. So likewise, we all need to work onto that. So you develop yourself. My request to all of you. I don't say that you are not developed. I don't say, but now in the context of the leadership, in the context of demand from the nation for the development of intellectual brains, global citizen, please give time to yourself. Who am I? Explore self. Talk to self. Who am I? What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? Really, what are my purpose of life? What is the purpose of life and what is the purpose of goal of my career? Talk to self. The area to which we are going to serve is altogether different. Okay. So in that context, then what is you are? What is your mission? What is your mission? Where you want to be? What you want to be? They say, I was lecturer. I was just lecturer working in some area. I always try to build myself through the different strategies, and I have kept some vision. You may ask me, have your vision is accomplished? No, my vision is different. I want to do something more. I really want to enlighten my student, my faculty, and we contribute to the nation development. So, like things, you must know what you are, what is your mission, what you want to be. And to want to be, set the plan, policy, mandate, your action plan. While doing so, search for your hobby. You should have a hobby. When I'm talking to you, sometimes I feel that we are going very serious. But no, have hobby, because that hobby will give you energy. You can sing, you can have a drama, you can act, you can have a good, say, you go for, travel, you cook something at home. So you must have a hobby here, and we should sustain it. That gives boost your energy, that gives you a very boost to your career. I don't want that always, as said by Gautam Buddha, don't fly, come down, look back. What is the purpose of life? So you have to enjoy the life also. Because I told you again and again, number of times I have told you right from the beginning, our profession is a noble. There are a lot of expectation from the nation, from global. And we have to develop in the personality, the future of the nation. But for that, we must also get developed. हम भी human being है, हमको भी कुछ hobbies है. So that hobbies you must develop. Okay, and search for hobby and sustain it, and monitor and review periodically. We must develop this very importantly for that. And for that, you can have a lot of brainstorming session. You can define your mission and vision. You can develop a strategic planning approach. This is for you and for your organization also. This we need to do, because I personally feel that if we are going to contribute for the development of society, we must also give equally importance for our self-development, to develop our mission, vision, our life goals. Okay, हमको भी family है, we have family, we have husband, wife, our children are there, your own self is there, our society. So to develop, to contribute to the society, we have to do many things into people. So in that, have a good brainstorming. Okay, define your mission and vision. I'm going to tell you something about that. And have a very strategic planning approach. I don't know how many of you go for exercise in the morning. We should do yoga, pranayam, walking, exercise, playing some game and sports. We must keep life. Because holistic development is not only my PhD, is not my publication. I want to develop in a holistic way. In that context, we have to work and plan. And this is my own concept, which has a copyright. We say me and the world. I should develop me, my family, my society, my profession, my organization, my nation, and the world. You are not small. You are very important to the world. You can contribute a lot. And that's why with that mission, with that vision, everyone to the best possible extent, we should contribute for the development of the world as such. So me and the world is my own concept where I once again sorry for this disconnect. So when we talk of all these things, we have to work on me and the world. So you have to focus on very important thing, me and the organization. What happens, you spend your career in your institute, XYZ institution or XYZ university, and you are developing. That university becomes your second home. So you have to focus on your own self and organization and develop yourself for delivering to the society. In this context, you have to work. And that's why we have to go for a strategic planning. Okay. Now we see that how this strategic planning is going to work to one aspect in our life as such. Now, when we talk of strategic planning, we have to design organization culture and excellence. So, what is mission? We must know what is our mission. And what is mission? What is the organization? You must try to answer 4 questions. Why do you exist? Any institution, any university is there. Why does it exist? Obviously, for offering undergraduate, postgraduate research studies, some diplomas and post-diplomas. What is the purpose of being in existence? What is the purpose? Okay, you offer UG, PG research. What is the purpose? Successful employment, entrepreneurship, holistic development, lifelong learning, professional development. So we must know what is the purpose of the existence. What are the core values of organization? Commitment, teamwork, excellence, space for excellence. So we have to know that my organization excellence values are quest for excellence, student-centric education, innovation, teamwork, collaboration, and how your organization is distinct from others. Because we serve in rural, urban, tribal, metros. We have different types of the program. Your students coming are different. Faculty profile is different. Your institute profile is different. So we must know how we are distinct from similar others. So you should develop a mission. Okay, it's very important. And mission, please excuse me, but I know that many faculty members, they don't know the mission of the organization. What is the mission of the institution? But mission will tell you why do you exist? What is the purpose of being in existence? What are values of organization? How we are distinct from others? And that help us to develop the leadership quality in ourselves. And in that context, we have to try. So, mission statement tells you why the organization exists, who we are, what we do, explain the basic needs that we fulfill, express the core values of the organization, and unique nature. So we must try to establish our own mission, and you should collaborate, contribute in developing or understanding the mission of the institution. Then vision, what the organization want to be. Just sometime before, we have seen the vision of NEP 2020, a vibrant knowledge society with a Indian spirit, deeds, thoughts, knowledge, skill, intellect, global citizenship, vibrant society. So this is NEP 2020 vision. So what is the organization vision? What you want to be? When you want to be an institute of a excellence where the institute have a collaboration, a center for employment, development and generation, research and development. What really? Or entrepreneurship and incubation? What do you really want to become? Or you want to be a world accredited institute? Something like that. When? Not only what, when. Because that vision is how the organization wants to be perceived in the future. What success look like? About your own self also, about your organization also. How the success look like? For example, by 2035 or 2045, my institute will be a multidisciplinary autonomous institute having a center for employment development, entrepreneurship generation, research and development, my vision of 2045. And expression of the desired end set challenges everyone to reach something. When vision is there, everyone get changed. But we have to reach to that milestone. It's our target. That's why we should have a vision. Do you really want to become autonomous? That you a direction that challenges everyone. You want a multidisciplinary institution, designing curriculum, instructional. You want to increase rate of employment and entrepreneurship close to the 100%. Whatever is your vision, it challenges everyone to reach for something. It is significant. Inspires a compelling future. A compelling future provides a long-term focus for the entire organization. We know where we have to go. Mission and vision is very important of strategic planning. And we all leaders, all my professor, we should try to develop in this particular area so that we can really contribute in the development of our students as such. And the process, I'll tell you the process of designing mission and vision. I follow a strategic planning process. What is strategic planning? It is a process to establish priorities on what you will accomplish in the near future. Okay, we go for a strategic planning. Whenever we have to design mission and vision, we follow strategic planning, which is a process which establishes priorities on what you will accomplish in the future. It forces you to make choices on what you will do and what you will not to do. You know, many times in the institution, we do some activities which are not in alignment to your mission and vision. But now, a strategic planning says that you make a choice of what you will do and what you will not to do. Pulls entire organization around a single game plan, mission and vision. And it will also outline what resources are required. Let us see the model. There are so many models of strategic planning. See, now we are in the formation of a leader. How you will develop a leadership amongst yourself, academic leadership. So we are talking about mission, vision, strategic planning. So how the strategic planning you will do when you go back to your institution? One model which I am going to talk to you today, A, B, C, D, E model. Assessment, baseline, components designed to specific, and evaluating and monitoring. Say, let us see next slide for detail. This is the model. In 3 phases, where we are, where we want to be, how we are doing. So, this A, B, C, D, E, these are the component elements of strategic planning. So, what you will do after going back to the institute, you will do the strategic planning. First, in a strategic planning, we require teamwork. We have to take the members from students, faculty, staff, our stakeholders like parent, industry, and business. Okay, and all those people are in closed loop that you have to take and do the assessment of the institution. First, you have to assess. So, first you have to form, I hope you are able to see.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for your feedback. Now, when we talk of these all things, we have to focus on the assessment of the institution. What is the origin of the institution? When the institution started, with what context it was started, what was the purpose? What was the purpose of establishing the institution? Since establishment till today, what are the up and downs development phases? And what are the strengths? What are the weaknesses? What are the opportunities and challenges? So, first step of strategic planning is doing the assessment of the institution. So, you have to do this, and when you are assessing, you will form one task group which is made up of the different stakeholders. Okay, and they will study the origin of the institution, with what purpose the institution was established, what are the development phases, and as on today, what are the strengths, weakness, opportunities, and challenges. Once this 3-4 page report is ready, then we'll go to the second level, baseline. Out of this assessment, you will define what is the purpose with which institute was established. The strengths and weaknesses will tell you the present. What is the present of the institution? What are the strengths? What are the weaknesses? Future. Based upon this document assessment, it will tell you what is the future. From the opportunities and challenges, you will know what is the opportunities available in the future. What are the challenges in the future? So, based upon the assessment document, you will come to know what is the present, what are strengths and weaknesses, future, what are the opportunities and challenges. Then, from the strengths and weaknesses, and also from the development phases, you will come to know that what are the organizational values. If we succeeded, why we succeed? If we failed, why we failed? And what should be the core values to be successful, to grab the opportunities and to overcome the challenges. So that values you have to define, you have to set, and you have to find what are the gaps in the institution. Based upon the challenges, based upon the weaknesses, based upon the grabbing of opportunities, you have to find the gaps in the institution. So, the strategic planning group you will form in the institution, where students, staff, faculty, stakeholders are the member. One task group of 7 to 8 members. Then you form a baseline. So baseline document is ready with 3 to 4 pages. Now come to the next stage, C component. The purpose and present from the baseline will tell you what is the mission of the organization. Why do you exist? Purpose, present. So why do you exist? The mission statement will be there from the baseline. What is your purpose and what your present? What you are is present and purpose that will define your mission. The earlier slide I have shown you, that is an empirical definition of mission. This is a scientific way of coming to the mission statement. Then vision, your future will tell you the vision. The future, whatever your challenges, whatever your opportunities, that will tell you the vision of the institution. From values, you will get the core values. And from the gaps, to meet the vision, to follow the mission, your mission and vision will tell you what are the goals. Vision will tell you what are your short-term goals, what are your medium-term goals, what are your long-term goals. And based upon that goals, you can set the objectives, specific objectives. Number one objective could be that planning or establishing students guidance and support cell. This is your one of the goal. Okay. And for that goal, what are the different objectives? Objectives is conducting career guidance camps, establishing the psychological counseling center. Third is conducting the psychometric test for the student. Objectives. So likewise you have to go for setting the objectives and what are the resources required for that. I will once again appeal all of you to follow the institution development plan document of the University Grant Commission, which gives you a thorough idea about this. So once you go to the third level, here you will get mission, objectives of the institution. Then to follow the mission, to grab the vision and to abide to our core values and meeting the goals, you go for designing to the we need to conduct for student, for staff, for faculty, co-curricular activity, what seminar, what conferences, What projects we need to take? Research development project, community development project, exchange project, student exchange project. What is our target? How many collaboration you want to do? How many students you want to become entrepreneur? What is your target for making student employable? Set the target and also set the standards. Standards means research. For example, 2-3 example. Standards multidisciplinary research or filing and award of intellectual property right, employment of student in the multinational companies, set and set the action plan for that. And this has to be properly, you have to make a periodic review. Whether whatever action plan you have prepared, whether this plan is followed or not. And based upon the evaluation and monitoring and the feedback, you have to come into that. So dear professors, you have to follow a strategic planning model, ABCDE model, which will give you structured and systematic way to reach to the goals of the education, the aims of education, whatever we discuss. So we have to go strategically. This is nothing theoretical. I work pan-India. I have worked for different universities, central universities, deemed universities, private universities, state universities, and even institution, all type of institution. Because see, what we are doing, but we are not doing scientifically structured way. And that's why we have to work on this strategic planning model as such. So what we see in this previous slides discussion, that education and career, we have to go for that. And for that, mission and vision is very important for the organization development and self-development too. Same thing you can follow for the self. Mission and vision is important. So what is mission? What is vision? Or how it is developed? Then we also see I and the world in which we have to work. And what should be the strategic approach? See, we should develop a strategic approach now. In the times to come, in the current and future, we must go strategically, systematically in self-development and development of profession, career, and even for societal development. So all that we have to work a strategic approach. And we also have talked about development of the different capabilities, which are very essential that we have to work, and we have to work understand that leadership capability. Because since morning, I mean, since 11 o'clock, we are talking about the different aspect of leadership, different attributes of leadership. But how do you transform that leadership? And for that, we have to work and develop into leadership as such. Now we move to the next part of our discussion. And this is nothing but demonstrating the leadership. How you demonstrate? So we know that for a leader, he must have a vision, mission, strategic planning, self-development and organizational development. We also seen what is the scientific way, a structured way of developing self and developing organization. Now, when we actually demonstrate the leadership on the floor, let us see the core part. You should ask 4 fundamental questions. Now I'm coming to the macro to micro. Okay, when you have to demonstrate, we have to think from macro to micro. So we should ask fundamental questions which are asked in the curriculum design. Same we should ask, what educational purpose institute seek to attain? What institutional purpose institutions seek to attain? So we must ask, what education, our mission, our vision, all that we have to think about. Second question you should ask, what educational experiences can be provided that are likely to attain these purposes? Okay. I'm again going back. What educational purpose? Now, NEP is our purpose. NEP 2020 agenda is our purpose. NEP vision is our purpose. So we must know what are the educational purpose, what educational experiences can be provided that are likely to explain these purposes. Seminar, conferences, okay, curriculum design, instructional leadership, pedagogy, research, internship, experiential learning, multidisciplinary education. So what educational experiences are required for students to attain these purposes? Third question, how can these educational experiences be effectively organized? बच्चों को तो ग्लोबल सिटीजनशिप बनाना है, मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी बनाना है, वाइब्रेंट बनाना है, इंटेलेक्चुअल बनाना है, स्किल्स भी चाहिए, इंटीग्रल मैन, कंप्लीट मैन, होलिस्टिक मैन, ये तो इंस्टीट्यूट में होगा, अपने इंस्टीट्यूट में होगा. सो organized, we as an educational leader, we have to work on to that, we have to exercise, okay, and to that. And fourth question, how can we determine whether and to what extent these purposes are being attained? So we have to have a tool, we should go that how this can be properly attained, how this can be properly attain these objectives. We must have a curricular monitoring. Curricular monitoring has to be there in that context. Total institution monitoring, our strategic plan must be in that context as such. Then comes, we have to follow the outcome-based education. Today, University Grant Commission and National Education Policy in 11 different paragraphs mention that we should follow the outcome-based education, because to all our solution, to all our if you develop a outcome-based education ecosystem in your organization, in your universities, you will be able to meet to your mission and vision. Okay. So what is outcome-based education? You should say what are the mission and vision of the institution, department. Based upon that mission and vision, what is after graduation, what is the career and professional achievement for the graduation? Are they going for employment? Are they going to be a research scholar? Are they going to become entrepreneurs? Are they going to be a lifelong learner? Are there going to be a professional experience experts? What are the objectives for which we are going to work? To attain that, what competencies are required? Program outcomes. During the graduation, or if it may be a 2 years of post-graduation, what are the really the objectives, what are the competencies that we want to develop among the students, that we should try the program outcome, the competencies that we have to plan for. We need to develop that we have to see, and how these competencies can be developed through our different courses, subject. So a simple way to reach to our vision of NEP 2020, if you develop a ecosystem, outcome-based education system in your institute, your department and institute had vision, you have said 3 to 5 career and professional achievement for the students. For that, you have come out what competencies we need to develop. And for that competencies, how the courses can be taught, so there is a holistic personality among the students. So in this way, we have to go and deliver in the upward direction as such. So our approach in enhancing the academic excellence, when you are demonstrating the leadership, is achieving according to one's abilities. That we have to try that we go for developing a student according to one's own ability. Then discovering one's talent. Our focus must be on discovering one talent and developing the diverse talent. So a leadership, when you demonstrate and how we can bring the excellence, that leadership we have to see in developing one's abilities, one's talent. You have to discover, as said by Swami Vivekananda, and we have to go for a developing multi-talents, multidisciplinary education, interdisciplinary education, and in that we have to work on to that. The principles which are very much required in the governance is transparency. We have to have a very transparent, we have to be an accountable, and we have a shared governance. Okay, means whenever we do some activity, we must be a transparent decision maker, and we have an open communication. What happens today? We have a lot of gossiping goes on. Okay, and that lot of gossiping and lot of politics that we talk of, that makes us very difficult for us to work onto the part of the education. So we should have a transparency, we should have an accountability, and that accountability roles. What are your responsibility? And in that context, please come here. So what are the performance metrics? We must be accountable based upon our that. So the effective governance is only possible, Ashish Radesh. Effective governance is only possible when we collaborate, when we have a transparency, and that is one attribute of the leadership. That leadership attribute we need to develop, and we must have a very strategies for successful management. Okay, so how to manage or allocate the resources, how to manage the enrollment, how to enhance the operational efficiency. We find today that or some outreach activity, we have to find lot of problems, lot of challenges. So we have to improve our operation, co-curricular, extracurricular activities, and in that context, we have to really work very hard in doing the activities to the greater. So when we talk of governance, in that we will see now how this governance can be properly enhanced and or properly can be developed as such. Actually, governance in higher education is of policies, structures, and processes that guide and oversee the management and operation of colleges and universities. It plays a critical role in ensuring academic excellence, institutional integrity, and alignment with the societal needs. Keep in mind, it's very important. Okay, so whatever policies, I did not tell you, but with exceptions, with exception, we do not have policies. Very sorry to say, we have a policies, but only for the submission of self-study report to the NAC. What is in the real sense? In the real sense, we should have a policies, human resource policies, IT policy, research policies, academic policies, curriculum policy, etc., etc., etc. We should have a structure, good organization structure. We should have a proper SOPs, and all that we need to do. So governance is important. And why governance is required? Because now we are going to go for autonomy. We must have to have a institutional autonomy so that we get academic freedom. Today we are affiliated, that's why we are not accountable. For everything, we are making university responsible. When we become an academic autonomy, if we change the governance structure, we become academic freedom. You can design your assessment pattern, you can evaluate your students, and there will be a more accountability, more responsibility, and we will give a quality education. Because of affiliative pattern, we are not able to, or you are not taking a responsibility. We are not being accountable. For everything, we are making university responsible and accountable. But the governance needs to change. We need to now become an autonomous institution so that you will understand and you will be accountable for how this quality of education is possible as such. So this autonomy will help us give the academic freedom. It will give the institute, and we can have a very good public accountability into the area in which work. So when we talk about governance, governance refers to the systems and processes put in place to ensure that an organization operates ethically, transparently, and in alignment with objectives and stakeholder interest. हम सब लोग काम करते हैं, हम सब लोग बिजी होते हैं, हम लोग स्ट्रेस में होते हैं, प्रेशर में होते हैं. क्यों होते हैं? Because we don't have policies, we don't operate with ethically, we have not aligned ourselves with the objectives of higher education, objectives of interest of the stakeholders. So governance refers to the systems and processes put in place to ensure that organization operates ethically, transparently, and in align with an objectives and stakeholder interests. Here why academic leadership is required. It involves establishing policies, procedures, and controls to oversee decision making, risk management, and compliances. So when you have a policies and structure, we can meet to all. Governance framework often includes mechanism for accountability, transparency, and effective communication between different levels of organization and stakeholder. If you have a good governance, there won't be communication gap. Transparency. So many mechanisms that we establish, the good governance is very important for the institution as such. And obviously, for effective governance, clear governance structure. No ambiguity. No ambiguity into that. Very clear governance structure must be there. There must be transparency and accountability. Stakeholders must be engaged. Otherwise, what happens? A small group of faculty or staff, they work in the institute. Same happen about the students. Few students only are there. No, we have to involve everybody. Stakeholder, all students, all staff, all faculty must be respected, must be involved in entire process as such. Then we should have a strategic oversight. देखो हम बोल रहे हैं, बार बार आपको बता रहे हैं कि वी आर डेवलपिंग द फ्यूचर नेशन बिल्डर्स. और इन दैट कॉन्टेक्स्ट हमको ध्यान देना है. थोड़ा सोचो, यू जस्ट थिंक. और आप भी और हमारे स्टूडेंट भी, यू एंड योर स्टूडेंट बोथ, इन डे ऑफ 24 hours, 6 to 7 hours we go to bed, sleep 7 hours. 2 to 3 hours you give yourself for morning preparation, your lunch, your dinner, your exercise. So 7 plus 3. So 7 hours sleep, 3 hours preparation. So you are doing something, 10. Then if the college or institute is from 9 to 5, so you study. And you have to travel to your institute. And if you see, out of 24 hours, only 10 hours you are, out of that, 7 hours you are sleeping, 3 hours you are preparing, rest of the time you are in the mindset of your organization, your institute. Same is for the student. In a strategic way, you can give lot of things to yourself and to the community, to the student, to the stakeholder. So if you miss what? As I said you, no pressure, no stress, and working systematically, strategically, managing the time so that we really can work. Okay, so I'm talking to you so that you can plan our own life. Otherwise, you don't get time even. Like even you, many people, even I know. When I was working, I still remember I have not taken a single summer vacation, no winter vacation, always calm. Always work. Hypertension. What about self-development? What about family? What about parents? अरे सोचो थोड़ा. We have to think, and ultimately at the same time we have to give it to the students. Ethical standards and integrity. Ethics चाहिए. We should have ethics into that. That will make, integrity with the organization, with the profession, with. So the examples of this is you should have a vision and values. You should have a policies and procedures. You should have a leadership structure, well leadership structure. Okay. So our governance structure must be such a way that your administrative leaders, your university president, vice chancellor, your deans, or in department chairs, administrative officers, which is applicable in the institute and environment and all, they must be all brought into the leadership structure as such. Accountability, distributed leadership, collaborative leadership, engaging all people into organization is very important. So on all these aspects, equally we have to go with the compliance with the regulatory framework. It may be NAC, it may be nowadays ABC requirement, IDP requirement, or it may be affiliation, academic monitoring and reporting. So all identifying the regulations, because nowadays we require a lot of regulation requirement for research and development. Even we require a lot of academic audits. All these compliances we must do. If we do so, automatically the quality of education will enhance. Whatever governance means identifying the regulations in addition to whatever we discussed in the previous, monitoring and reporting how we are going, academic audit, but we should do it for ourselves, and we must do the compliances whatever required into that. Coming to the management part, after seeing the leadership and management, now we'll see what are the management aspect that we have to do. See, dear professors, I know 3 hours lecture, thanks to the internet connection, so that you got little bit breathing space. Okay, I was running to get my internet back to line, but see, we talk about the is required and different. Then we say that okay, leadership is required. How to do that? Then we talk about strategic planning, how mission, vision is there. Then we say that always people talk about good governance, good governance, good governance. What is the meaning of governance? You should have a mission, vision, you should have a strategic plan, you should have a good organization structure, you should have responsibility, ethics, distributed structure, etc., etc. Having then all these, important is management, because effective management is essential for the higher education institution success. Okay, so whatever the management activities that we have to do is, of course, we'll go for strategic planning. I will not go much into detail, as already we have discussed this particular point in detail as such. Then we have to go on developing a comprehensive strategic plan. You have to have a collaborative decision making. That is very important for the management purpose, where all stakeholders, faculty, staff, students, and even community need to be incorporated. And we have to continuously monitor, okay, so that the strategic plan is adaptive as per the it respond to the changing requirement, and whatever external factors are there, according to that, according to demographic issues, according to the result, etc., we should work into that. Then we should also have to go for a budgeting and resource, develop a comprehensive multi-year budget and accounts. You may sometimes be thinking of or asking questions or discussing that why in the NAC they are asking for the what is the process of mobilization of the funds, mobilization of the resources? Do you go for the audit? How you prepare the budgetary requirement? My dear professors, again, with exception, we teachers do not look into the budgetary requirement. But we must know how the budget for the institution is prepared. You must get involved. You as a leaders, you as a head of department, you as a future principals and deans of the universities, academic leaders of education system, you should develop a system of involving everyone in the development of a budget, a comprehensive budget. Many times we are unable to take the activities because the budgetary provisions are not made, resources are not available. So you have to have develop a comprehensive, a long-term budget. What money is required for personal development? What are the anticipatory changes in the revenue. Then what are we should also have a good budgetary controls. We hardly, as an educational leaders, we have hardly talk about the budgetary control as such. We should know how to control the budget. How to control budget means some money is given, how to spend, how to utilize them. And we should continuously review the budget as such. And obviously, we should have a good organization structure and governance. So you learn that in the institution, as I told you again and again, few people, they run the organization, they run the institution. But we have to go for a effective organization structure and governance, so that all are involved, all are given tasks, so that a good governance is possible. So we have to establish a nimble and collaborative governance model, which will empower faculty, staff, and students to contribute in institutional decision making. What happens? Very few of the institutional people, they take the decision. No, we need to involve all into that. That leadership and that management principle that we have to follow. Implement clear reporting structure and communication channel to ensure transparency and promote shared understanding of our goals and priorities. It may be a curriculum, it may be a result, it may be a conduct of activity, conferences, anything. We must run, because we have to be a visionary. We have to follow the mission. We have to reach to our goals. And for that, we need to work on to that. And we must take a regular review, not only at the end. When the bottleneck is there, that time you wake up and we start working on that. No, we must take a regular review. We should make a fashion. We should make a fashion. I have one model. If time permits, I will show you that model as such. So, management of higher education, it encompasses day-to-day operations of academic programs, administrative function, and support service. It should go smoothly. No running, no ambiguity, very clear direction, clear roles. Their management is required. If good organization structure is not there, if roles are not defined, if procedures are not laid down, day-to-day activity also becomes very difficult. Keep in mind, we are developing future citizens. A one who really don't know career goal and life goal, you are going to show him his future vision. You are going to change societal life, nation picture. So every activity is very important, and in that context, we have to talk. And we all academic managers, departmental chairs, we must be responsible for all resource allocation, the supervision, proper functioning of the institution as such. And so, effective management in this all is very important. So, the components of the management are academic program management, whatever UG, PG, research program, they must go as per the outcome-based education, as per the vision and mission, as per the professional achievement that we have to plan for. Then financial management, we have to look after that. Human resource management, we have to look for creatively. Research administration, we have to work for that. And student affair management. See, these are the different components of management. And we know that here, if you have to run the institution, run an educational organization, we require all people to work together and proper, effectively we have to manage, so that we'll get the result. And as I said you sometime before, information technology management. This is nowadays very important. And in that context, we will have to work in a systematic way. And then for effective management, as we see, a strategic alignment we have to do. As I told you, my dear professor, I work pan India. When I go to the institution, I find that things are not well organized. Coming to the present situation, the present day situation, that we have a very high level of goals, we have high level of potential, but we are very weak in the planning. We are aligning. So from that, to make it effective, we have to have a strategic alignment. We have to optimize the processes. How we can optimize the process is very important. So using IT is one of the tool will help us to work in that way as such. Then communication and collaboration. Nowadays, we require a very different types of the expertise. Even within the institution, you can take the support of different faculty. The faculty may be from the commerce department, from the arts department, from the science department. But for working for the academic program, for the goals of education, we need to come and collaborate and effective communication, which will give an effective communication and effective management to the organization. Performance management. We should have a clear performance matrix and goals for the departments, units, feedback and support for performance improvement. We talk of vision and mission. We talk of strategic planning. But if we oversee, if we ignore the performance management, we talk about performance appraisal and development system. You know to what spirit it is implemented in the institution. Okay. At least I am not happy. So we have to establish a clear performance matrix, transparent. It is for self-development. Me and my profession going to develop students, the future generation. Again and again, I'm talking about. So on that sense, we have to work. Then adaptability and innovations. See, innovations and adapting management and external factors, technology advancement, demographic shifts, economic trends. Nowadays, we talk about students' social media, use of mobile phone. We say that students are nowadays getting diversified from the education because of social media. Today, we talk about lot of IT. So we have to adapt to that and ultimately focus on education, focus on education object. Now we talk about AI, artificial discussion, but then we have to get adapted to that. And that is the personality. We have to develop our leadership such that whatever future challenges are there, we must be able to adapt and innovate into that particular direction as such. And hence, the application of AI in governance and management is very importantly we have to follow. We have to very importantly adapt to that. So artificial intelligence, when we talk of leadership, governance and management, this artificial intelligence is transforming the higher education. It is to enhance students' learning experiences, so all these, how we can use, but I want you to make you very careful. AI should not downsize your creativity. it should not downsize your personal touch. It should not downsize your creativity and innovation. AI is to be used just as a tool, not the end. That's very important. So we can use, while developing academic leadership, governance, use AI for improving student experiences and outcomes. Personalized learning is possible. Okay, AI which tailor the content and pace of individual student need, improve engagement and outcomes. So as an educational leader, you should also use AI for personalized learning, using this tool so that student-centric learning is possible. Learning platform tailored with content and pace of individual student. Then virtual assistants. We want to develop student. We want vibrant student. So we can use chatbots, virtual tutors, provide 24/7 support, answer their questions, guide the student through their entire academic journey. You can take the help of AI into that. And you have a predictive analytics. Okay. So you can, the AI can help us to identify the early risk of the student, so that we can understand whether student is learning or not, and we can boost him, boost the retention and graduation rates. So that predictive analytics is also possible when we go for using AI into that. And administrative processes, automated grading, AI-driven grading system provide consistent, efficient, and objective assessment of the student work. So it will give a way. That's why we as an academic leader in the today's world, as I say, adaptive and technological changes, the leadership has to be there in AI too, where we can go for automated grading of the student. Okay, so we understand, student understand, and there is an objective assessment of the student, whether that capability is developed, that skill is developed, that intellectual ability is developed or not, that we can do. Even we can schedule, optimize way. Okay, so AI algorithm can also use faculty timetable to a maximum efficiency. So we should use these tools for that. Even for the admission process, and even for the billing system, monitoring and optimizing the energy use, the maintenance, the security, the campus facility, all is possible, my dear professor, when we use into that. When I talk about the personalized learning and adaptive curriculum, I'm not well into that. I'm getting some difficulty learning, providing me some input, some additional prerequisite knowledge, so that I build my knowledge, build my new knowledge into that. So diagnostic assessment. So whatever learning gaps are there, that learning gaps can be identified, and accordingly content can be designed. They can be, which will find what are the learning gaps into the student. As we go to the doctor for assessment, diagnosis of our some disease. Similarly, AI-powered tool can be used to identify what are the learning difficulties and find the gap and provide the remedial measure through IT, through intelligent tutoring. AI-driven tutoring system will give you the real-time feedback and adapting learning path to the students. But it has to be structurally utilized. As I said you sometime that when you use, I know many of you must have gone through the AI, you must be using ChatGPT, Gemini, and so many tools. But when you use this into that, we have to go that, and we can optimize the curriculum so that the analyzing the student performance, and that based on that data, optimize the course content and delivery. If one is performing well, what can be given to them so that he become high achievement? If somebody is going down, what else additional remedial is to be given? So curriculum optimization is also having those things learned. We must know and we must understand what is really the teacher's role in academic leadership, governance, and management. Dear professors, thanks for being in connect to this virtual network. In understanding this academic leadership, governance, and management, different stages of discussion, though I have mentioned and tried to relate it with the day-to-day life, still in the concluding slides, I would like to once again make you understand what is your role. We talk of so many things. Somebody is assistant professor, somebody is associate professor, somebody is professor, some is head of department, some is principal, some is dean, director. As they say, it takes an entire village to raise a child. So every one of us must try. You are leader. Days are gone when we used to say that our leader is vice chancellor, our leader is principal, director. And that's why our role is very important. Now, role in academic leadership. Teachers contribute to academic leadership, institution mission, values, and educational goals in their teaching, research, and service activity. When we talk that in a micro level, on in the real life, some may say that, yeah, what discussions are going on in this lecture, how it is relevant to me, how I can, yes. So teacher can contribute to the academic leadership by embodying the institution mission, values, and educational goal in their teaching, research, and different service activities like NSS, NCC, or different activities, committees that you are performing. They participate in curriculum development, program assessment, and academic planning process to ensure the quality, relevance, and the rigor of academic program. Having the vision and mission, having the future of the student life and career, you can participate in the curriculum design. Okay, though you are affiliated institution, but as we discussed earlier, you have to give some value addition. Depending upon demography, depending upon the students, depending upon the programs, depending upon the relevance, you have to assess, not as an examination to give the degree certificate, but to make a purpose of life, to develop intellectual ability in the relative domain. And you have to plan it so you can demonstrate academic leadership. So there is a quality, there is a relevance, and there is a recur. Teachers often serve in a leadership roles within their department or academic units, providing expertise, guidance, and mentorship to the colleagues and students. What I'm doing today, I'm not only delivering a lecture, but also I'm mentoring, I'm also guiding. So apart from teaching, apart from examples, I'm trying to do a sort of a mentorship. Okay. Similarly, we as a teacher, we as a member of some committee or a heading some mentorship to some group of mentee or giving expertise to the institute, we can contribute to the academic leadership as such. Role in governance. Teachers participate in governance process through faculty governance bodies, through different committees, task force that shape the institutional policies, procedures and priorities. Keep in mind, अगर हम ही पीछे रहते हैं, हम अगर गवर्नेंस में ध्यान नहीं देते हैं, तो हमारा इंस्टीट्यूशन के गोल्स नहीं हासिल हो गए. So a teacher, we are there, we participate in committee. We are sometimes member of governing bodies, sometimes local body, sometimes we are the body for the different universities, different committees as such, different task force. And that's why we have to shape the institutional policies, procedures and priorities. We all have to work, all that we have to perform so that governors go. They contribute to decision making on academic matters such as curriculum revision, academic standards, faculty hiring and promotion, and student academic policies. You talk, you are there in the governance, but we do not participate, we do not contribute. Of course, exceptions are there. And that's why we need, you should be a part of decision making, you should be open, you should be transparent, you should contribute in the academic matters. What add-on is to be given to the student? How we can enhance the academic standards? And in that context, we will have to work into that. Teacher represent the academic perspective, faculty and student in governance discussion, ensuring that their voices are heard and considered. Many times, please, my dear professor, don't take it otherwise. I'm telling you out of my last 40 years of service. As a teacher, as a head of department, as a joint director of technical education, and working on different national and state level committees, working in the accreditation, delivering such type of lectures online and offline, interacting with students, lakhs of students. What happens, we don't really participate wholeheartedly. I'm not talking about you all, you are the excuses for that. But overall, And hence we really have to have a academic perspective and advocate for the interest of the students to the faculty in the governance discussion. I have always fight with the different authorities for teachers. I have a high level for respect for the teachers. I work for teachers. As I work for the student, I work for teachers also. So we have to work and have our really heard our voices and maybe role in management. Teachers are involved in management activities at various levels, from managing their classrooms, course material, to participate in department or programmatic. So we can use into that. And I always say, if somebody asks me, what is quality in education? In my opinion, for a teacher, the quality of education begins in the classroom. 60-minute lecture, you're teaching some course, subject, and actual human being. You are giving them knowledge. You are developing their skills. You are developing humanity. You are developing attitudes. Okay. So all these parts you are doing. So you are right from managing the classroom. You are developing good learning material and also contributing to the department program administration. Different activities are conducted and you can be a role model. Every one of us must be a role model when we work on to that. They collaborate with administrators and staff to coordinate academic schedule, allocate the resources, and implement academic initiatives to support students. Every one of us, we are in the management, and that's why we should use our capabilities, our knowledge in making these things so that academic excellence is there and students learning and success is properly managed. Teachers contribute to the efficient operation of academic program by adhering to the policies and procedures, meeting the deadlines, and communicating effectively with the colleagues and students. Very important they are doing. What is the difference now before this session and after this session? Before this session, you were doing excellently. But now I try to put you in certain framework, in certain structure, and having certain context and developing that into the real sense. So in that aspect, we will have to work in that direction. And hence, we all should know that what are the attributes of successful academic leaders? Ultimately, when we talk of a teacher and when we talk of a teacher as a leader, what are the attributes of successful academic leaders? That we have to see, because we as an institute will have to give a real sense to that. So, a visionary thinking. Dear Professor, now we are at the end of this 3-hour session. As I shown to you the previous slide, the attributes of successful academic leaders. Now, by this time, significance, the noble cause of the teacher and teaching and education. So what we should try, I'm trying, even today I'm trying at every moment to have some. So we should have such a type of institution vision which drives towards excellence. Institutions should go for excellence. We should have a long-term goals and planning so that the institution and future of education in India is really shining. That visionary thinking we require. We require a servant leadership. हम सेवक हैं, उस भावना से हमको काम करना है. हम इस देश के सेवक हैं जो मिलिट्री बॉर्डर में हमारे देश के लिए फाइट करती है, दिन रात काम करती है. वैसे ही हम सर्वेंट लीडरशिप हमको करना. So investing in faculty development, providing opportunities for professional growth, and fostering a culture of collaboration. This attribute is important. To be a servant leadership, we should abide this, we should use this, and also we should provide this. Recognizing the vital role of staff, supporting their well-being, and empowering them to excel in their roles. Our own and our colleagues, our own institute, our neighboring institute, all we have to do into that. And ultimately, servant leadership in the students, creating and nurturing learning environment, encouraging student leadership, and fostering their holistic development. This attribute must be there. This attribute must be there for all of us when we work into the past. Trends in education. There are going to change in the education. There are going to be technology. Zoom is not responding. Okay. I think we have to focus on embracing the change. See, change is always changing. Keep in mind, change is always changing. There's a dynamic change everywhere. And in that dynamic changes, we have to be open eyes and we should embrace the change. We go with an innovative solution. That is the attribute of an academic leader. That is an attribute of an academic leader, that we have an innovative solution. A student, we talk about demography through which you people are coming across the country. I'm really proud and really happy that I'm talking to the faculty members across the country. They are coming from the different demography, have different challenges, but only one mission in the hand. Our students, we want to develop and make their life a fruitful and successful life. So what innovative solution? I know that you people must be taking an innovative way to develop, shape the future of the students. And we have to have a continuous improvement, quest for excellence. मेरे आज का लेक्चर से अच्छा हुआ, नेक्स्ट लेक्चर उससे बेहतर कैसे हो जाए. We should have a continuous improvement, promoting a culture of continuous learning, engaging lot of experimentation, and have a good feedback loop so that we can work onto that. And for that, obviously, we require ethical integrity. During the COVID, I happened to listen And that seminar was our Honorable Prime Minister of India was conducting a seminar during COVID time. He invited all topmost Indian scientists, those who are working outside India, abroad. And he was talking about how we can take our India to a top nation, how we can come out with whatever issues that we have. And of course, all different science, technology, economics, sociology, all aspect, business, commerce, they were discussing. I remember one of the scientists mentioned that Honorable Prime Minister, sir, IITs. You may think IITs mean Indian Institute of Technology. He said that I don't mean IIT means Indian Institute of Technology, but we must develop Indian Institute of Trust. We should have a trust in each other, whatever we do. We don't have trust in each other. Even sometimes we don't have trust in ourselves. So, my dear professors, ethical integrity is important. Maintaining open and honest communication with stakeholder and ensuring accountability and ethical decision making. Very important. Very important. Fairness of all aspects of their work. Fostering an inclusive and equitable environment. No gender separation, all are same. No religion, no caste, human, 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 nation, nation, nation. With this we have to work. So we have to have an equitable, that we have to develop. So that is the attribute which is very important. You know, I always say, and I remember in an institution, many students used to come. And I used to see that people talk about the personality. What is the meaning of personality? Is it an inherent personality or external personality? Looking, wearing, talking, but beyond that, there is an inherent personality. He may be little small. His color may be different. His wearing may be because he is poor, but he is intellectual. And I have seen those personalities have changed. And we have to keep that mission and vision ki no, he will change. And with that, we have to work with a respect. Treating all members of the academic community with dignity and respect, and fostering a culture of mutual trust and collaboration. We should not have a gossiping. In our institution, lot of gossiping happens. ये उसके बारे में बात कर रहा है, वो उसके बारे में बात कर रहा है. ये जो गॉसिपिंग को बंद करना है, ट्रस्ट रखना है, एक दूसरे को मोटिवेट करना है, इंस्पायर करना है, कोलैबोरेट करना है. ये लीडरशिप का एक एट्रीब्यूट है जिसको हमको फॉलो करना है. कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट एक एट्रीब्यूट है. पार्टनरशिप करें. ग्लोबल रीच भी चाहिए आजकल. We should have a global reach. Every institution in our country should try out global leadership, global reach. I deliver talk, as I told you, across country. Recently, I delivered 2 talk. One talk was on the National Credit Framework, and second talk was on the National Higher Education Qualification Framework. And it is related to the India and elsewhere. National Credit Framework and Qualification Framework. Qualification Framework, which talks about every country has their qualification framework. Our India has now established. While delivering a talk, as usual, I was reading the material. I was doing some research into that before delivering a talk. Every talk I don't go blind because I am expert. No. Every time I do study, research what new can be given to my friends, colleagues, teachers like you. And I have seen, and I must tell you, and on that day, my confidence further raised. And I came to know that Indian education system under national education policy is beyond, at par, +1 to the global education. Keep in mind, going to benefit us. This academic network and this cultural exchange is going to work, and that's why in today's world, having global reach is very important. And same one, when we talk about global, we have to think of local too. So civic responsibility. Engaging students in community service, outreach program, promoting social responsibility and ethical leadership is important. They must be told to do these activities because that in long term that is going to add to their life, their profession into that. And of course, we have to have focus on the holistic development of the student. Academics, as said in our NEP Vision 2020, research is important. So providing high quality education and research opportunity which force really a critical thinking and intellectual growth in their domain, in their area. Doing innovative research, social challenges, not a research for the sake of research, for the award of PhD, but some research which will contribute to the knowledge advancement and addresses societal challenges. That should be our focus. Right now, again, I am giving you the example of we are in second year. I must share the best practices to all of you. We are in second year of the university. We have almost 150 research students on campus doing PhD. We have a full-time PhD, part-time PhD. Full-time PhD get fellowship as per University Grant Commission. There is a rigorous process of scrutinizing the carpet. We have our own viva where we see the research aptitude, and even we see that research is going to contribute to societal development. Why I'm telling you all these things? We all have to set the mandate for that, policies for that. Okay. So, and even the fees for PhD is very less, very less. Why I'm telling you all these things? This only telling because it is promotion of research. We have every year startup fest. A dedicated, we have internal supervisors, PhD supervisor, co-supervisors. And then obviously we have to create a vibrant and inclusive campus culture so that there's a personal development among the students, the well-being is there, and we have to have a extracurricular arrangement into this. So all we need to try, my dear professor, I know, I understand, while designing this session, I know that students are from our institution or faculties from rural area. But now you have to collaborate. You have to innovate and see that how a good culture is developed, how we can give students such a life by inviting expert lecture, by internship, taking student, giving the societal exposure so that they can really develop into that. And obviously, I have talked inclusive environment, all inclusive environment. We should have a diverse perspective. We are teachers. We are equitable. We are teachers. Every student is same for us. We have to take them to the highest extent. That already have talked on this particular slide, so I'm not talking much into this. And then, obviously, as we say that, even we also should have a and knowledge sharing. Okay, during Madam talked out during my CV reading about my education. You see, why I'm telling you, I'm not telling you I'm very proud of my this. No, 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 no. It was a read. If I do not get myself learn with the new practices, with lifelong learning, why I did BE Civil, it was sufficient to me. But then I came in education. So I did my Master of Technical Education. But I say that I'm basically engineer teaching to the engineers. I should have some post-graduation in engineering. I did my 1 PG engineering. Then I went, see why I'm telling you my path, did 1 bachelor's degree, then went for Master of Technical Education. Then I did Master of came back. But afterward, I was given some work of administration. I was joint director. Then I saw that I should have some knowledge on the management. I did MBA. And that's helped me. Why I'm telling you this, not as my CV, I helped me. And apart from that, believe me, I have attended every year during my profession, because my work I've served for almost 22 years as a teacher and administrator. Then I took my voluntary retirement and start my own firm, our own company. I'm working pan India. But during my almost 22 to 23 years, believe me, I have attended almost every year I am attending 1 week or 2 week training program and continuously attending conferences, seminar. So the faculty development program equivalent to 2 year of program I did, 2-year program I did. Okay. Why I'm telling you, my dear professors, when I did my engineering, computer was not there. But then afterward, I taught microprocessor programming to a postgraduate student by lifelong learning. We have potential, we have to learn that. So you should, AI was not known to me, we learned to that. So I want you to have a continuous growth and share knowledge through publication, through conferences, through seminar, and guiding the student as such into that. Now, when we talk about these all things, keep in mind, I'm practical man. There are certain factors which affect. AL means academic leadership, G means governance, M means management. So there are certain factors. We should have a knowledge of that. There are limited resources. Always there will be a limited resources. So we have to come out with some innovative solution. Second, resistance to change. We talk of NEP, we talk of multidisciplinary education, we talk of interdisciplinary, we talk of internship. So many people will come. Resistance, 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 resistance. So there is resistance to change. But we have to find the solution for this. Then bureaucracy and red tape. Still, even then, we talk of academic leadership. There are people who want to have a bossism. They will bring hurdles in the development. But you, individual teachers, we have to be an educators and teachers, try for the student development. Okay. So bureaucracy and red tape is going to be the factors. Lack of training and development. This is good, and that's why it's good that you people are connected to this training program. Please do attend such type of the programs, learn and adopt, which will change your life and career too. So lack of training and development is going to be there. Then inadequate communications and collaborations. We should collaborate, we should communicate. So inadequate, these are the factors which are going to affect academic leadership, governance and management. I want you to take care of these factors and overcome them so that we can really contribute to the aspect. Of course, to in line with that, unclear roles and responsibilities, resistance from the stakeholder, external pressure is going to be there. This is a leadership turnover. Principal has changed, HOD has changed, organization has changed, management has changed. This will happen. And of course, complexity of higher education environment. Okay. Global challenges are there, but these are factors. So we as a teachers understand the interconnect, how this academic leadership, governance and management is interconnected. By this time, you must have understood. But once again, to sum up, academic leadership, governance and management. While leadership, governance and management have distinct roles and function, they are interconnected and complementary in driving organizational success. Okay. So they are distinct roles and functions, but they are interconnected. Effective leadership inspires and guides people. Governance provides the framework for decision making and accountability. And management ensures the execution of plans and the achievements of objectives. Together, they contribute to the overall effectiveness and sustainability of an organization. Keep in mind. So, three topics which we discuss in connection to each other: academic leadership, equally connected and important to us. And hence, in the higher education context, leadership, governance, and management work together to advance the institution academic mission, foster student success, and address the challenges and opportunities facing in the higher education. Strong leadership set the tone for academic excellence and institutional values. Effective governance ensures accountability and compliances, and effective management to support teaching, research, and service activities. To us, now, to all of us, you have to see where you are, set your milestone, and go ahead. We are now going to be academic leaders. So, obtain higher education and qualification. Majority are not net set I'm not talking about you. Many of you are not PhDs. I want PhD, real PhD, good PhD, quality work, publications. So obtain higher education and qualification. Opt education as a field of career and profession. Don't come to education only because you don't have job elsewhere. Or if at all, you have opt for educate this teaching as a profession, make it success. So opt education as a field of career and profession, though you have not selected this profession by choice, but make it as a choice and go ahead. Accept the responsibility in the educational institute. Whatever responsibility come to you, accept that. Self-study. What to teach and how to teach. Important, as I have discussed to you in one of the slides. Start teaching, research. Okay, you have to work onto that. Go for continuous professional development. Guide students, mentor them. Develop thinking, go for critical discussion on different issues. Assess, evaluate, and interpret, and so on, and establish your own philosophy of education. The day should come that every teachers who are here connected to this network on this lecture, you should establish your own philosophy of education. You should work in that fashion. Having, of course, I am just one person. I try to educate, I try to transform, but I'm not the aim. You have potential, you have a capabilities, you have a mission, you have a vision. Something better for your own self and to the society. So establish your own philosophy of education. I have two philosophies which I have shared with you. Me, I, and the world. My own philosophy, which I have established in developing these two. And there's one more philosophy of program. Professor, life as a teacher begins the day you realize that you are always a learner. So after having this today's session, it's not that you were not student diversity, but life as a teacher begins the day you realize that you are always a learner. With this and with one more quote of APJ Abdul Kalam, don't take rest after your first victory. Because if you fail in second, more lips are waiting to say that your first victory was just by luck. So, dear professor, this shows that continuous improvement, continuous giving. This is a Thanksgiving week. I also thanks all of you for your patient listening. This is my book. I have wrote a book on outcome-based education, theory and practice for the higher education. So, friends, this is what I wanted to say you, all of you. I thank you, the organizer, the ma'am also who is listening, and like many others. And thank you once again to my all professors for joining this session. Thanks to Dr. Patil sir, Dr. Rafe sir, HRDC, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, and my intellectual mind, my professors who are connected to this program across the country. Thank you once again.
Sir, please wait. There will be vote of thanks.
Would find something in the chat box. I will stop sharing.
Sir, there will be vote of thanks.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to extend heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of UGC Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center to our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Ajit Thete, sir, for his enlightening and thought-provoking session today. His deep insights into academic leadership have truly inspired us and provided valuable takeaways for all present and for future for our career. Dr. Thete's vast experience in curriculum development, strategic planning, and educational leadership has been evident in his speech, and we are grateful for the wisdom he has shared with us. His dedication to improving education on a national and international scale is truly commendable. A special thanks to Dr. S.S. Patil sir, Dr. Rafe sir for their efforts in making this event a success. I would also like to express my gratitude to all our participants for their participation. Once again, thank you, Dr. Thete sir, to your time and valuable contribution. We hope to have the pleasure of hosting you again in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Banan. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
5 मिनिटात सांगते पुढे काय करायचं ते. हा
मॅडम संपलं का आहे आता
आता संपलंय सध्याचं. पुढचं मी सांगते. हा
अद्याप सूट काय थोडं तर राहिले आता
नाही आज अजून 2 स्पीकर आहे. सूट वगैरे काही
आणि
मिळणार
दोन
नाही.
अरे बापरे लय ताणायला बाबा
काय झालं सर
लय ताणायला मला आज
लय ताणाली जाऊ द्या ना थोडे दिवस राहिले शेवटचे 2-3 दिवस असं भेटणार आहे का कधी आपल्याला एवढं सुंदर
झाले आता लास्ट 2 डेज आहेत. एन्जॉय करा.
एन्जॉय करा
कंटाळा आला मॅडम महिना झालं
Roll number 87. Are you there? Roll number 87.
Yes, ma'am.
I think our guest has joined.
Okay.
Deshmukh sir. Sir, you are not audible.
Yes.
Yes. So, can we start, sir?
Yes, no problem.
Yes, sir. Roll number 87, you can start the introduction of our speaker.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
सबसे पहले मेरा प्रणाम. रोल नंबर 87 महेश परमार आप सबका स्वागत करता हूं. आज मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि आज मैं जिन शख्सियत के बारे में कहने जा रहा हूं उनका काम इतना बेहतरीन है कि वो अब परिचय के मोहताज नहीं रहे. उनका काम हम देखेंगे तभी हमको बहुत ही खुशी मिलेगी. तो मैं डॉक्टर पुरुषोत्तम विष्णु देशमुख सर का परिचय देता हूं. उससे पहले हमारे गुजराती शायर है शून्य पालनपुरी, उनके 2 शेर उनके परिचय में पेश करना चाहता हूं. પરિચય છે મંદિરમાં દેવોને મારો, પરિચય છે મંદિરમાં દેવોને મારો, અને મસ્જિદોમાં ખુદા ઓળખે છે, નથી વ્યક્તિત્વ છાનું કોઈથી, તમારા પ્રતાપે બધા ઓળખે છે। तो देशमुख सर, आपको सब पहचानते हैं ऐसा हमारा मानना है। तो आपका काम तो इतना ज्यादा है कि अगर आपका परिचय देने बैठे तो पूरा सेशन ही आपके परिचय में ही खत्म हो जाए। तो मैं कुछ थोड़ी थोड़ी बातें बताना चाहता हूँ। डॉक्टर पुरुषोत्तम विष्णु देशमुख सर अभी प्रोफेसर एंड हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स, डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ यूनिवर्सिटी छत्रपति संभाजी नगर में कार्यरत है। उनका प्रोफेशनल एक्सपीरियंस बहुत ही बेहतरीन रहा है। उन्होंने लेक्चरर इन इकोनॉमिक्स, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर, प्रोफेसर, हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट, एनएसएस, प्रोग्राम ऑफिसर, डायरेक्टर, ऐसे कई कई पदों पर अपना रोल निभाया है। उनका एजुकेशन भी बहुत ही बढ़िया रहा है। वो बड़े स्कॉलर स्टूडेंट रह चुके हैं। उन्होंने एसएससी, एचएससी सब में फर्स्ट क्लास पाया है। बीए में तो उनको मैथ्स में मेरिट 1 रैंक मिला है। उसी प्रकार से एमए इकोनॉमिक्स में भी उनको मेरिट 1 रैंक प्राप्त हुआ था। बीएड भी उन्होंने विद डिस्टिंक्शन क्लियर किया है। उन्होंने स्टेट एलिजिबिलिटी टेस्ट विथ मैथमेटिक्स, मैथमेटिकल इकोनॉमिक्स में किया है, और पीएचडी उनका इकोनॉमिक्स से हुआ है। आप सर मराठी, हिंदी और इंग्लिश भाषाओं पर प्रभुत्व है आपका, और आपको कई सारे स्टेट लेवल के और यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल के अवार्ड्स भी मिले हैं। आपने बहुत सारे ओरिएंटेशन, रिफ्रेशर ऐसे कोर्स किए हैं जिनकी संख्या काफी है। आपका जो पब्लिकेशन है वो भी बेहतरीन रहा है। भारतीय स्थिति समोरील आव्हाने और जातिगत आणि, भारतीय कृषि मालाची निर्यात, ऐसे आपने कई सारे आर्टिकल आपने दिए हैं। आपकी बुक भी पब्लिश्ड हुई है, और उसका नाम है 1981 पासूनच्या भारतातील व्याजदरांच्या रचनेचे व पातळीचे विश्लेषण। और आपने एडिटेड बुक्स में भी अपना प्रदान दिया है, और आपने बहुत सारे कॉन्फ्रेंस और सेमिनार में भी पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन किए हैं। उसकी भी संख्या करीबन 40 के आसपास है। और आपने कई सारे प्रोजेक्ट पर भी काम किए हैं, जैसे कि सेंद्र औद्योगिक वसाहत प्रकल्पग्रस्त शेतकच्या सामाजिक व आर्थिक अभ्यास, द स्टडी ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल प्रॉब्लम्स इन पाली वैजनाथ सिटी। ये आपके प्रोजेक्ट रहे थे। आपके अंडर में आज तक करीबन 18 स्कॉलर्स ने पीएचडी का कोर्स कंप्लीट किया है, और 35 रिसर्चर्स ने आपके मार्गदर्शन में डिग्री प्राप्त की है, और अभी 2 स्टूडेंट्स आपके अंडर में एमफिल कर रहे हैं। और आप सर ऑर्गेनाइज्ड कमिटी मेंबर ऑफ इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, सेमिनार और ऐसी करीबन 19 कमिटियों में आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी अभी रही है। और आप विभिन्न इंस्टीट्यूट्स में भी अपनी सेवाओं को दे रहे हैं, जैसे कि डेप्यूटी क्राइटेरिया कोऑर्डिनेटर IQAC डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ा यूनिवर्सिटी। इस प्रकार से आप अभी 11 संस्थानों में अपना किरदार निभा रहे हैं और आप कई संस्थाओं के साथ आपका एसोसिएशन भी रहा है, जैसे कि सब कमिटी मेंबर डिक्शनरी इन इकोनॉमिक्स महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट मुंबई। इस प्रकार के 12 संस्थाओं में आप अपना प्रदान कर रहे हैं। तो इतनी ज्यादा जिनकी क्वालिफिकेशन है, ऐसे देशमुख सर को हम सुनने जा रहे हैं। इस बात का हमें गर्व है। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. I would like to thank of the who is presented my brief biodata. Due to lack of low connectivity of the internet, I am not able to continue my lecture with the camera. Therefore, and screen sharing. In this session, I would like to focus the main topic. All are aware about the role of the education in the development of the society as well as the nation development. In the process of education, the main component of the research has played pivotal role. And in the process of research, there is one important component, one factor. That factor is known as the hypothesis testing. In this lecture, I would like to explain the
देशमुख
theoretical
सर हिंदी
framework
मध्ये
of.
बोला थोडं थोडं.
ओके. मराठीमध्ये बोलले काय
नाही हिंदी मध्ये बोला, काही
हिंदी
बाहेरचे आहेत
आणि
आपल्याकडे.
इंग्लिश चालेल बरं का सर,
ओके,
कारण
ओके.
की आपल्याकडे बरेच पार्टिसिपंट्स इतर राज्यांचे पण आहेत.
हा
इंग्लिश मध्ये
बाहेरचे
बोलतो. हिंदी
असल्यामुळे.
जरा हिंदी मी काही त्याला हे नाही एवढं, बघतो मी.
बरं, थोडं
In
थोडं
this
मराठी मारा
lecture,
मध्ये.
I would like to focus the various dimensions of the research. The most important dimension of the research is hypothesis. In this lecture, I would explain the various dimensions of the theoretical framework of research hypothesis as well as the hypothesis testing. The role of the hypothesis is important in the research. We can observe the various types of the research carried out in the society. If we consider the pure sciences as well as the social sciences, there are various types of the research methods as available. But if we consider the research in social sciences, compared to the pure sciences, the social sciences research have some lacunas. There are some problems regarding the authenticity and reliability in the social sciences research. On this problem, we can find out the solution with the help of testing of hypothesis. If we consider the research of the social sciences, there are two types of the research mainly we can classify. One is the research with hypothesis and research without hypothesis. Basically, if we consider the history, the research in history, most of research in histories are without hypothesis. But if we consider or if we decide the authenticity of our research, you have to apply the procedure of the testing hypothesis. If we consider or if we see the various research or PhD thesis on the website, and we can easily find out there are some assumptions in the research. If we consider the research paper also, there are some ambiguity, there are some confusions regarding the assumptions and hypotheses. Therefore, it is essential to identify or to distinguish between the hypothesis and the assumptions. The first difference between the assumption and hypothesis is assumptions are basically beliefs and ideas that we hold to be true. But hypothesis is the prediction. The assumption and hypothesis are different according to this criteria. The second difference between the hypothesis and assumption often with the little or no evidence and are not statistically tested in the research. This is the second difference between the assumption and hypothesis, but hypothesis can statistically tested and may be accepted or rejected. We cannot check or we cannot test the assumption, but it is essential to check our hypothesis. The third difference between two concepts, beliefs about the variable included in the assumptions. The ideas regarding the assumptions, beliefs about the variables, but in the hypothesis, predictions about the relationship of two or more variables. If we consider the hypothesis, we should consider two or more variables. The third difference between both the concept, that is the hypothesis assumption based on the beliefs, the researcher attempts to discover the correlation. It is assumed the specific types of the correlation exist. But in the hypothesis, predicts a relation between variable and statistically tested to be conclude the study. In the hypothesis, you have to prove the specific relationship between the two variables, but there is no need to prove in the assumption of the specific relation. The assumptions are generally formulated through the qualitative, descriptive, and exploratory research studies and may be used in non-cause effect studies to guide the research process. If we consider or if we think about the hypothesis differ from the assumption. In the hypothesis used in the quantitative research studies, where interplay of the dependent and independent variables is investigated, such as experiment and correlation studies. These are some important points regarding the difference between the assumption and the hypothesis. It is essential to find out or to focus the concept with meaning of the hypothesis. The language of the hypothesis always discuss the variable or the elements. The elements may be your objects, events, concept, etc. Whatever is observable. There are two types of the variable we can easily see in mathematics as well as statistics. Independent variable and dependent variable. It is not need to explain the characteristics of the dependent variable and independent variable. But in the hypothesis testing, the two types of the variables are important. The hypothesis determine the direction and organization of your subsequent research method, and that makes them a big part of writing a research paper. If we are going to write the research paper, it is need to apply the hypothesis testing. Ultimately, the reader wants to know whatever your hypothesis was proved true or false. So it must be written clearly in the introduction and or abstract of your research paper. The research paper, if you want to make your research paper effective, you have to apply the main criteria of the testing hypothesis. It is essential. What are the needs of the testing of hypothesis, or what are the benefits of the testing of hypothesis? I already explained the role of the hypothesis in research is pivotal. The role of the hypothesis determine the quality of your research, because the testing by hypothesis is basically depends on the statistical method, scientific method. In this view, I would like to explain the need or benefits of the testing hypothesis. The first, if we want to test some theories, your objective is to test the theories, you should apply the test needed to help in the testing of hypothesis of the theories. Serves as a great platform in the investigation activities. In the research process, investigation is the main part. We can carry out the investigation process with the help of the hypothesis testing. It provides guidance to the research work or study. The statistical method or the hypothesis testing is a pathway of the research. It guides to the researcher for further study or the further hypothesis sometimes suggests theories. Some researchers have interest to develop the theories regarding his interest area or her interest area. He can use the hypothesis and establish some new theories with the help of the testing of hypothesis. It helps in knowing the need of the data. If we consider the various types of data, lot of data are available in the society. The problem is which data is useful for your research, and in this ground, the hypothesis is help to knowing the needs of such type of the data is needed or not needed. It explains social phenomena. If we consider the social sciences, the statistical or the hypothesis testing plays pivotal role. It develops the theories. It's needed to also act as a bridge between the theory and the investigation. If we are going to investigate some facts, you can use the hypothesis as a bridge, because your investigation is related to the observations and the theory is already established. You can use the theoretical concepts regarding the facts or data, and both the concepts we can bridge with the help of hypothesis. Therefore, the hypothesis work as a bridge between the theory and investigation. Therefore, it is needed. It provides relationship between the phenomena in such a way that it leads to empirical testing or relationship. We can check the empirical testing with the help of hypothesis testing. If we consider if you have interest to test the effectiveness of the government policies, you can check or you can examine the government effectiveness of the government policies with the help of the hypothesis. The next is helps in knowing the most suitable techniques of the analysis. The effectiveness of the research depends on the effective analysis, and the hypothesis testing provides the most technical analysis skills in your research. Therefore, the role of the hypothesis testing is pivotal role, and it will be define or determine the quality of your research. Then we can think about what is the meaning of the hypothesis. The hypothesis is the statistical or it is the scientific concept. A hypothesis is an idea or explanation for something that is based on known facts but has not yet been proved. This is the main criteria. This is the main feature of the hypothesis. It is based on known facts, but your observation is not proved or has not proved yet been proved. The second meaning of the hypothesis is that a hypothesis is a proposition made about population parameter. It is a statement that can be tested and either supported or refuted. The simple definition or simple meaning of the hypothesis is it is a statistical statement regarding the population. We can identify or we can distinguish the population, normal population and the abnormal population. Both the populations are important in the statistics or the research methodology. The third criteria of the third meaning of the hypothesis, a hypothesis is a calculated prediction or assumption about a population parameter based on limited evidence. If we consider the hypothesis or the base of the hypothesis, easily we can observe the base of the hypothesis is limited evidence. We have no enough evidence, then you can make the hypothesis and try to collect the evidence for the testing of your hypothesis, which is based on the limited evidence. The whole idea behind the hypothesis formulating is testing. This means the researcher subjects his or her calculated assumptions to a series of evaluation to know whatever they are true or false. This is the main meaning or the meaning of the hypothesis. The next point is important, or it is the inbuilt concept, that is the testing of hypothesis. What is the meaning of the testing of hypothesis? The testing of hypothesis is a statistical procedure. Hypothesis testing is a statistical method that helps to determine whether a hypothesis is true or not. It is a procedure that involves collecting and analyzing data to evaluate the probability of the null hypothesis being true. The null hypothesis is the hypothesis that there is no significant difference between the sample and the population. If we think about the testing of hypothesis, there are various methods are available for testing of hypothesis in statistics as well as the research methodology. It is essential which method is applicable. This is the main question, and in this lecture I will try to focus which method will be available, will be applicable for further research. If we consider in this procedure or the hypothesis testing, there are some sources to develop the hypothesis, because the hypothesis is not only a statement, it has some special feature. A good hypothesis can only be derived from experience in research. A researcher should have quality of an art mind to derive a hypothesis and quality of critical mind of rejecting faulty hypothesis. The following sources can be help the researcher in coming up with the good hypothesis. We can consider, we can think about the sources of the hypothesis. We can classify the various types of the sources for the formulating the hypothesis. First source is previous study. Previous knowledge and information regarding the topic of the hypothesis will be extremely helpful to create a concrete hypothesis. The previous study is important. With the help of previous study, with the help of previous knowledge, we can make the statement regarding the population, that is, we can make the hypothesis. This is first source. The second source is very simple, and this is the simple source each and every person with us. The personal experience. If one has a personal experience regarding the topic of the investigation, he or she can use the information in the hypothesis to make it more complete and good quality. With your personal experience, we can make the statement, we can make the hypothesis on the basis of your personal experience regarding the specific area of the interest of the research. Thinking and imagination. In the imagination process is important in the process of education. A researcher's creative thinking and imagination can sometimes aid in the formulation of good hypothesis. A researcher's personal ideas and thinking abilities would result in a great number of the hypothesis formulations as well as control over the problem. The imagination and the thinking process of the researcher will be helped to create the hypothesis. The fourth is scientific theory. If we consider the previous theories or the present theories, it would be extremely helpful to use scientific theories in hypothesis because it is capable for explaining all the facts related to the investigation. These are the some sources of the hypothesis. We can make the hypothesis from these sources. Now, the main point is important, and that is the how to create or how to develop the hypothesis. Because the hypothesis is a process. It has some technical concepts, technical dimensions are important. It is needed to care regarding the formulation of the hypothesis. We can formulate the hypothesis in the 6 steps. The first step, ask a question. Each and every research start from the question. Therefore, you can easily observe in each and every research the problem statement. With the problem statement, researcher can think regarding the problem. Therefore, the ask question is the first step of the hypothesis formulation. Curiosity has inspired some of history's greatest scientific achievements. So, good place to start is to ask yourself question about the world around you. Why are things the way they are? What causes of the factors you see around you? If you can choose research topic that you are interested in, so your curiosity come naturally. The curiosity is the basic source or is the basic facts or the basic dimension of your hypothesis. The first step, you should ask some question yourself and try to formulate the hypothesis. Without thinking, the hypothesis cannot be fulfilled or the hypothesis cannot be quality. The conduct preliminary research. Collect some background information on your topic. How much background information you need depends on what you are attempting. It could require regarding the several books, or it could be as simple as performing a web search for a quick answer. You don't necessarily have to prove or disprove your hypothesis at this stage. Rather, collect only what you need to prove or disprove it yourself. This is the main second step. It indicates that some information is needed. Therefore, you have to try to collect some information regarding your interest area for formulating the hypothesis. Next step, define your variables. In the research, variable plays pivotal role because without variable, we cannot think about the research. In the third step, for formulation of the hypothesis, it is needed to define the variables. Some variables are dependent and some variables are independent. Once you have an idea of what your hypothesis will be, select which variable are independent and which variable are dependent. Independent variable can only be factors that you have absolute control over. So consider limit of your experiment before finalizing your hypothesis. In hypothesis, there are 2 types of the variables are important, dependent variable and independent variable. It is needed to identify the dependent variable and independent variable. The fourth step for formulation of the hypothesis, the phrase it as an if-then statement. You have to need to make a statement When writing a hypothesis, it helps to phrase it using in if-then format, such as if I weather a plant every day, then it will grow better. This format can get tricky when dealing with the multiple variables, but in general, it is a reliable method for expressing the cause and effect relationship you are testing. In this statement, you have to prove, you have to identify, or you have to express the specific relationship between the given variables with the help of a specific statement. The fifth step is related to the collection of the data. For testing of hypothesis, data should be needed. A hypothesis is merely a means to an end. The priority of any scientific research is the conclusion. Once you have your hypothesis laid out and your variable chosen, you can then begin your experiments. Ideally, you will collect the data to support your hypothesis, but don't worry if your research ends up proving it wrong. That's all part of the scientific method. You have to collect some data for the testing of your hypothesis. Therefore, this is the fifth step is important. You have to collect the sufficient data regarding the testing of hypothesis. And the sixth step is the last step, and that is the write with the confidence. You will want to report your finding in the research paper for other to see. This requires a bit of writing know how quite a different skill set them conducting experiments. These are the some 6 steps are needed to develop the hypothesis. With these steps, you can make the hypothesis, effective hypothesis, and the simple hypothesis. The next point is important, which hypothesis is the good hypothesis, because if we agree the hypothesis is important in your research, the next question is important: which hypothesis is a good hypothesis and which hypothesis has no quality? Therefore, there are some criteria, there are some features regarding the good hypothesis. The first criteria of the good hypothesis is testable. The hypothesis can be tested using the scientific method. If we consider the qualitative research or quantitative research, in the quantitative research, your hypothesis should be testable with the help of some statistical methods. The statistical methods are available in the statistics as well as mathematics. The second criteria is flexibility. It should be possible to collect data that reject the hypothesis. Your hypothesis should be flexible. Next is logical. The hypothesis should be based on the logic reasoning, not just a guess. This is the main feature for the good hypothesis. Your hypothesis should has some logical ideas or some logical thinking. It is not just a guess. Guess will not work as a hypothesis. Hypothesis has some logical base. Therefore, hypothesis should be based on the logical reasoning. Reasoning is important with some logic. The next feature of the good hypothesis is that its clarity. Your hypothesis should be clear. There should not be any ambiguity in the hypothesis. The hypothesis should be easy to understand and use correct technology. Your hypothesis should not be misleading. It should be simple way. It should be simple statement, or it should be clear, because your hypothesis will define your quality, your research quality. Next, relevant. The hypothesis should be specific to research question. You should think about the correlation between the hypothesis and your research topic. Your hypothesis should be relevant with or correlated with your topic or research facts. relevant is important. Therefore, the hypothesis should be specific to research question. Because the asking question is the first step of your research. Therefore, your hypothesis should be correlates with the question in your research, which is already we mentioned in your research. The next criteria of the good hypothesis is the grounded in prior knowledge. The hypothesis should be based on the previous research, theories, or observations. The hypothesis needed some base of the theories or the observations with the previous studies or research. The hypothesis should be concise and in brief with clear meaning. The brief or the statement of the hypothesis should be in brief, not in the lengthy statement, because the lengthy statement will create the ambiguity. Therefore, the statement of the hypothesis should be in brief, and it has clear meaning. The meaning of the hypothesis should be clear. And this last feature of the good hypothesis, the objectivity. Your hypothesis should have clear some objectivity, or should have clear some objectives of your research. The hypothesis should be present a clear idea of what is known and what is expected to be found out. These are some features of the good hypothesis. Now, in the procedure of the testing of hypothesis, I already explained. This is the statistical method. This is the statistical way to prove or to test your hypothesis. The procedure of the testing of hypothesis has some basic concepts, key concepts. With the help of some key terms or concepts, we can test our hypothesis. Some of these basic concepts we can think. The first is level of significance. The level of significance is important for testing of hypothesis. It refers to the degree of significance in which we accept or reject the null hypothesis. The procedure of the testing of hypothesis, it is essential to check our null hypothesis only. Therefore, level of significance regarding the checking of the or testing of the null hypothesis, 100% accuracy is not possible for accepting a hypothesis or rejecting the hypothesis. Therefore, the level of significance is important. This is normally, if we consider or if we see some basic research in the social sciences, there is 5% significant level is generally used, but 1%, 5%, 10% significant level we can adjust or we can set up. But normally the 5% significant level is used for the confidence test of your confidence level. Therefore, 5% significance level, it means that your output should be 90% confident to give a similar kinds of the results in each sample. Therefore, the significance level determine the confidence level of your research. Then the next point is important, the concept is important, p-value. When analyzing the data of the p-value tells you the likelihood of seeing your result is the null hypothesis true. If your p-value is less than the chosen significance level, then you reject the null hypothesis, otherwise accept it. If we consider or if we think about the various softwares are available in this present era for the testing of hypothesis as well as the analysis of your research, the p-value is important. With the help of p-value, we can take the decision regarding the hypothesis. The p-value is important. The next concept is the t-test. Test criteria or t-test statistic. The test statistics is the number that helps you decide whatever your result is significant. It is calculated from the sample data you collect it could be used to test if a machine learning model performs better than a random guess. This is the t-test or the test criteria is important. Then the critical value. Critical value is the boundary or threshold that helps you decide if your test statistics is enough to reject the null hypothesis. And the degrees of freedom is important regarding the decision for the acceptance or rejection of the hypothesis. Degree of freedom are important when we conduct a statistical test. They help you understand how much data can vary. And this is the one most important thing, that is the error of the type 1 error and type 2 error. If we consider if we think about the decision regarding the acceptance or rejection, there are four possibilities will be occur. If we set up your hypothesis and you can take the decision regarding the acceptance or rejection of the hypothesis. I will explain what types of the tests are available in further explanation, but we always check or we always try to examine the null hypothesis. There are two possibilities regarding the null hypothesis: acceptance and rejections. If our null hypothesis is true and our test accepts it, then there is correct decision. There is no problem if your null hypothesis is true and our test accepts it. This is the correct decision. There is no error. If your null hypothesis is wrong and our test rejects it, that will be also a correct decision. Null hypothesis wrong and test reject it, that is the correct decision. There is no problem. But remaining two cases create the error 1 and error 2. If our null hypothesis is correct but our test reject it, then the type 1 error will be occurred. Our null hypothesis is correct. There is no problem. But our test reject it, then the error 1 will be occurred, and the second error will be occurred when your null hypothesis is false, but your test accept it, then the type second error will be occurred. And in your research, you should aware about the type second error. Compared to the first error, the second is very harmful, is very dangerous compared to the type first error. Therefore, the researcher should take care these types of the error and try to minimize the errorness or the level of the errors. This is the second main component, the component of the part of the hypothesis. There are some types of the various types of the hypotheses are available. The researcher should take care about the hypothesis, types of the hypothesis. You have to need to develop the hypothesis. There are various types of the hypotheses are available, or you can create a new hypothesis. There is no problem. The first hypothesis is simple hypothesis. In the simple hypothesis, we can think about the basic scenario or basic ideas. Therefore, the simple hypothesis, also known as the basic hypothesis, is a simple hypothesis suggests that an independent variable is responsible for the corresponding dependent variable. In other words, an occurrence of the independent variable inversely leads to the occurrence of the dependent variable. In the simple hypothesis, we can consider only two variables, dependent variable and independent variable. Typically, simple hypotheses are considered as generally true and they establish a causal relationship between two variables. Simple variables can establish the causal relationship between dependent variable and independent variable. If we consider some example regarding the simple hypothesis, drinking soda and other surgery drinks can cause the obesity. If we want to check the relationship between drinking soda and the obesity, the causal relationship between the two variables, we can establish the such type of the simple hypothesis. Another example is smoking cigarette daily leads to a lung cancer. If we want to establish the relationship between the smoking and the lung cancers, you can establish the simple hypothesis with the specific or with the simple statement, that is simple hypothesis. The further types of the hypothesis, complex hypothesis. A complex hypothesis is also known as the model. It accounts for the causal relationship between two independent variables and the resulting dependent variables. In simple hypothesis, you can only establish the relationship between only two variables. In the complex hypothesis, you can consider the two or more than variable. But in simple hypothesis, we only consider only one independent variable. In the complex hypothesis, you can consider two or more independent variable for establish the relationship between the given variables. Thus, the combination of the independent variable leads to the occurrence of the dependent variables. For example, if we consider the example, adults who do not smoke and drink are less likely to develop the liver-related conditions. This is the one example of the simple complex hypothesis. Adults who do not smoke and drink are less conditions. In this example, you consider the smoke and drink, the two variables, and develop the liver cancer, liver related to conditions. In this point, in this example, we consider two independent variables, that is smoke and drinking are two cause with the one effect, that is the liver related conditions. Therefore, this is the complex hypothesis. Global warming causes iceberg to melt, which in turn cause major changing in the water patterns, weather patterns. The third hypothesis, this is the important hypothesis because in research, the researcher should have to develop or have to check the null hypothesis. As the name of this suggests, the null hypothesis found when a researcher suspects that there is no relationship between the variables in an observation. In the case, the purpose of the research is to approve or disapprove this assumption. Null hypothesis explained there is no relationship between the given variables or the variable is not important statistically. This is the indication of the null hypothesis. The null hypothesis denotes generally a zero, and it is a statement of no effects, no relationship, or no difference between the sample and the population. It is assumed to be true until there is a significant evidence to reject it. For example, the null hypothesis could be that there is no significant difference in the blood pressure of the patients who received the meditation and those who received a other treatment. This is null hypothesis. In the research, researchers should test the null hypothesis, and you can take the decision about regarding the null hypothesis. It is accepted or rejected. Then the example of null hypothesis. This is no significant change in students' performance if they drink coffee or tea before classes, or there is no significant change in the growth of the plant if one used water only vitamin rich water. These are the some examples related to the null hypothesis. Then the another hypothesis, alternative hypothesis. To disapprove a null hypothesis, the researcher has to come up with an opposite assumption, and this assumption is known as the alternative hypothesis. Alternative hypothesis generally denoted as the A. The means if a null hypothesis says that A is false, the alternative hypothesis assumes that A is true. This is the opposite hypothesis of the null hypothesis. An alternative hypothesis can be directional or non-directional depending on the direction of the difference. A directional alternative hypothesis specifies the direction of the tested relationship, stating that one variable is predicted to be larger or smaller than the null value of non-directional hypothesis only. Alternative hypothesis is essential for the research because we can take the decision with the ground of the acceptance or rejection of the null hypothesis. Suppose that starting up your day with a cup of tea instead of a cup of coffee can make you more alert in the morning. Or you can establish this alternative hypothesis. There is significant difference between the education and the reliability or ethics of the population. Or there is specific relationship between the income and employment generation. You can establish the alternative hypothesis in this way. Therefore, the alternative hypothesis. Fifth type of the hypothesis, logical hypothesis. Logical hypotheses are some of the most common types of the calculated assumptions in systematic investigation. It is an attempt to use your reasoning to connect different pieces in the research and build a theory using little evidence. This is the logical hypothesis, and it leads to some logic behind the performing or the modeling of the hypothesis. Empirical hypothesis also available. We can use the empirical hypothesis. After forming a logical hypothesis, the next step is to create an empirical or working hypothesis. It is known also working hypothesis. At this stage, your logical hypothesis undergoes systematic testing to prove or disprove the assumptions. An empirical hypothesis is subject to several variables that can trigger change and lead to specific outcomes. For example, people who eat more fish run faster than people who eat meat. This is our hypothesis. Women taking vitamin E grow hair faster than those eating vitamin K. These two types of the examples you can establish the regarding the empirical hypothesis. If the researcher has interest to test some advertisements of the products, they can use such type of the empirical hypothesis, and they can check these hypotheses with the help of the empirical evidence with some statistical methods or the techniques. The seventh type of the hypothesis is the statistical hypothesis. When forming a statistical hypothesis, the researcher examines the portion of the population of interest and makes a calculated assumption based on the data from the sample. A statistical hypothesis is most common with systematic investigation involving the larger target audience. Here, it is impossible to collect response from every number of the population. So you have to depend on the data from our sample and extrapolate the result to the wider population. For example, 45% of the students in India have middle income parents. Or if we consider the second example, 80% of the UK's population gets divorced because of the irreversible differences. These two types of the examples are related to the statistical hypothesis. The statistical hypotheses are also important in research. We can think about the next or the further types of the associative. The hypothesis, that associative and causal hypothesis. Associative hypothesis, we can define the proposed relationship between the variable. When one variable changes, the other changes do not indicate cause and effect. If we have to establish the association between the two or more variables, you can use the associative hypothesis. In this hypothesis, you can easily prove the specific relationship between the association between the given variables. In this hypothesis, you cannot check the cause and effect relationship. In the second type of the hypothesis that will be helpful for check the cause and effect relationship, that is the causal hypothesis. Causal hypothesis, the propose of cause and effect interaction between the two or more variables. The independent variable is manipulated to cause effect on the dependent variable. The dependent variable is measured to examine the effect created by the independent variable. These two types of the hypotheses are also useful for the research. Next type of the research, the hypothesis, the research hypothesis. And the research hypothesis we can classify into two ways. There are two types. The first type is directional hypothesis and second type is non-directional hypothesis. The meaning of the directional hypothesis is very simple. These are usually derived from the theory. They may imply that the researcher is intellectually committed to a particular outcome. They specify the expected direction of the relationship between variable. The researcher predicts not only the existence of the relationship but also its nature. In this directional hypothesis, the theory is base. The researcher can define the directional hypothesis with the help of the theoretical background, and non-directional hypothesis used when there is a little or no theory, or when findings of previous studies are contradictory. If there is no supportive data, or there is no theory available for performing the hypothesis, researcher can perform or formulate the non-directional hypothesis. In this non-directional hypothesis, they may implicitly do not stipulate the direction of the relationship. In this non-directional hypothesis, there is no fixed way to research or to use some basic concepts. Now, the various types of the hypothesis needs some procedure to check. Therefore, the steps of hypothesis testing are important. There are various steps are needed for the testing of hypothesis. The steps of the hypothesis testing included some steps. The first step is formulate the null and alternate hypothesis. This is the first step. If the researcher wants to test the hypothesis, it is essential, basically, he or she should be formulate or set the null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis. The nature of the null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis will be depend on the objectives of the researcher that will define or determine the nature of the alternate hypothesis and the null hypothesis. But it is clear to set up null and alternate hypothesis with starting point of the research. The second step is important, and select the sample and collect data. Select the sample size or the sample and collect data. A sample gets selected from the population and the data is collected. For the testing of hypothesis, you have to need specific data related to your research topic. Therefore, the testing of hypothesis, it is essential to collection of the data related to your topic. The population and the sample, both the concepts are differ. but the population is bigger concept and the sample is subset of the population. It is main problem or the main criteria how to select the sample from populations. In statistics, there are various sampling methods are available. The researcher can apply the suitable statistical sampling techniques for the selection of the sample from the population. The next step is choose the level of significance. I already explained some basic concepts from the testing hypothesis. The third step is you have to prove or you have to set up the significance level. There are 1% significant level, 5% significant level, 10% significant level. The level of the significance will be defined according to the interest of the researcher, the available sources with the researcher, time is available, or the objective of the research will define the nature of the significant level. But in generally, 5% significant level is allowed in the present era or the scenario. Most of researchers are using the 5% significant level. The 1% significant level is very hard significant level test. The 5% significant level is moderate. Therefore, you can think about the 5% significant level. We ignore the 10% significant level. If we are increasing the significant level 5%, 10%, 20%, 30%, the authenticity or the reliability of your research will be decreasing while increasing the significant level. Therefore, you have to firm the significant level less than the 5 or less than the 10. 10 is extreme condition, it will be allowed, but try to find or try to set up 5% significant level while you are studying. Calculate the test. The hypothesis testing, the next point is important, and that is what test will be or which test will be applicable for your research. There are various tests are available in statistics. You can choose any test, but the decision of the test is depend upon your nature of your research and the objective of your research. The question or the statement of the question or the statement of the research problem will be defined the nature of the test criteria. There are various test criteria available: T test, Z test, F test, chi-square test, one-way, two-way. There are various types of the tests are available. You have to choose appropriate test to check your hypothesis. The next is make a decision. The test statistics are compounded as compared to the critical value determined by the significance level. The null hypothesis gets rejects if the test statistics exceed the critical value. The null hypothesis is not rejected if the test statistics is less than the necessary value or equal to it. You can make the decision by comparing the two values, that is your calculated value and the given table value or test value. If the calculated value of the test is less than the given table value of the test, then your null hypothesis will be accepted and alternate hypothesis will be rejected. You should consider the second case. In the second case, the calculated value will be more than the table value of the test. Then your null hypothesis will be rejected and alternate hypothesis accept. That such type of the decision we should make regarding the procedure of this hypothesis testing. And last step in the testing hypothesis is the interpretation of the results and conclude. You have to conclude with the help of the acceptance or rejection of the test. The final step is to interpretation of the results and draw a conclusion based on the decision made in a step 5th. If the null hypothesis is rejected, the conclusion is that there is enough evidence to support the alternative hypothesis. If the null hypothesis is not denied. The decision is that there is no enough evidence to support the alternate hypothesis. Researcher can take the decision with the rejection or acceptance of the null hypothesis by the test which is applied in the research. Now, in the कधी बंद पडलं ते? हॅलो हॅलो दिसतंय का? हॅलो हॅलो
हाँ बोलिए सर.
येस सर.
ऑडिबल.
डिस्कनेक्ट हुआ है का?
हाँ ऑडिबल.
हो सर.
ओके नो
आवाज ऐकू
ओके.
येतोय व्यवस्थित.
ओके ओके.
बोला सर.
Now there are various types of the tests available to testing of the hypothesis. हे करायचं. स्क्रीन शेअर करायची.
सर आता आवाज नाही येते तुमचा.
करतो चालू. डिस्कनेक्ट झालं. येतंय का आता?
हो सर
येतो?
आता येतोय.
स्क्रीन शेअर झाली का?
नाही सर स्क्रीन तर नाही दिसत आहे.
ओके एक मिनिट. तो कनेक्टिव्हिटीचा प्रॉब्लेम असतो ना तो. चालू आहे. आवाज येतोय मॅडम?
येतोय सर येतोय.
हो
आवाज
सर
येतोय का?
येतोय तुमचा आवाज येतोय.
स्क्रीन शेअर होत नाही. ठीक आहे.
ते जे ग्रीन आहे ना सर ॲरो खाली शेअरचा.
ते केला ती बाहेर पडेल ते म्हणते. पुन्हा
हो का?
मीटिंग चालू करा म्हणते. हा ठीक आहे. मी केला तो पण तो होत
तर
नाही.
तुम्ही को होस्ट आहेत सर तुम्हाला करता येईल ना.
नाही जाऊ दे. ठीक आहे. येतो म्हणून. हा
आता होतोय सर शेअर.
चालेल शेअर. ओके.
हो सर दिसतंय व्यवस्थित. फक्त जर फुल स्क्रीन केलं ना तर अजून
करतो.
व्यवस्थित दिसेल.
दिसतंय आता?
हो सर एकदम व्यवस्थित दिसतं.
There are various types of the tests are available to check the or to test the hypothesis. The testing of hypothesis can be classified into two ways, that is the qualitative hypothesis and quantitative hypothesis. The statistical tools are available for the test the quantitative hypothesis. The quantitative hypothesis can be classified into two types. The first, the parametric test and non-parametric test. With these two types of the tests, you can examine or you can test your hypothesis. The T test, F test, Z test, one-way, two-way ANOVA are the non-parametric tests, and there is one non-parametric test, that is the chi-square test. The T test is discovered by the William Gossett, and the T test you can use for the four purposes. The T test, there are four types of the uses of the T test. If we want to if we want to examine the difference between the population mean and sample mean, you can check or you can use the t-test. And in this t-test, we can conclude by applying this formula of the t is equal to modulus of or the x bar minus mu divided by s under root of n. Here x bar is the arithmetic mean or the average. The mu is the population mean and s is the sample standard deviation. With this help, you can check the difference between the population mean and the sample mean. If you have interest to check the average income of the Indian and average income of the Maharashtrian population or the person, you can consider the mu is the India's average income, that is mu, and the x bar is the average income of Maharashtra state. And if we can apply this t-test, you can easily identify the significant difference between the two mean, that is the population mean and the sample mean. With the help of t-test, you can check it scientifically. And if we want to explain or we want to prove or check the difference between two independent sample means, if we consider two sample means, suppose that you have to interpret the significant difference between the average income of Maharashtra and average income of Gujarat, then you can apply the second use of the t-test, because this is the parametric test. You can define the parameter, or you can consider the parameter x bar is the average income of Maharashtra state and average income of the Gujarat state, and then you can use the t-test for the finding or for the conclusion the difference between the two states' average income. Here also the S1 bar, S1 square and S2 square are the sample deviations or standard deviation of the samples regarding the Maharashtra and Gujarat state. You can apply this test for the examination or for the testing of the difference between the two independent sample means. The variables can be, or the variables will be decide according to your objective of your research. This is the second use of the t-test. Further, the third use of the t-test is important, and the third use is very simple. If we want to examine some effectiveness of the government policies or some the third use of the t-test, and the third use of t-test you can as the or you can call it Pearce test. In this test, researcher can evaluate, or researcher can find out the difference between the before and after marks or after policy. Then he can check the difference between the effectiveness of the policy or the specific activity. Therefore, the third use of the t-test is very simple. You can say that to check the difference between the two dependent sample means, if you want to examine, or if you want to check the effectiveness of your some government policies regarding your education, you can take the marks before the implication of the government education policy, and you can collect from marks after the government implication of the government policies, and then you can find out the difference between the two marks, and you can take the decision regarding this t-test, third use of the t-test. Therefore, this is the t-test is very important. The fourth use of the t-test is very simple. If you want to check the relationship between two or more variable is significant or not, if you want to find out, or if you want to define or study the correlation between the two or more variables, there are various types of the methods are available to calculate the correlation coefficients. The Karl Pearson correlation coefficient, concurrent correlation coefficient, RAM correlation coefficient. There are various types of the correlations are correlation coefficient methods are available. Simple correlation coefficient, partial correlation coefficients. You can take any correlation coefficient and try to use this t-test, and you can check the effectiveness or the significance of the correlation coefficient. Absolutely, the correlation coefficient will have explain the some values, but in research, any value have no significant meaning. You have to, this is your responsibility of researcher. You have to check, you have to prove the effectiveness of your calculated variables. The relationship or the correlation coefficient is already established in your research. Therefore, you have to check it with the t-test. Therefore, the t-test can be used for the four purpose or for uses. First, test the significant difference between the population mean and sample mean. Second, to test the significant difference between the two independent sample mean. Third, to check or to test the significant difference between two dependent sample means. And third is to check the value of the correlation coefficient is significant or not. These are the four uses of the t-test. Next, the z-test is also available for the research or testing of hypothesis. In the t-test, we can use the only one correlation coefficient's value. But in z-test, this is the formula of the z-test, you can check the value of the correlation coefficient is significant or not, or the difference between those two significant correlation coefficients. The two uses of the z-test are available. The first, to test the significance, to test the difference between the population correlation coefficient and sample correlation coefficient. This is the zeta. This is the formula to check the difference between the correlation coefficient. And if you want to check the difference between the two sample correlation coefficients, suppose that you have interest to check the correlation coefficient between the Gujarat and Maharashtra of the education and the ethics. If we find out the correlation coefficient, education and the ethics in Maharashtra, and if we calculated the correlation coefficient between ethics and education level of the Gujarat, and you have to interest to check the difference between the two correlation coefficients among the both states, then you can use this z-test. If you have to interest to test the portion or the proportion of the research, if your data is not available at significant level, if your data is limited, or if your data is available in the proportion, then you can use the z-test also. And this is the proportion test. Z-test is also proportion test. This test, the p cap and p1, p0. The p cap is your calculated proportion, and the p0 is the assumed proportion. You can define, suppose that you have interest to check the proportion of the literacy in Maharashtra or literacy in the India is significant or not. And you can assume the literacy in the Maharashtra is 80%. This is your assumption. And if you calculated the literacy, data of the literacy, and if you found the literacy rate of the Maharashtra is 75%, then the question is important, which the 75% of literacy is important or significant or not. Then you can take the decision regarding the significance of your proportion of this research or the literacy rate with this Z formula or Z test. This is the Z test is important. You can easily use this test. It is available, and this is simple test. You have to calculate the only proportion, and with this percentage, you can apply this test. The F test is also available. If you have to analyzing or you have to study the variations between the samples. If we consider two samples and you have to interest to check the difference is significant or not. The scatterness is one component of the researcher. The scatterness or the degrees of the scatterness is significant. Suppose that some researchers have interest to examine, to check the inequality among this population or among the states, or she can use this F test. With the help of F test, you can conclude, or we can find out the effectiveness or the significance level of your scatteredness or the inequalities. This F test is already R.A. Fisher's discovered. Therefore, F test is also available, and this is the one-way, two-way analysis is available. Due to limited time, I am going to very fast. The one-way, two-way is one-way, two-way or ANOVA analysis is available for the testing of hypothesis. In this one-way, two-way ANOVA, you can consider two or more than two variables or two or more than two variables study for your purpose. If we consider two or more than two variables, then you can find out the differences between them with the help is significant or not with the help of one-way, two-way analysis or ANOVA table. You can use this ANOVA table is also available. This is the important test, and this is the non-parametric test, and it is used widely. Most of students or most of researchers are using this test, and this is the, we can say that this is the theoretical test. If you have interest to the difference between the theory and the observations, you can use this test. And this test is they are discovered by the Carl 19. With this test, you can check any discrepancy between the theory and observation, and it is observed and it is defined with this formula. This is chi-square test, and the summation O is observed values and E is expected values, and this is the formula for obtaining the chi-square test. The chi-square test is also available, and it has no basic. It is enough to basic calculations to calculate the chi-square test. It has no need to more scientific techniques. You can easily use this test, and we can conclude our research hypothesis. This such type one example I already explained here. This is the E is the these are the O values, observed values, and E can be calculated. Expected values or frequencies can be calculated by multiplying 10 into 45 divided by 200. Row total into column total divided total. This is the formula of the expected values of the chi-square test. This is the one example. These are some examples, or these are some techniques to use for the quantitative research. And the last point is very simple way I would like to explain in a 1 or 2 minutes. Another research is available, or it is needed to society, that is a qualitative hypothesis or qualitative research. The qualitative hypothesis is important. Qualitative hypothesis involves analyzing data of support or refute a hypothesis without using statistical tests. Here, no need of the statistical test. You can easily conclude, or you can easily find out your remarks. There are some methods are available for testing of qualitative hypothesis. Triangulation method is also available using the multiple sources of method or respectives of the validity of findings. Member checking method, peer debriefing method, negative case analysis, and continuous comparison. Some methods are available to check or to test your qualitative hypothesis. These are some facts or the dimensions of the research hypothesis or testing of hypothesis. The researcher should take care about the hypothesis or testing of hypothesis. You can try to apply the testing of hypothesis in your research, because the technique is very important and it is very effective. The research technique or the hypothesis testing will be increase the quality of your research. You have to use the some hypothesis techniques. Don't worry about the statistical techniques and the formalities or the technical aspects. In present era, there are various softwares are available. spacious software, E square softwares, M lab softwares, R square softwares. There are various, even you can usually use the very simple technique, that is Excel, computer Excel. Excel Microsoft will be useful for the testing hypothesis or the statistical techniques. Therefore, you should aware and try to apply the testing hypothesis in your research. If we are publishing a single paper in standard journal, this is not need of the journal of the testing hypothesis application, but the application of testing is the need of your quality research and your quality publications. My humble request to all the participants, you have to compare or you have to use the statistical techniques, especially the testing hypothesis for the quality research. Without quality research, you can earn the API, but without quality research, your quality will not be increased. You should take care, because time is very dangerous time. The society and the country is not satisfied with our education system. This is your responsibility. Each and every person should act as a quality education and quality research, because the teacher is the bone of the society, as well as the teacher is the bone of the nation. It is each and every activity in the research process as well as teaching learning method. Without in the teaching learning method, you have to involve from the bottom of the heart, because the teacher is not only teacher is the knowledge creator. Teacher has the important role in the building of the students, society, as well as the nations. Therefore, lastly, I would like to express my special thanks to the director of the HRDC, Dr. Satish Patil sir, my guru, the all staff of the HRDC, and all the participants who are available for hearing my lecture on this occasion. Thank you for once and again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Please wait. There will be vote
Thank
of
you.
thanks. Sir? Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. आदरणीय डॉक्टर पुरुषोत्तम विष्णु देशमुख सर, आपको धन्यवाद करते हुए मैं बड़ी खुशी महसूस कर रहा हूं। आज आपने हमें वेरियस हाइपोथेसिस ऑफ रिसर्च के बारे में बहुत ही डीपली बताया है। उसके दो प्रकार है, विथ हाइपोथेसिस, विदाउट हाइपोथेसिस, इसके बारे में बताया। हाइपोथेसिस एंड अजम्पशन के डिफरेंस के बारे में बताया। दो प्रकार के वेरिएबल के बारे में बहुत अच्छी तरह से समझाया। हाइपोथेसिस ट्रू और फॉल्स होती है, इसीलिए रिसर्च पेपर में उसको मेंशन करना जरूरी है, इसके बारे में भी आपने हमें बताया है। और एक अच्छी बात कही कि विद द हेल्प ऑफ प्रीवियस स्टडी हम हाइपोथेसिस को गुड क्वालिटी की कर सकते हैं। और रिसर्चर्स थिंकिंग एबिलिटी एंड इमेजिनेशन रिसर्च में क्वालिटी बहुत ही हेल्पफुल हो सकते हैं। और बैकग्राउंड इंफॉर्मेशन कलेक्शन वो प्रीमियम रिसर्च के लिए ज़रूरी है, इसके बारे में आपने हमें गाइड किया है। गुड हाइपोथेसिस के जो लक्षण है उसके बारे में बताया। सैम्पलिंग मेथड के बारे में भी बताया है। सिग्निफिकेंट लेवल के बारे में हमें समझाया। टेस्ट ऑफ हाइपोथेसिस, क्वालिटेटिव एंड क्वालिटेटिव हाइपोथेसिस, उसमें जो टी टेस्ट, जेड टेस्ट, एफ टेस्ट, ये सब जो टेस्ट है उनके बारे में भी आपने हमें बहुत अच्छी तरह से बताया। सर, ये मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि जैसे इंग्लिश में और कोई भी लैंग्वेज में ग्रामर होता है, इसी प्रकार से रिसर्च में ये एक प्रकार का ग्रामर है, जो अगर हम अच्छी तरह से कोई समझाए तो ही समझ सकते हैं, वरना ये बोरिंग लगता है। आपने हमें इतनी बेहतर तरह से समझाया कि हमने खूब एंजॉय किया है। तो मैं यूनिवर्सिटी की ओर से और सारे के जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स है उन सभी की ओर से आपको बहुत बहुत थैंक यू बोलता हूँ। आपका धन्यवाद। को होस्ट सीमा मैम और अदर पार्टिसिपेंट्स आप सभी का भी धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद।
कॉफी बना लेती हूँ।
Thank
पर
you very
मुंडर
Thank you very much.
Shall I leave?
Yes, sir, you can.
हेलो
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you once and again.
यार
Our new guest has joined. Dr. Sarjirao Thomre, sir, is there. Namaste, sir. Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
मैथ में कितने नंबर आए हैं?
So,
कितने हैं नु? कितने हैं? मैथ में नंबर
now I'm going to introduce our today's guest, Dr. Sarjirao Thomre, sir. It is my great honor to introduce our esteemed guest speaker today, Dr. Sarjirao Thomre, sir, a distinguished academician and expert in the fields of rural economics, environment, and water management. Dr. Thomre, sir, has had an illustrious career spanning over 30 years as a lecturer and reader, followed by 6 years as a principal, and an additional 3 years as an honorable director of Gopinath Munde Research Center in post-retirement service. His commitment to education and research has significantly contributed to the development of economic and environmental studies and as well as the society. Holding an MA and PhD in economics, Dr. Thomre has dedicated his career to advancing knowledge in rural economic development and sustainable resource management. His expertise is reflected in his 2 published books on statistics, that is business mathematics and statistics, and over 25 years articles in various journals and newspapers. His contributions to academia and research continue to inspire students, educators, and policymakers alike. Today, we are privileged to hear from him as he shares his insights on the given national education policy, which related to the value education. Thank you very much, sir. You can start your lecture.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So, see, I think the participants from the all over the India has been gathered here for the orientation course. It is going to be organized by the Malviya Mission Teachers Training Program. Friends, say we have already started the implementation of National Education Policy 2020. And it is really a new era in the history of education development. It is the first education policy which has comprehensively included all sections of the education, that is from the pre-primary to the higher education research institutes. So it is a very holistic approach. It has been accepted in the national education policy, and with the goal that we have to become, our nation is to build all over the world, that it must be the first in the universe itself. So our ultimate aim is to build a nation that is Vikashit Bharat up to 2047. And for that purpose, unless the behavioral pattern and thinking process of each and individual of the citizen of India has to be changed to attain the goal. And therefore, value education has immense importance in the life itself. But up to, see, we are, after independence, we have become so much conscious and struggling for our rights. Always there are always complaints to have their own rights. Everybody is after the rights but not duties. And therefore, as we are very much anxious and ambitious to have to avail our rights but not the duties. So the value is the part of each and every individual to serve for others, and that is the to play our role. We must know the value education part of it, and for that purpose, actually, we must know our India. What is India? Because see, here in the education policy, in the light of the education policy, our UGC has prepared one national curriculum. And in the national curriculum framework, it has given 6 to 8 credits for only the value education and the knowing of the India. And therefore, one part of it, one course of it is the Constitution of India. The Constitution of India actually have the preamble, values led by the Constitution, and the national pledge. These are the 3 things we are going to see here. See, in our preamble, as you know, we are a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. We are republic. So the coming together, we have to develop our country socialistically and secular. That is, we are here to honor everybody's belief. We are here to respect to others. That is the secular. That is what we call actually the Dharma-nirpeksha, but it has been wrongly spelled out. That is secular, means this respect to the others thought, others belief, others thinking process, and that is called as the Sahavishnuta. That is Sahavishnuta is the major part of these things, and socially we must have the equal. This is the preamble, and it has been the part of the preamble has been introduced later on. Previously it was not there, but that is the we should have the justice. That is justice, social justice, economic justice, and the political justice. The politically every should have get its own justice. That is the social justice. Everybody must be treated equally, and honor. Everybody should get their honor. And liberty of thought, that is expression, belief, faith, and worship. All these are the things. See, unless we have a compassion with the others, our companions, then otherwise we are not giving if others are being respected by everybody, then and then alone the justice and the liberty can be prevailed, and they can enjoy their justice and liberty. There should be the equality of the status and the opportunity. Everybody should have the opportunity. And to get the opportunity, there must be the proper education. Otherwise, the proper education and the right to live with all dignity. Otherwise, equity cannot be prevailed. Equity cannot be attained. But one should have that strength, that is the power, that is the capacity to avail the opportunities, and then alone the equal status can be attained. So the equality is the one of the prime objective of our constitution, and all these see the social justice, economic justice, liberty, equality can be obtained. See the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar and the all our members of the Constituent Assembly, they were knowing that by merely putting on the preamble and in the constitution, it will not be come into the existence. There should have the belief of the fraternity, each and everybody's mind. See, everybody should have a feeling that all are my brothers and sisters. See, we are the citizens and we are the brothers, we are the equal. These feelings must should have been in everybody's mind. So the very basis of our constitution is the fraternity, and that is the Bandhu Bhav. And Baba Sahib was always telling that the word fraternity we have taken in our constitution, we have accepted in our constitution. It is not taken from the Western countries. It is the origin of India. So our basic principle is that we are brothers and sisters, and we have the philosophy that we all are the our origin, and we are everybody is having a soul, and the that is the equal equal beliefs everybody is having. अरे हम तो हर एक व्यक्ति each and every individual is having a yes please. हाँ तो हर एक जन तो वो परमेश्वर का अंश है, और we have a one entity that is we call the Brahma or the Atma, and that is the Paramatma, and we are the part and parcel of that Paramatma, and everybody is having that soul, and that soul is the part of the that is the super soul, we can say, that is the Paramatma. So this is what the philosophy, and with that philosophy we are all brothers and sisters, and therefore, and if that feeling is there, just like in our family, we treat our brothers and sisters very respectfully. So like that, every citizen must respect to others like a brothers and sisters, so that there will be the social justice, economic justice, political justice, and as well as equal status and equal opportunities. So all these things can be prevailed when and then alone everybody is obeying the principle of the fraternity. So this is what the very basis of our constitution. See, friends, we have and for that to inculcate on the students' mind, we have given a structure in the education system that in every school, at the time of the opening of the every day, the school starts with the national plays and the prayers and the preamble, chanting. Everything is being done everywhere. That is, in the national plays, we always say, India is my country and all Indians are my brothers and sisters. We all are always saying it. But the problem is here that are we practicing it in our day-to-day life? That is the problem. So we have to bring all these things in our practice. unless we practice the thing, only by saying it, by only chanting the all the good words, it doesn't have much meaning. But we practice it. See, our one great patriot in the what we call the saint, that is Swami Vivekananda, was always saying that as far as thinking and the thought process is concerned, India is a very rich in it. We are so proud that we are having such type of thinking, but in the behavioral pattern, we are not moving our thoughts. We are not practicing our thinking process. So this is what, and there should be in the ancient Indian culture. It was there. It was there because every acharya, every teacher was living with the living in that in the all this process, all the life principles was woven by the that acharya or that the guru, and therefore the their disciples, the students were obeying him, and they were practicing in their life. But in the due to the a long in the dependent independent, see, we were not independent at that time, and therefore we have lost many things. But here now we have to inculcate all these the values on the student's mind, and therefore we must we always say that I love my country and I am proud of its rich and varied heritage. So we know that we are having a very rich heritage. हमारी रियासत तो बहुत बड़ी है और we are having a so proud of it. But really, are we know that? So we must know it. We must study our what is our heritage. We have a lot of things in our country. We have we are rich in literature. We are rich in architect. We are rich. We was so much rich in the natural resources. So there are abundance resources and the very pious thoughts with us. We have several traditions which we must follow it. So all these things are there. We have a very great heritage, but we are unknown about it. So it is our duty, as a teacher, it is our duty to bring all these our rich heritage to the students. When we travel throughout the country and we always organize the student education tours, then at the time of that tours must not be only for the entertainment, but it should have a education values. And at the time of the education, we should see we are having a lot of things which we, by knowing them, we feel very just like in the Kashmir, there is a very skilled women are there which are weaving the very rich clothes and all things. They are producing the kesher. See, all are the things which are very much useful. So we are we are very rich in handicaps also. So all these things we must bring to the notice to the students. I shall always strive to worthy of it. Whatever the heritage we are having, I shall be worthy. I will be very much put the efforts in it to be worthy for it. So that must be the feeling and preparation of the youths in the student life, that they must have the honor with the heritage, and he should have that feeling, yes, I am comfortable by knowing all such things. I shall give my parents, teachers, and all elders respect and treat everyone with courtesy. We should have we must be very humble regarding the parents and teachers. We always say that Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara. Always we are saying. We are always saying our parents, our teachers, and all are the Brahma Swarup. Likewise, we are always saying the Acharya Deva Bhava, Pitru Deva Bhava, Matru Deva Bhava. Likewise, we always saying it. And in the ancient Indian culture, people were obeying it, and they were practicing in their life also. But later on, it has been derailed, and therefore we must teach the students to respect parents, teachers, and all elders, and therefore there will be harmony in the life. See, to my country and my people, I pledge my devotion. See, हम तो कटिबद्ध हो रहे हैं. We are prepared now to devote my services to my country and their well-beings. See, औरों के वैभव के लिए ही मेरा जीवन है. ऐसा भाव हर एक के दिल में निर्माण होना चाहिए. See, I am for others. I am to my role in the life is to serve my country and to my citizens and to my family members and all our country people and others' well-being. See, one must search out his well-being in the others' well-being. और अपने इर्द गिर्द जो लोग रहते हैं, जो अपने जो होते हैं, यदि वो समृद्ध हो गए, उनका जीवन सार्थक हो गया, तो अपना ही जीवन उनके साथ सार्थक हो सकता है. So the prosperity alone lies in my happiness. My prosperity, मेरा सुख, मेरा आनंद, हा औरों के सुख में विविध निहित है. ऐसा भाव हर एक के जीवन में, हर एक के दिल में आना चाहिए. So this is what our pledge. So it is my request. See, all these are the values, are not only for only chanting. It is to be bringing into the practice by ourselves, and through practicing all these values, we can inculcate all these values on our students' mind. So there must be a value orientation in the education system to build the nation. Unless, see, we are very much brainwashed by the Western thoughts. See, there was one economist named as Robinson, and he was always saying that the economics may be concerned with anything, but not with the ethics. Ethics doesn't have any concern in economics, he was saying that. But now the whole world is now accepting that the value education, the value-based behavioral pattern of the each individual is the only can bring the peace and bring the peace in the world. And unless we establish the peace in the world, we cannot prosperous ourselves. The prosperity lies in the peaceful mind. And therefore, everybody should have the peace in their life pattern. So this is what the values which have been actually, we know it, but we are now, this is the education policy is through the proper pedagogy to bring all these things and to inculcate out these sort of. So this is education policy is to develop the quality of life, and quality of life, the base of the quality of life is the only value-based behavioral pattern. So this is what the things. See, actually up to 1976, there was only fundamental rights part there in the Constitution. But in 1976, we have a change in the government political system. Janata Party was there in the power, and they feel that everybody is very conscious and very much aggressive to have their own duties, have their own rights, but not the duties. So they have introduced Article 51A in the Constitution, in the 42nd Amendment in 1976 at the time of the Janata Party government. And then later on, it has been again amended in 2020. So these are the two, with these two amendments, this 51 A article is there, and it gives the stress on the duties of citizens, and all these are mentioned in the Constitution of India, and these are the as follows. See, all these, respecting the Constitution, its ideals, institutions, the national flag and the national anthem. See, we must, first of all, we must learn to respect our Constitution, because Constitution is the very basis of our life. The whole system, political system, economic system, and the social system, the judiciary, everything is based on the Constitution now. So the Constitution is the very basic for us, and everybody must learn about the Constitution and respect the Constitution. But unless we learn it, how we can respect it? What is to be respected? Then if we are ignorant about the our Constitution, then how we can respect it? So we must ourselves, we must learn the Constitution. That is, how many parts are there? What are the duties are there? What are the rights are there? What are the fundamental rights are there? How the parliament is going on? What is the changes in the Constitution, and why did this Constitution? Now we are now approaching. This is the what we call now, after the our we have already celebrated the 75th Republic Day, and we call it the Suvarna Kal. And we are living in the Suvarna Kal and approaching toward the Amrit Kal. That is the 2047. And in this process, in the coming 25 years, that is, we must honor the Constitution, we must obey the article, each and every article of Constitution, and we must respect it. And to attain that goal, everybody must learn the Constitution. They must know the all the contents of the Constitution, its ideals, its principles, and the institutions of the democratic pattern. That is the our president, our parliaments, our executive body, then the justice, then the state assemblies, and up to the Gram Panchayat Raj. See, municipalities, all there they are the institutions in the Constitution. and we must obey it, and we must learn it, how it works, and it is for me, and we must take the very active part of it. And active part of it is the exercise of our voting rights. See, all are the democratic institutions, and we must, unless we participate in the process, democratic process, we will not respect it. So we must learn to respect our democratic institutions, national flag and national anthem. No doubt, I know that everybody is giving the respect to our flag and the national anthem. It is being happening everywhere. But we are not that much keen about regarding the learning process of the constitutions, its ideals and the institution. So we have to do it now. Following the noble ideals and the inspired of the national struggles for the freedom, those who have given a struggle and devoted the whole life for the freedom struggle, we must learn to respect it. Bhagat Singh, Rajguru, Chapekar Bandhu, Savarkar, Birsa Munda, and many others have given our life. So we must inculcate on the students' mind, and we must respect them. So that is what the things. Protecting the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of the India. The sovereignty is to be attained, and it is to be protected. Our unity must be there, and integrity of the nation. We are always must be integrate and have a national feeling. Defending the country and rendering national services when called upon. We must be ready to serve our aid, and for that purpose we should have a keep our mind and soul and body prepared always to serve for our family, for the neighbors and the society, people surrounding us and the nation. We must always ready for to serve our nations, and we must have that much skill also to see. There are several always anti-national things are being happen. So we must stand to fight with the anti-national and anti-social elements. So this is our one of the very prime aim, that we must devote our services for the nation itself. So this is what the things. Promoting harmony and the spirit of the common brotherhood among the people of India. We must always have a brotherhood, as we have already mentioned it. Renouncing practices that are derogatory to the dignity of the woman. We must respect the women's, our rich heritage of India. We have already mentioned it. And protecting and improving the natural environment. So this is in the later course, my speech, I am going to deal with this. Developing the scientific temper and humanism and the spirit of inquiry and reform. Safeguarding public property and adjuring violence. Violence should not be there. And safeguarding the people's public property. We should not destroy public property. Always, there are always in the agitations, the agitators always, the public property is at their target. So it should not be happen, because the loss of the public property is the loss of the nation and the loss of the country people. So it should not be happen. So that must be the things. That is the public property is our property. That must be the feeling for the each and everybody. Strive towards excellence in all spheres of individual and collective activity. We must be participate in collective activities. We should have a feeling to come together to achieve the target. And individually, we also always ready to attain the excellence. We must be very much keen and have our interest in the excellence only. And to attend the excellence, there should not be any compromise, and we should not attend any shortcuts for that purpose. So that is what the things. And providing opportunities for education to children between the age of 6 and 14. This is the last the point is have been added in the 2002 amendments in 2002. It has been added in, and that actually the previously the right of education was in the directive principles, and but later on it has been included in the fundamental rights. That is, the every children should get up to between the 6 to 14 the free and compulsory education. It has been enacted, and it has been included in this. It has become a part of the constitutions now. And so, if anybody is remained out of the schooling process, so they all concern the parents, then the concerned teachers in the area, and that is the political leaderships are responsible, and they can be become responsible for this. So this is what the things, and now it has been again extended up to the age of the up to the 18, and so now there must be the education for all. So this is what the things. Now, see, all these are the things we have to do here in the light of the education policy, and that in education policy, there are several objectives are there, but one of the objective of NAP 2020 is ethics and human and constitutional values. That is, what are the constitutional values we already deal, and the ethics and human values are given here for your consideration. Please, everybody should have the value of empathy, respect for others, cleanliness, courtesy, democratic spirit, spirit of service, respect of public property, scientific temper, liberty, responsibility, pluralism, equality, and justice. So all are the principles are now inculcated on the students through the teachers on the students' mind. So all are the things. See, here the empathy. What is empathy? What we call the par kaya pravesh. That is, we should have a sort of feeling equated with the feelings of the others. We must consider, we must respect the other's feeling. That is a भावात्मक तादात्म्य हमें वो निर्माण करना है, और एकरूप होना है, समरस होना है, औरों के जीवनों के साथ हमें समरस होना है. ये जो समरसता है, ये समरसता बंधुभाव के आधार पर ही आ सकती है. So if we have a karuna, if we have a empathy to others, then always we are always ready to serve to others. So and it is always happening. Just like you might be knowing that the Baba Amte was traveling, and he found there one Maharogi, what we call the Kushta Rog, and then he have feeling what a very misery for that person and individual, and therefore then later on he has started a campaign for that. He has taken a mission to serve the all these Kushtarogi, that is what we call the Maharogi, leprosy, what we call, and he has started the leprosy mission, and still it is going on. Their third generation is now is involved in it to eradicate the leprosy, and those who are facing the leprosy, they must get the respect, they must get the proper treatment, medical facilities, all these things must be get. See, it has been started. See, Tata has started cancer hospital in Bombay and many other social services because they are having a social conscious. So unless we have this empathy regarding the others, such type of services cannot be emerged. So the empathetic, every student should have the empathetic, and for that purpose, every teacher should have the empathy. And unless we have empathy, the falling, all these things cannot be happen. See, unless we have the brotherhood family feelings, empathy cannot be established. So the brotherhood, empathy, and therefore automatically all are the can be attained easily. Then equality can be possible, justice is possible, liberty is possible, scientific temper can be possible, everything can be possible. A democratic spirit can be possible, but the empathy is the very basis of it. Brotherhood is the very basis of it. We must always think. Now, coming to the national education policy that we have already see the what is the provision in the national framework. It has been given that is the 6 to 8 credit have been allotted there, and these are the contents there. That is understanding the India. We have already seen that the understanding India. We have already seen it. Environment, science, and education. Health and wellness, yoga, education, sports and fitness, and the digital and technical solutions. See, these 4 contents are there for 6 to 8 credits, and all these 4 components of value-added education have been for curriculum included in the curriculum for all undergraduate courses. It is common for all. Everybody, he may be engineer, he may be doctor, see all faculties. Every student in a higher education, they must know our heritage, our constitution, our richness, our things which are having a very proud environment conscious, all these things, everybody should know it. So this is what the understanding the India. What is the India? We must understand that it is the diversity and unity in the Bharat Varsh. See, in we are having a very diverse weather, geographic conditions. We are very different, and therefore there are day-to-day life. We are having a very differences in that. Their खान पान की चीजों में, their food habits, then the wearing the clothes, using the clothes, cultivation, agricultural cultivation practices, all these things are changing according to the weather conditions, because it is Bharat Varsha. That is all types of weather conditions which are available on the universe. We are all are also present in the in our country, and therefore naturally their weather conditions are altogether different, and therefore their way of living, food habits, clothing, culture, music, their entertainment systems, and way of entertainment, and all are different. And this is the diverse way of living, diversified way of living because of the geographical and weather conditions. But there is a common belief, there is a common culture and way of worshipping. Everybody is believing on the God. Everybody is worshipping the God. Whenever uh, they are attending some things, they are always giving the respect to the God, and they place and they offer their belongings to the God. So this is the way of the worshipping of the God. Just like see now, the Mahakumbha is going on in the uh, Mahaprayag, and there the all over the country, and the people, those who are believe on this great heritage all over the universe also, the people are coming there, and they are yeah, exercising there the holy deep in the Mahaprayag, what we call the Sangama. That is the common feeling in all over. It is from the north to west, and from the south to the north, and the west to east, from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, from Saurashtra to the yeah, we are northeast people. So everybody is coming there. So this is what the common belief. This is what the unity in the diversity, and we must respect it. We must learn to respect it, and that is what the common national feeling. See, uh, uh, see the people living in Tamil Nadu also visit there in the Himalaya, Kailas. That is the their there are several places are there in the North India. The people from the South India, they visit there, and the people, those who are living there, they visit the Kanyakumari, the Vivekananda Smarak, then the Rameshwaram, and all over country. There are having a four places, Shankaracharya Pit, what we call it. So the north, south, and the eastern and west bank, there are four Shankaracharya Pit, what we call the Char Dham. And the people all over the India visit there and worship there, and they place the homage there. See, that is the common national feelings all over the India, and that is we must know it. We should have know it, and we must let us know to the our students also. We must reach all these national feelings to the see. We have a national. See, we may be fragmented politically many times. There were different kings were ruling all over the India, but we are having a cultural nationalism. Culturally, we are always united, and that is our strength. So the common national feeling, that is our cultural nationalism, we are living it, and see, there should not be misleading our integrity and the national feeling. Contributions in the freedom movement from all corners of the India, and therefore from all corners of India, all people have joined in the national freedom fighting movement under the leadership of the Mahatma Gandhi and many other leaders. Savarkar has the disciple from the northeast people also, and the Subhash Babu, he was having several followers all over India. So all these they have contributed a lot for the freedom finding, and this is our strength. And see, all people have joined the national freedom movement. Yeah, and it is due to our national feeling. We are having a one national feeling. So this is our understanding India. We must understand, and we must understand, and our prime duty is to let it know to the our students also. And the second one is the rich heritage. What is our rich heritage? That is our knowledge. That is Gyan, wisdom, truth, non-violence, tolerance, non-passionateness, trusteeships, and integrated way of thinking. So this is what the our rich heritage of knowledge. So this is our the beliefs. This is our tattva gyan. This is our basic principles. This is our chiti, what we call chiti. That is our national feelings. And see, what is our knowledge? That is, we all are brothers. And we have a हे ईश्वची माझे घर ऐसी मती जयाची स्थिरा अहम ब्रह्मास्मि मैं खुद ब्रह्म हूँ ऐसा भाव हर एक के दिल में रहता अहम ब्रह्मास्मि जो वो जो ब्रह्म कुछ है उसका अंश मेरे पास है तो ये हमारी फीलिंग है दैट इज व्हाट दी वही जो कुछ नेचर्स एवरीबडी इज हैविंग ए कॉमन चेतना तत्व वो चेतना तत्व जो होता है जो एनर्जेटिक पावर सेंटर जो होता है तो it lies in the everybody and therefore we are all brothers and sisters. We are all equals and sisters. So we must come together because we are all one. And that is which is called as the Ekatma Tattva Jnana. That is the one problem. That is the Ekam Sat. Ekam Sat. सत एक ही होता है एकम सत विपरा बहुधा वदंती हर एक नहीं अलग अलग लफ्ज में अलग अलग ढंग से वो रखा है लेकिन एक ही तत्व है और वो तत्व हर एक के हृदय में होता है हर एक की बॉडी में होता है तो एवरीबडी लाइज दैट that energy in everybody's life body. So, and that is the pragya. And everybody is having it to attain that pragya, that wisdom, वो शहनपन वो जो हर एक के लिए होता है सत्य एक ही होता है और वो सत्य वो ब्रह्म सत्यम वही है जगत मिथ्यम तो वही ट्रूथ है कि महात्मा गांधी वॉज ऑलवेज सत्याचे प्रयोग he has written a book on the truth, my truth in my life. So, non-violence, Mahatma Gandhi has practiced the movement of the non-violence. Non-violence is our a strong hold, and the whole world is respecting India due to this rich heritage. And I have started practicing all our heritage, and therefore we are getting the respect in the all over the India, all over the universe also now. The whole globe now is respecting the India because we are now in practicing and we are now telling to the people now. We are in the capacity. We are now now entitled now because we are obeying it now. Many our leaders are not obeying our all this rich heritage, and therefore now we are entitled to now to exhibit on the universal stages there at the level of the universe and the all the universal conferences and the universe meetings. Our heritage are now speaking about our heritage, and therefore the whole universe is now respecting our trusteeship. That is the very important this principle is there. That is, whatever I am attending in my life, it is not mine. It is of others. It is of God. It is of nature and not mine. And therefore, not mine. And therefore, I am a trustee of it. I can use it for my own livelihoods as per my natural needs. But remaining part, remaining all the residuals of the others, I am not its owner and I should not possess it. I must always part with it. I must always what we call the aparigraha. ये मेरा नहीं है, ये समाज का है, ये समाज के लिए है, ये औरों की सेवा के लिए है। ये जो मेरा शरीर है, ये भी मेरा नहीं है, ये भी औरों की सत्ता इसमें है। इसलिए इट इज ऑलवेज फॉर द सर्विस टू अदर्स एंड इट इज नॉट फॉर माय ओनली माय happiness, and it is not for my own fulfill my own needs or the consumption feelings. It is for others. So this is what the trusteeship, that is the that is मी तैसा, हम तो अपरिग्रह में, हम तो उसका विश्वस्त हैं, इंटीग्रेटेड वे ऑफ थिंकिंग। सो हम जो ईश्वर में रहते हैं, तो ये सभी ईश्वर में हम जो रहते हैं उसमें we are living in the references of all this. We are living in the society. We are living in the nature itself. So the what we call the Vesti, that is an individual, it is a part of the society. And society, the very existence lies in the so the very existence of the society lies in the nature itself. And so the Vesti, Samasti, and the Srushti. See, all in the respect of all this, unless we respect this Srushti, that is the nature, we cannot comparatively live. And therefore, it is the respecting to the nature, that is the respecting the environment. And so the it is our in principle, that is the चराचर सृष्टि, वृक्षवल्ली अमा सोई रे। तो वृक्ष ये हमारे लिए तो ये हमारा एक पार्ट है, हमारा जीवन का एक अविभाज्य भाग है। और therefore we are worshipping our trees, we are worshipping our rivers, water, all these Panch Mahabhuta. See, our life is always content in the, it is a part of the Panch Mahabhuta, what we call. So we are our life is integrated to all our parts. It is not a isolated. It is always a part of the each and everything, all other concerns, and that integration, things of integration, we must consider it. So the environmental science. So in the environmental science, understanding the biosphere with the reference to, वो जो biosphere जो होता है, जो ecosystem जो है, वो ecosystem जो है, वो अर्थ, हमारे जो पृथ्वी, आप, तेज, वायु और आकाश, ये जो पंच महाभूत हैं, ये पंच महाभूत के संदर्भ में ये हमारा पूरा ये एनवायरमेंट है, और इनके संदर्भ में हमारा जीवन का अस्तित्व है। ये हमें समझना चाहिए और हमें उसका अभ्यास करना चाहिए। और with this reference, our by neglecting the reference of all these things, Pancha Mahabhuta, our life cannot be, otherwise there will be misery in our life. We will not be happy. Our life depends upon all this, the Pancha Mahabhuta. That is the Prithvi, Jal, Agni, and Vayu and Akash. That is the earth. Vasundhara Bahuratna Bhavati. ये जो वसुंधरा है वो बहुरत्नानी है। वो उसमें बहुत सारा हमारे जीवन के लिए मूल्यदायी चीज है, इसलिए हम उसे माता कहते हैं, वसुंधरा कहते हैं। ये जो माता है इसलिए हम अपने भूमि को भारत माता कहते हैं, बिकॉज वी वर्शिप इट, बिकॉज इट गिव्स the all substance of our life depends upon the prithvi and the water, jal. Annat bhavati bhutani, अन्नात भवति भूतानि, पर्जन्यात अन्न संभव, यज्ञात भवति पर्जन्यो, यज्ञ कर्म समुद्भव। भाइयों, ये सोचना चाहिए। हमारे पुराण में हमारे ये जो स्टांजा लिया है, the stanza has been taken from our Bhagavad Gita, that is in the third part of it, 14th श्लोक, what we call it, that is the अन्नात भूति भूतानि। अन्न के आधार पर ही मानव आदमी निर्माण होता है, उसका अस्तित्व आता है। अन्न जब मिलता है, फूड, अनलेस वी हैव ए फूड वी कैन नॉट सर्वाइव आवरसेल्फ। बट अन्न कहाँ से मिलता है? तो अन्न तो पर्जन्य से मिलता है, पर्जन्य जल से। फ्रॉम वाटर वी कैन प्रोड्यूस, फ्रॉम वाटर एंड अर्थ वी कैन प्रोड्यूस अवर फूड, एंड फूड कैन बी बड़े मेहनत से, बड़े उसमें we put the so much efforts in it. Unless we put the efforts, and putting the efforts is thy name is the yajna, that is the srama yajna we have to do, and due to that अन्न निर्माण होता है, और ये सभी जो होता है वो कर्म के आधार पर होता है। So the everybody has to do its own karma. One should be a very active. Every individual must be active. Then and then alone, we can see there no doubt. The nature is in our health. Water and earth is the very basis for producing the food, but the human efforts is needed. That is the what we call the karma. So our activeness, unless we become active, we must have a creative activism, creative with all thinking basis. There must be the activeness. Karma, see the कर्माचे डोळे ज्ञान ते निर्दोष भवावे। तो वो निर्दोष होने के लिए हमें, वो कर्म निर्दोष होने के लिए हमें ज्ञान होना चाहिए, और उनके ज्ञान के आधार पर ही हमारा कर्म अच्छा होता है। सो तो कर्मसु कौशल्यम, वो कर्म कौशल्य होता है, तो ये होना चाहिए। और इसके आधार पर as we know, there may be some of our participants may be from the science faculty, and they might learn the botany. That is, unless we have the sun rays, the plants cannot produce their foods, and therefore that we know it, and therefore we always worship the Surya Narayana, the sun. We always worship the sun. That is Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayah. Every day morning we chant this, we prayer to our mighty God, we call it, that is the sun, and it gives that a tej, that is the Surya Prakash, and that unless sun rays we have, we can create the carbohydrates, and therefore the linking the nature. This is a philosophy which has our ancestors. We should have that proud. It is our very proud that our ancestors were knowing all these things which are scientifically proved, that carbohydrates cannot be created unless there is a sun rays are there. So that is it is to be worshipped. That is the science, and we are a scientific community. We are a scientific from the ancient Indian culture. We are a scientific community. So this is our plan. And likewise, the air also it is available for us, and the sky, it must be always always we have a proper air and the sky. We cannot communicate to each others. The communication, it is due to the air and the sky. So there should not be, and all these are all five substances there. All Panch Mahabhuta, the fundamentals of our life, the Panch Mahabhuta. So we must protect it. We must worship it, and so that the environment may be the clean. So the environmental science create the consciousness among the students, and therefore we must worship the trees. We must plant the trees. There must be, there should not be pollution of the land pollution, soil pollution, water pollution. Everything must be the clean and neat, and we protect we must help to protect all the Pancha Mahabhuta. Individual and for that purpose, there must be individual and social action. Unless the individual and social action is there, and that social action, see, among the colleges and the students, there must organization, Harita Mandal, protection, environment friendly mandal. Likewise, there we can create the groups there, and riverfront organizations can be there. Nadi Mitra Mandal can be created. We can see one pond can be cleaned. See, all these activities are to be organized by our teachers through NSS, or the many groups can be created there, plantation, and we must protect our all environment by the social action. Health and wellness is there. Learn to live with the nature. We must learn to live the nature. Otherwise, see, we have seen it. Our existence will not be survived there. Yoga and pranayama. That is the buddhi yukto ja hitaha ube sukruta dushkrute tasmad yoga karmasu kaushalyam. So the yoga, see, to attain anything, there must be the calm and calm. There must be a concentration of life. That is through the yoga, we can attain that level of concentration, and therefore our creative energy can be produced through the yoga, and therefore that is the Kaushala karma arises through the yoga. Yoga karmasu kaushalyam, and tasma उद्योग ये जो उद्योग यशस्वी होते हैं, उद्योग हमें फ्रूटफुल होते हैं, हमारी क्रिएटिविटी बढ़ सकती है, वो योग, और वो जो कुछ हम करते हैं सुकृत होता है, वो अच्छा होता है, वो पायस होता है, वो पवित्र होता है, क्योंकि वो योग के आधार पर हम करते हैं. So therefore yoga has several ways and means are there. We must practice the yoga. That is yoga, pranayama. For that purpose, the body is there must be the for that purpose, the sport. See, the sport is the one of the part of the yoga. See, whatever we have to do, our body is the only instrument to attend the anything. The sukarma can be rendered, can be service, can give the service by the body itself. So the body must be the sound. So the sharir madhyam खलु धर्म साधनम. शरीर यही तो ही खाली एक ही साधन हमारे पास है कि जो खलु धर्म, जो कुछ हमें हमारे जीवन में जो कुछ भी करना है वो हमारे शरीर के द्वारा ही किया जाता है. वो जो हमारा थिंकिंग है, वो प्रोसेस स्टार्ट्स इन आवर माइंड. हम उसका विचार करते हैं, लेकिन जो गतिविधि करनी है, जो प्रत्यक्ष क्रिया करनी है, वो तो हमारे शरीर के माध्यम से होते हैं. और उससे के लिए हमारा शरीर हमेशा के लिए तत्पर होना चाहिए. सो देर शुड बी द proper grounds, well ground maintained. Everybody should maintain our body, mind, and soul very healthy, and then and then always we can attain the well-beings, health and wellness. This is the most. This Ramdev Baba is always inculcating all such things on the minds of the youths every day. So you must learn it. Understanding the digital and technological solutions. This is the fourth unit is to be taught in the value-added course. Now, this is the area of the era of the technology and artificial intelligence. And in all walks of life, it is being now, every citizen must know and practice it. Unless we have a skill of practicing the artificial intelligence, it will not be it will be difficult to survive him in the coming era. So because in all walks of life now the artificial intelligence is being used in the social life, in economics, in finance, polity, in health and global scenario. Everywhere now, as we are now talking to everybody now, we are meeting each other now only with the help of the this website and all these internet system and all such things. So this is the part and parcel of our life now. So as our philosophical behavioral pattern, it is, we must know it, we must protect our environment, and with all such things, we can use all these AI techniques for using our better life in the future. So everybody should know it. So this is what the things. Or lastly, the Om Deva Shanti Antariksha Shanti Prithvi Shanti Rapah Shanti Aushadha Shanti Vanaspateh Shantir Ishvadevaha Shanti Shantir Brahma Shantir Sarvam Shanti Shantireva Shanti Sama Shantiredi Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So friends, तो सभी हमें ये जो इन्वायरमेंट है तो सभी शांति एक दिन रखनी है. तो उसमें पृथ्वी शांति होना चाहिए, उसके लिए औषध शांति होना चाहिए, वनस्पति शांति होनी चाहिए, और ईश्वर देव शांति है. ईश्वर देव बोले तो चराचर में वो जो है वो सर्व शांति होना चाहिए, ब्रह्म शांति होना चाहिए, और सर्वम शांति होनी चाहिए. सर्वम यदि शांति हो गया तो ही सर्वी शांति. And every human being is trying in his, putting his best way, in a best time to attain the life peace. That is our ultimate aim. And that to attain that ultimate, we must choose our right path to attain the ultimate peace. That is what we call it the moksha. That is moksha. That is what is the Indian philosophy. It is Indian heritage. And we must learn it to respect it, so that the world and universe will respect us and we will be Ishwar Guru. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind. Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. It is an honor for me to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Sajirao Thomre sir, for his enlightening and thought-provoking lecture on national education policy and value education. Dr. Thomre sir's vast knowledge and experience have given us a deeper understanding of the transformative changes in the education system and the essential roles of values in shaping individuals and society. His insights have been both inspiring and inspirational, leaving us with a great appreciation for the direction in which education is headed. On behalf of UGC Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center, I sincerely thank you, Dr. Thomre sir, for sharing your time, expertise, and wisdom with us today. Your words will definitely guide us in the evolving educational landscape with a stronger sense of purpose, value education, and responsibility. I would also like to express my gratitude to Dr. S.S. Patil sir, Dr. Rafe sir for their efforts in making this event possible, as well as all participants. Once again, thank you, Dr. Thomre sir, for your valuable contribution. We look forward to future interactions and learning opportunities with you. Thank you all and have a wonderful day ahead.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you. सर हमारे एक पार्टिसिपेंट है महेश कुमार परमार सर, उनके बारे में मुझे एक न्यूज शेयर करनी थी आपसे। उनको एक साहित्य अकादमी का पुरस्कार मिला है। आज उनको वो पुरस्कार गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री के हाथ से मिलने वाला था, लेकिन ही इज इन FIP, तो वो वहां पर गए नहीं है। हमारे साथ है वो महेश कुमार परमार।
Oh, it's
Thank you, ma'am.
see, I congratulate to him first of all, and I am so much proud of him that he has given an importance to this participation in the orientation course, and it is a really his sincerity regarding this acquiring the additional knowledge for to be a good teacher. So thank you very much. It's good.
Thank you, sir.
I'm
Thank
so
you, sir.
much enlightened to know this. So
Yes,
thank you very much.
और सर हम सब पार्टिसिपेंट्स के तरफ से भी
Sir.
आपको बहुत ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं।
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. आपका भी धन्यवाद, आपने यहाँ बात रजू की।
Right. Thank you very much. Okay. Right.
Mahesh Kumar sir, congratulations.
Okay. Right.
सबका
चलो.
धन्यवाद।
Okay. Okay. Right. चला मैडम. Okay.